All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is David Patrick Carey, and this is Church of the Eternal Logos, and I am excited. Today is our 20,000 subscriber celebration stream. I want to thank you guys so incredibly much. This has been a milestone I've been trying to hit. It's been a goal that has been in the presence of the forefront of my mind since the beginning of this channel, and it's been 4 years. I started Church of the Eternal Logos full-time in September of 2019. So it is now 4 years later, and I finally have reached the 20,000 subscriber mark. And man, I am so appreciative. I'm so appreciative. Today's going to be a lot of fun. We got a bunch of special guests coming on. I know Dr. Mo, my godson, my friend, my buddy from the beginning. I was friends with Dr. Mo, obviously from my old YouTube channel, Fractal Universe. And I was literally with him when I told him I was going to start doing Church of the Eternal Logos full time. I was with him when I told him I was going to convert to Orthodox Christianity. And so he's kind of seen this whole thing as a friend, as a third party. He's going to be joining. We got Andrew and Rachel Wilson are going to be joining. We got my good buddy Baselit Analyzer who's going to be joining. We got I know Jay. I talked with Jay. He was busy today. He was doing him and Jamie were doing some stuff after church, after liturgy. But Jay said that he is going to be trying to stop by and make an appearance. So we'll be seeing a little bit of Dyer today. We'll see Father Deacon Dr. Ananias. He is busy right now. He said he'll be free sometime in a couple hours. And we plan on streaming for at least the next 4 hours. I got tons of stuff we can get into in regards to current events. I got stuff ready for Burning Man. I don't know if you guys have seen God's providence and what happened to everybody over at the Burning Man Festival in Nevada. I got a video prepared. We can talk a little bit about the governor of New Mexico and her suspending of the First Amendment. I got some stuff lined up for the U.S. Southern Command canceled not a premiere, but a viewing of Sound of Freedom. I got an article on that to talk a little bit about if we want to get into that. I assume once many of the people start jumping on, we'll be chit-chatting. Who knows where the conversation is going to go today? I'm going to open it up to anybody and everybody. So I expect today's going to go on for a while. But I also have a Tucker Carlson interview we could get into later if we want. But before anybody starts hopping on, because I know Andrew, he has a panel tonight, Andrew Wilson over at the Crucible. He said he's going to be hopping on, probably the first one to hop on a little bit after 5 o'clock. So he may be joined by his lovely wife, Rachel Wilson. Shout out to you. So who knows going to be coming on. But before anybody gets on, I just want to give, again, a very, very special thank you to everybody who has supported me over this 4-year period. You know, the journey of this channel has been quite interesting. As you guys know, I had an old YouTube channel, which is now rebranded as David Patrick Harry. You can find it. It's a premiere or a featured channel now on my Church of the Eternal Logos channel. But as you guys know, I would create graphics. And in fact, I can even show you guys a little bit of what that channel looks like. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that real quick. So here I'll even show you the backside of that channel. But, you know, that channel was about creating graphics for Terrence McKenna, Robert Anton Wilson, Timothy Leary, Aldous Huxley, Alan Watts, this type of thing, New Age spirituality, psychedelics, all that type of stuff. And it took me a year and a half to get 20,000 subs on that channel. It's taken me 4 years to get 20,000 subs on this channel. But I'll tell you what, it's so much more worth it. This channel, the relationships, you know, like that channel has been the old channel has been losing subscribers for months and months and months. And, well, actually years and years. I haven't posted content to it until I just recently started posting content to it. But, the relationships, you know, it's so crazy. I just filmed a conversation with Jonathan Paggio for his channel, which should be coming out sometime next week. He mentioned, and that was with Father Turbo. And I set up a convo because for those of you who saw my last conversation with Jonathan Paggio, the only one that I've had, he mentioned that he wanted to meet Father Turbo and have a conversation with him. And so this whole journey has been so surreal because I did a stream a while back on oh, hey, shout out to First Person Q, gives 5 memberships. Thank you so much, First Person Q. Thank you so much, man. Let me flip this over here so you can see some of the people that are becoming members. Shout out to First Person Q for helping me out and gifting 5 COTEL Crew memberships. God bless you, brother. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. And so, oh, Keenan, bro, Keenan, if you want, man, message me on Instagram. I'll send you the link. You can join too if you're free. First person Q, thank you so much, brother. I truly do appreciate that. What I was saying was, it's surreal. This past Tuesday, I was a guest on Jonathan Paggio's channel, introducing him and Father Turbo. And even Jonathan had me lead the conversation. That video was on Orthodox aesthetics and iconography. And I did a video on the Jordan Peterson phenomenon a while back and talked about how Jordan Peterson, that 2016 period with Trump getting elected, Peterson speaking out against some of the mandatory pronoun stuff in Canada, his appearance on Joe Rogan, how this was such a cultural tidal wave and that there was a real ripple effect. Jordan Peterson, who may be joining us later, right? So I'll just put that out there. We may be seeing an appearance of Jordan Peterson on this stream tonight. So again, count your lucky stars tonight. So I think Jordan Peterson is going to make an appearance. But my point being is he had a real cultural impact in people, especially even becoming Christians and then especially becoming Orthodox. And that was usually due to an introduction to Jonathan Paggio. And so how everything comes full circle is just unreal to me, because this channel just reached 20,000 subs. I have been busting my butt for 4 years in regards to trying to create content, but it's a journey. I look back on some of my early videos on this channel and it makes me cringe. I'm like, ugh. And I think I'm going to private some of them because so I don't want to mislead anybody with misinformation. And I was in a very different place spiritually as a person when I began this channel versus now in September of 2023, where I'm getting ready to turn 34 years old. 34 years old on September 22nd, Friday, September 22nd, 2023. I'll be 34 years old. And I look at my life. I'll be getting married. I have a beautiful, wonderful fiance, the type of woman that I've been praying for. I've been waiting for. God has blessed me with that, and I don't deserve it. I don't deserve many of the blessings He's bestowed upon me, and I'm just so appreciative. I've been a bit reflective, a bit nostalgic, looking at my life, and I'm just kind of awestruck. And so, even though 20,000 for compared to like my old channel that has 77,000 or whatnot, again, it keeps losing subs, but it means nothing. That whole channel means nothing compared to this Church of the Eternal Logos, because I put my blood, sweat, and tears into creating content. It's my own research. It's me in front of the camera. It's me putting my ideas out there, and it's me taking some of the brunt. I mean, I just did a stream on, the hit pieces. I've had 3 hit pieces on me. I've had to deal with repercussions in regards to my PhD program. But I look at this next year of my life, and I finally I see the success of this channel. Again, I remember when I went full time, and Dr. Mo will be joining us, and I can't wait to talk to him. But he was with me when I had it was 200 subs on this alternate channel that I called Church of the Eternal Logos. And I told him, I was like, man, yeah, I think I'm going to stop making videos on my old channel, which was my sole source of income. And I was going to show you guys. Well, here he is right here. There he is. My man, my brother. What's up?
Can you hear me all right? Is everything coming in okay?
I can hear you.
Yeah, cool, man. Hey, pleasure to be here, sir. Long time no talk.
Dude, thank you so much, man. I'm literally was just talking about you, and you're the only person that has seen this whole growth of, whatever this channel is. But you were with me when I told you, hey, you know what? I'm going to start doing this full time. I was with you when I told you I was going to create 3 videos a week. Back then, I just recorded 10 to 20, 40-minute long videos. And I remember we were sitting there and I was telling you about, Jay Dyer, and I was familiar with his stuff. And I was trying to tell you about how I was really looking into orthodoxy, and it's just crazy, man. That was over 4 years ago that we had those conversations. And so it's surreal, man. God has been so good. And I was just talking about, now I'm going to be 34 at the end of this month. I believe my goal is to finish this doctorate. I should finish it in May, this coming spring. I got my YouTube channel. I'm going to have my fiance. I'll be married. And it's like God's providence, man. It's a wonderful thing.
Isn't it, man? Really full circle. I remember, right? You showed up for the ceremony and you're like, man, what do you know about Orthodoxy? I'm like,
well, why don't we tell that? I've told this story, but I've never shared with anybody who I was with.
Yeah.
What ceremony are you talking about?
Yeah, our ayahuasca ceremony, right? So what we met, I found your stuff maybe like 2015 or 16 when you were Fractal Universe. I was down that McKenna rabbit hole, and all that New Age stuff like Jung and Nietzsche, and glory to God, he used all that for good on both of us. And yeah, I remember you, right? We kind of, I think I shared some of your stuff and we chatted on Instagram, and started.
You were bodybuilding back then.
Yeah, well, I think I did my last show in like 2012 or 13.
Okay.
So I was kind of, no, like that might have been what was probably my Instagram was about at that time. And yeah, we started chatting and I was like, hey man, you do, what kind of psychedelics have you done? And so we started chatting about that. And I'm like, hey, I got a hookup down in SoCal, bro. Let's meet up. We'll go meet the shaman and see what's good. And it may have even been when I picked you up at the airport, you're like, what do you know about I think you may have mentioned it previously.
Yeah.
And Logos, and probably at that time you were saying Logos, right? You meant the drinks.
I was not, but I do know what you're talking about. Yeah, because Michael Jones was popping off. When was that? I think that was 2018, 19.
Yeah.
Right around.
And you're like, what do you know about Orthodoxy? I'm like, well, dude, I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic grade school 4 days a week. Grandparents said the rosary. I'm like, dude, like, no, there's not a whole lot there. But what Logos? What do you know about that? In the beginning I'm like, what are you talking about? And I really kind of wrote it off. And obviously you were in this state of like, man, I don't know what I'm going to do. Right. You had, your dissertation, like you're still worried about Berkeley. Yeah. California's following you. This is before COVID. Yeah. Right. This was September. No, August.
No, this was July.
End of July 20th. Right, you had stuff in your relationship trying to figure out what you're going to do. You're like, man, I just need to talk to Mama I and get some clarity.
Yeah, I told you. Well, I was kind of share whatever you feel you want to share with your own personal life, but we were kind of in similar positions. And I remember I came to you. I was like, man, I can't work at the university. Had to end the relationship with my girlfriend at the time. We were together for like 3 years. My mom got sick, she has a rare form of like muscular dystrophy. I don't talk about that. I think that might be the first time I ever said it publicly. And I told you, I was like, man, dude, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with my life. And I told you that, because we knew each other from my old YouTube channel. And I told you, I was like, man, I don't think I can keep making those videos. And yet that was my sole source of income. I was making thousands of dollars a month through ad revenue on that old channel. And I was like, dude, I don't think I can do it. And I started talking about Logos, and you were already we're coming back to Christianity too. Yeah. And I remember we were listening to like Hillsong worship music on the way there.
You were all, you kind of turned me on to that too. And I mean, whatever, God uses all things for good. And it was a time in our life that was a bridge, even Terrence McKenna stuff and Alan Watts. I mean, I remember when I was kind of agnostic atheist and Alan Watts quotes, for which good works are you going to stone me? Not for being God, or not for good works for ye being God. And Jesus is quoting the old Psalms. And, he has that New Age idea of Jesus, but it at least kind of like got me back on track, for as much as how much demonic stuff happens in that whole New Age movement. I mean, to be honest, on my end, it really gave me at least an idea of spirituality for those materialistic people to kind of be like, maybe there is something here. And also, luckily for me, I had taken ancient Greek philosophy. So I took Socrates and Plato, and we was talking about the Logos. I'm like, divine animating principle of the universe. Cool. I mean, Christianity. What do you like? No, man, it doesn't really work that way. And you're like trying to explain it to me. But at the same time, you're like, I don't really, I don't know, man. There's something here. And obviously, we can talk about the ceremony, but you went full tilt. Like after that, like, you're done. Like, I don't even think. Did you even have 200 people? You may be being nice about that.
It was small. It was real small. Yeah. And I remember, again, it's funny, if for anybody watching, they probably heard me share aspects of this story, but I've never given details. So this is the true skinny. I was with Dr. Mo, And I tell people, remember I was taking ayahuasca and the stuff stopped working. I remember that literally happened. You were there with me. I told you I was taking as much as possible. And I told you, I was like, man, my message was I had to be a builder and Christ was a carpenter, and it was time for me to build and stop consuming. And I told you, I was like, man, I'm going to do this full time. I'm going to move home. I'm going to live with my parents. I'm going to help them out. I'm going to take my life savings. I'm going to live off of it. And I'm going to create a new YouTube channel. And I told you this is going to be my out instead of working for a university. And that was that was a little over 4 years ago, dude.
And dude, you had it. I look at the timing on that. Like the message again, God uses all things for good. The message came at the right time. COVID hadn't hit. You know, the woke stuff was like on an upswing, but right, COVID was just gas on that fire at the end of the day. Just the university. I mean, look at San Francisco now. Holy cow! Like I still go back to SoCal every once in a while, and San Diego when I moved there in 2013 compared to now. You know, everyone talks about LA, everyone talks about San Fran, but dude, San Diego is a beautiful city. You go downtown, it was nice, it was clean, and it's full of homeless people downtown, you know, all on drugs and stuff. So it's sad, but you know, it shows us that if you're seeking for truth, you know, I think we've chatted about this. How much of that is the prayers of our parents, our grandparents, the saints? Like I can say many of the times that I did psychedelics afterwards, I'm like, wow, something was watching out for me. Obviously, it was Christ and God, but I honestly believe it was through the intercession of the saints and the prayers of my parents, the prayers of my grandparents. And you see this stuff work. In Orthodoxy was the first thing that kind of made sense of all that. You know, it molded, like you're saying, you're like, Michael, you get to keep the mysticism. I'm like, dude, I've been to Catholic church. It's lame. It's dry. It's ugly. It's like, and like what my other option is going to this non-dom, but I mean, whatever. You know, I feel good when I'm listening to Hillsong. I put my hands up, and they got girls here. So you want to go to this Orthodox church? You know, I talked about this at Agape meal today. The hardest part about Orthodoxy is when you realize it's true.
Yeah.
And you're like, this is gonna be. I gotta go to church. I gotta fast.
I gotta change my life.
Yeah.
I gotta go to confession. Oh, dude, no joke, man. Hey, that's what. Yeah, we had at coffee hour today. We were talking about some of the stuff, and we were talking a little bit actually about. Somebody brought up a few of the hit pieces, and we were chatting about that. And I mentioned, you know, what they said, and one of them says I'm a grifter in Orthodox. This was again according to Sarah Riccardi Schwartz. And it's like, yeah, you make a lot of money pretending to be Orthodox because everybody's like jumping at that. Now, obviously, it's growing. In regards to its popularity and exposure due to people like Jay and Father Deacon and Patristic Faith and all the different priests, Father Josiah, Father Jarmus, Abbot Trifon, Father Peter Hears, all these different people. But, you know, it's not like this is a super lucrative career, but it's the truth, man. And we've talked personally about, like, as men, what's more important than, you know, whether again, whatever happens in the future or whether I'm able to even create a real life or sustain a family with this, but it's true. And I believe it and I live it. And it's like, there's nothing more powerful than that.
Yeah. And I mean, the proof's always in the pudding of how much more money were you making shilling Terrence McKenna videos? You know what I mean? Like, where would you be at now if you piggybacked on the back of all that new age stuff? And I mean, you just see it in Burning Man. Like I was in that culture. I lived in Southern California. Encinitas is like, I'd say one of the real big hubs. I was in Santa Monica, West Hollywood, all that degeneracy. And those people all play the worldly game. So they have money. You know, they play that game. So you want to talk about being sponsored and like running a podcast and how you could get really big donors is like playing that game and talking about, you know, things that are counter to orthodoxy. Right. So I remember, dude, you struggled with that a long time. Like, what am I going to do with this channel? Dude, I got 70,000 people. Makes us,
at that time, it was like 90,000.
Yeah.
And I was close. I was almost getting to the 100,000. I was making good money every month. And I was like, you know what? I don't think I can do this anymore. I just felt totally conflicted with like where my heart was going and like getting to the place where I actually believe that Orthodoxy is true, the true religion.
Yeah.
And then what do I do with that? And that was tough. Hey, we got another brother hopping on. What up, Andrew?
Hey, how you doing, man? How's it going?
What's going on, bro?
Give me a second here. Let me pull you guys up on stream.
Yeah, no problem.
It's my first time on Streamlabs, so we'll see how everything's coming in okay on my end too.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Michael, go to settings and check your audio and that your
Oh, is it on my
microphone's
right?
connected.
Yeah, I want to be on my.
Because it sounds a little bit distant, and I was thinking maybe the microphone wasn't selected.
You know what? It's probably using my.
Did it switch?
Yep, there it goes. Now it's a lot clearer.
There we go. That's what
Yeah,
we want.
yeah,
And
yeah.
pay top dollar for these bad boys, you know?
Yeah, you better use it, man. Make sure you get the setting right. But yeah, man, you've seen the whole thing, and I remember when I first started, and it was like a year into it, and I think I had 1,000 subscribers on Church of the Eternal Logos, and you're like, man, you inspire me in regards to how much content you create.
Yeah.
Like, you're serious about doing this thing. And I was like, man, I'm telling you, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And then slowly but surely, it kept growing, even though it's not anywhere near, what my initial expectations were. I thought I'd get 20,000 in like 2 years, maybe 3 years. It took 4 years. Just like I thought I was going to get my wife, earlier than I did. It takes a while. It's got all God's timing, and so he keeps forcing me to be patient.
Well, religious content's throttled in the algorithm.
Oh, that's a good point too.
When they're looking at political content, they promote leftist content and they promote left-wing content, pro-LGBTQ content, and then anything which is advertiser friendly. You are not advertiser friendly. I mean, look at the things that you talk about. You talk about things like transhumanism, religion, masculinity. These are all things which are hated by the YouTube algorithm. Whereas in alt platforms like TikTok, you'd probably do very well. Here, you'll be throttled every chance you get. Your channel should be a 40, 50K channel, but notice that the algorithm never picks anything up that you do.
Right.
Well, that's on purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't even have.
When I went and made a clean channel, right?
Yeah.
When I made a clean channel, the first 3 clips I posted had 300,000 views in 24 hours.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Before the algorithm forgot that I was Andrew Wilson.
You gotta shut Sky up. You get vegan gains back on, man. That's what's boosting your algorithm.
Yeah, maybe.
I want to give a special shout out to Well Emmanuel for renewing his membership. He's been a COTEL Crew member for 6 months. Thank you so much, Well Emmanuel. God bless you, brother. Thank you very much for the support. Yeah,
well,
dude, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, how much the things around you have grown too, right? Like, when did you develop your relationship with Andrew and Jay? And it's just it's got to go through the trenches for a little bit. And to quote our good buddy Terrence, right? You got to find the others. How much of that's building an online community to build a message and bring more people to Christ. And really, at the end of the day, if that's our goal, it is a little weird niche, and it's also a niche that's been unexplored. Like Andrew's channel too. How many debate channels really are there? Especially in that way.
There's not very many anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, there's never been very many either anyways, because they usually fall off. Debate channels, generally speaking, fall off after about a year. So, and this is because, well, the host gets burned out. That happens a lot. I think mine is particularly unique because I debate on my own channel quite a bit, which is not something that is typically seen. And then I also have tons of other content external to debates. When I first started and told people what my idea was for the channel, they laughed at me and said, you can't actually have a debate channel and be doing this other content because you might ostracize other creators or they won't want to come on the program. But actually the opposite is true. It's about the most highly successful debate channel on YouTube at the moment. It's definitely the fastest growing. And I do other content that's external to that, which I think is just as good. So,
yeah, your channel, man, the engagement, your skits, the AI stuff you do, dude, it's top tier. And I know how much effort you put into your work. And I would venture to say I would claim you are the best debate channel out there in regards to the platform and the quality of debate. Even though sometimes it's not as high tier as other debates, but dude, you guys are killing it over at the Crucible, and I know how much work you put into everything.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I'm glad that I'm glad you guys are doing okay. So it looks like you're kind of climbing up in the subscriber department, but yeah, it's going to be a grind for you, where it's not going to be a grind for other people. that's the roadmap that's in your way, is that you're going to have to be your own marketer, because YouTube is never going to be. YouTube's never going to help you. YouTube's never going to do anything for you. In fact, they hate you. They hate everything about you. They don't want anything to do with you because you don't do your nails and talk about little kitties and stupid shit like that. They can't sell you. You know what I mean? That's the problem, is that they need to be able to sell advertisers, and nobody wants to advertise with you. Why? Well, because you're talking about stuff that's relevant, and they want you to talk about skin cream. So
true.
That's why they're over at my channel. That's one thing I've tipped my hat to you, right? You're popping out, multiple content several times a week. I'm fortunate enough on my end because I'm in health. Like, I have a couple of videos that do well, like Andrew's saying, they're advertised on. I had a methylene blue video I made like 2 years ago go to 100,000 views in like 2 weeks, probably because an advertiser found it. And then I made more money off that too. And it's part of this game of selling your soul to play. We were talking about that at Agape Meal today. Really, it's like, how far do you go? And I mean, how many ethical dilemmas have you had since the beginning, Patrick? Just, trying to figure out how to monetize everything. And then that's a whole other thing. Subscriptions. How do you make money off this? How do you stay true and not sell your soul and not selling skin cream? And that's monetizing is a whole other game. Anyone can sit down and create content, but what are your QuickBooks saying? How do you be supported so you're not going and stocking shelves at Kroger?
Right. Well, and that's where Andrew's actually given me a lot of good advice in regards to turning into a business. Because I mean, Andrew, one of the things that I really admire about what you do is, certainly we're in different lanes in regards to types of content, but the amount of engagement you drive, it's incredible, dude. Like you get tons of engagement on your content, and yeah, and so you've given me a lot of good advice and things that I could do to step up my stuff, and it's actually helped. Like, again, if it was for you that said, hey, you need to start doing open forum topic panel discussions. Oh, okay. People love those. And so it's amazing some of the the back end stuff that you've talked to me about how to actually turn this into a business.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of what I've done, because I came from the private sector, I'm not like some web head. I got into this by a complete accident, and I ran a business successfully for many, many years. I ran a gun shop for many years. It was very successful. I mean, relative to what it was, it made money, which is hard for a business to do, right? So
right.
I always treated streaming, when I decided that I was going to be serious about it, like a business. It is a business, and that's how you have to look at it. If you're going to grow it, you're going to grow your platform, and you're going to reinvest a lot into your business, right? So every single time I do a stream, I want there to be some kind of improvement, no matter what, even if it's tiny, but something that's viewable, that people can see. You're obviously improving, you're obviously reinvesting, you're making higher and higher quality content and this kind of thing. And so for me, that's always been the challenging part, is like, how do I always go forward with that, right? How do I always make things just a little bit better than they were the last stream? And I mean, we've invested pretty heavily in equipment. You can't tell on this camera because it's my backup camera that I'm using to join you while I'm streaming on my channel. But if you watch from the main channel, like, the lighting is great. The studio looks wonderful. Everything is basically pitch perfect. And so we just kind of continuously improve the show, and we're never going to stop doing that. And I do think you need to treat it like a business. And I think that since you've started doing that, treating it like what it's supposed to be, you've seen it grow like it's supposed to. And I think most creators have trouble marketing themselves. Like, you are the product, right?
Yeah.
You have to market the product.
Yeah, that's been something that I want to make sure that people realize. This is a business. I'm trying to make money, yet I'm not trying to make it feel like I'm trying to sell people something all the time. And so for me, the number one goal was to earn people's trust. And so, again, major thank you and shout out to everybody who's watching right now, because the goal is to create quality content, put enough effort into it, which I did for multiple years, that, I'm trying to do something that provides value to other people. And I'm not just trying to, just get you to send me money or one thing or another. I want it to be like, hey, if he has something to say, I may disagree, but at least I know he put effort into it, and I know he's an honest person.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's like all you can really do. You know what I mean? I'm still fucking with the lighting on this stupid second camera. It's pissing me off. I must have messed with this dumb thing. I got a new one coming. You know what I mean? Because this one just makes me look awful. But, well, I mean, whatever. I guess it's part of the same continuous improvement I'm talking about, right? But yeah, I think this is the uphill battle that all of you guys have. So I'm in a totally different niche. I don't make primarily religious content, though I do talk quite a bit about religion. That's really not my content focus. So it's a little, in some ways, it's easier for me. You guys, though, yeah, you have an uphill battle. You're hated by everybody. Everybody hates the Orthodox. Catholics hate them. They have a lot of money, a lot of influence, a lot of power. Protestants really hate them. They have a lot of money, influence, and power. And we don't have very much of any of those things. Very little money, very little influence, very little power. So the parts of the places that we do have influence is always online. That's where our influence centers really are. And they're just constantly under attack. We can't say half the stuff other people say.
Right.
You know what I mean? We can't say half the things other people say. We're not even allowed to do it. So, or they'll just shut you down immediately for stuff. You know, you can go over to another channel, though, and they can talk about all the different ways you can have your gay orgy sex. And that's fine, right? But don't you dare say that having gay orgy sex might not be good for you. You know, off with your head, right? That's this space, dude.
So what's with this backup camera? Made by Jim Bob says, who needs a whiteboard when you have that camera?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't know what the deal is. It's pissing me off.
Is that what you have to use tonight? Don't you have a panel tonight?
Yeah. And this is the cam going over there. But it's, I don't know what the deal is, but it didn't look this bad earlier when I was messing with it, but it looks like shit now.
It's all good.
Yeah.
One of the things while you guys are here, I was curious to get your response from. I don't know if you guys had seen the governor of New Mexico. Again, this was what I was waiting for when Andrew came on, because I know his background in firearms as well as your wife.
Mm-hmm.
But let me bring this up for everybody, play this clip, and maybe we can chat about it for a few here. Bam. Okay, let me get the audio connected. And so for those of you who aren't aware, the governor of New Mexico has suspended the First Amendment. And here's her talking about it due to a health emergency.
Yeah. But your point is valid.
You took an oath to the Constitution. Isn't it unconstitutional to say you cannot exercise your carry license?
With one exception, and that is if there's an emergency, and I've declared an emergency for a temporary amount of time, I can invoke additional powers. No constitutional right, in my view, including my oath, is intended to be absolute. There are restrictions on free speech. There are restrictions on my freedoms. In this emergency, this 11-year-old and all these parents who have lost all these children, they deserve my attention to have the debate about whether or not in an emergency we can create a safer environment. Because what about their constitutional rights? I took an oath to uphold those too. And if we ignore this growing problem without being bold, I've said to every other New Mexican, your rights are subrogated to theirs. And they are not, in my view.
Wait a minute. Okay. You're talking about crimes. There are already laws against crimes, so how are their rights?
I got it. But again, if I'm unsafe, who's standing up for that right? If this climate is so out of control, somebody should do something. I'm doing as much as I know to do.
Madam Governor, do you really think that criminals are going to hear this message and not carry a gun in Albuquerque on the streets for 30 days?
No. But here's what I do think. It's a pretty resounding message.
So,
yeah. But your point is valid.
You took an oath to the Constitution.
So, anyways, interesting stuff there. It makes no sense at all. She admits that the same people that are committing the crimes aren't going to abide by the stupid law that she wants to put forth. But Andrew, Dr. Mo, what are you guys' thoughts about New Mexico and this governor that is?
Well, I mean, this is typical. So I talk about this all the time, that there's no such thing as a right. If you believe that you have rights, you're fucking stupid. You've always been stupid. You've never really thought about this problem. There is no such thing as a right. That this is not, this is a social construction that's completely made up out of our brains, and we pretend like this piece of paper has ratified something which it has not ratified. There is no real right to anything. And we see this all the time with politicians, because kind of this libertarian mindset of, I have rights clear up until they violate your rights, right? Well, you run into the kind of this massive problem there, don't you? And this problem that you run into is, well, what does that mean? Like, in what way could you be exercising your rights where they violate mine? I could think of 100 examples where it seems ludicrous, but like, I'll use this example a lot. Do you have the right to get up on your roof near a school? If you live near a school, pull down your pants and start masturbating. Do you have the right to do that? Right. I think in libertarian land, they think you do have a right to do that. Right. You have a, okay, whose rights are you infringing on? Right. But clearly, society doesn't want that to happen. And I don't blame society for not wanting that to happen. So kind of this New Mexico governor is just kind of ratifying what everybody should already know, which is that you're under a mass delusion of belief where you think that you have these rights that you've never had. And the constitutional right to own a gun has been whittled away. We started with the entire cake, and then going back to the 1913 Weapons Act, they went and they started to whittle that down. And then with the machine guns, they whittled it down again. And then when it came to the Brady Bill, it was whittled again. 1970s, it was whittled again. You know what I mean? Just ongoing. They've taken, we had the whole thing. And when you compromise with the left, there is no compromise, right? We had the whole cake. Anything that we compromise from there is just them taking a bigger piece, right? A bigger piece until you end up like Australia, where now if you do imports into Australia of guns and they even fit into what their version of the ATF considers a gun mold that just looks tactical, even though maybe it only fires one shot, the gun, you know what I mean? But if it fits inside that mold, you can't have it, period. And the United States, our gun rights been being whittled. And so, yeah, none of this shocks me at this point, dude. Right. Like, none of it.
Yeah. And it's all really subjective, really, at the end of the day. Like, I think they purposely keep all the rules and laws subjective. Like, what is an assault rifle? It's like, that's not even an assault weapon. That's not even properly defined. And so the same thing she's saying, like with the Constitution, she can edit what it means at any moment to her personal agenda.
That's an assault lighter.
Yeah. Got my assault pen over here.
As long as you assault somebody with it, right? Then it's an assault lighter.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's like the entirety of classification for firearms has always been stupid anyway. And they play on people's ignorance. The left is a master at gatekeeping language. And so what they do is they use the fear factor behind things like assault weapon. There is no such classification. I'll give you some other classifications which are completely fictitious. A sniper rifle. A sniper rifle would be any rifle a sniper's using. Yeah. There's no such thing as an allocation for a rifle, which is a sniper rifle. There's just no such made up. Okay. Yeah. And then video game terminology went ahead and really promoted this, right? Because inside the video games, you can pick the sniper class and get the sniper rifle, right? It's like, it's just a rifle. You can snipe, you could be a sniper with any rifle. You know what I mean? It's the most absurd thing that I've ever heard. Classifications for submachine guns, classifications for rifles, what you would consider a battle rifle. Most of this is all complete bullshit. None of it is true. But the public consciousness is very easy to delude, and it's very simple to kind of dive in and begin to change the language and how people use the language when they look at these things. And so then you end up with this kind of bizarre stuff like this.
Well, and the use of safety. That was the thing that kind of cued me in when she was talking about, well, what about the people who don't feel safe in their constitutional rights, in the exchange, this continual exchange between safety and freedom? Go into Germany, for example, the socialist system. Now, half their income is taken through taxes, but the safety that they have through their sort of socialist oriented structure, they don't have as much freedom. They can't homeschool. They can't have guns. They can't. The litany goes on and on and on. the list that they can't do. And that rhetoric of safety appeals to the sort of feminine sentiments in our society. And I think Miss Andrew Wilson, welcome, sister. She can speak to the female mind and how it's constantly pursuing safety. And it's on men really to make sure that we promote freedom. But I mean, that window, as Andrew's saying, it's closing, and it's been a facade for a while.
Yeah, well, I always say that it's really like the greatest irony ever that the people who want women's votes, who want, total universal suffrage, and they want women in government, are the people who tell me that the reason they want that is because they want freedom and democracy. And I'm like, well, the best way to completely eliminate freedom and democracy is to put women in charge of everything, because they're the ones that support the welfare state. They support the national security state. They support security over freedom every single time. Like, this is a really easily provable thing if you just look at voting stats. If you look at like the last, I want to say 40 years of election data that we have, not a single Democrat would have been elected without the women's vote, pretty much.
Yeah.
If you want to know what the real swing vote is, that's what it would be. Everybody's always focused on like, oh, we've got to get the independents, or we've got to get the black vote. And it's like, you could get the whole black vote. It wouldn't even make a dent if all the women are voting Democrat like they tend to do. So it's not even just like a blue team, red team thing. It's just that anytime women have a choice between, more security, the nanny state coming in to make things safer, or giving people the option to try to do that on their own, they're going to choose to mandate it every time. And you saw a lot of this with the lockdowns and the mask stuff that was very heavily supported by women. And
I don't mean to cut you off, but just recently, the only people I've been seeing wearing masks have been liberal women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're the ones still wearing it. And every governor, they'll be like, why don't you support Kristi Noem? Why don't you support this one, that one? And even the ones who've been on our side have turned out to be a total failure. Kristi Noem had a chance to do something about the trans agenda. She didn't do it. She backed down. And this governor of New Mexico, she's a woman, so she's like, well, if there's an emergency, poof, your rights are gone, so it's like, if you care about rights, if individual rights and liberty are your thing, universal suffrage is the fastest way to make sure that goes away. Sorry, like, I don't like to be the bearer of bad news. Don't shoot the messenger, but that's kind of how it is. But by the way, big congratulations on the 20,000 subscribers. Yay!
Thank you so much. Well, part and parcel to you and you coming on and doing some amazing streams with me. So I appreciate that. And you and Andrew, everybody, Dr. Mose, out of everybody coming on, and I've known him the longest and probably the closest, and I'm his godfather. But I really appreciate your guys' friendships, Rachel and Andrew. You guys have been really supportive, and I really appreciate everything.
Oh, we feel the same way. I mean, we always talk about
Wait, we do? I don't even like that guy.
You son of a bitch.
He's the one don't let him fool you. He's the one going, Patrick's my guy. That's my dude. If Patrick was here, I'd say, what do you think about this? And he'd be like, I agree with you, bro. And then we'd have a beer and then we'd punch each other. Like, I don't know, but he doesn't really say all that. But he's always talking about how great he thinks you are and hoping that you do well with everything. And, we've all met up a few times in real life now and gotten to spend time together. And so that's been really great. My favorite part personally about doing all this craziness is all the great people that I've met. And you're definitely up there on the top of my list of one of my favorite people that I've gotten to know and work with through doing all this stuff. So very happy to see you doing well.
Oh, thank you so much. And you guys as well. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to definitely help Andrew with that backup cam. I don't know.
I don't know what the hell happened, but it just,
You just look overexposed like crazy. The background looks great, but you look like
because
crap.
it's because the lighting that's set up for the main cam is not set up for this cam. So, and I don't know that there's anything I can do about it.
There's probably not much you can do.
So anyway, except wait for the new camera to come in. But anyway, I don't even care about
that.
Not that bad. I do care about this though. I care about the fact that you are trying to kind of forge a coalition to kind of move your message out and this kind of thing. That's why I think that those panels are such a good idea. It does seem like you have gravitated more people in to kind of push and maneuver your message. And I think that that's ultimately a good thing.
Well, I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Yeah, trying
that's
to,
a good thing.
and that's where I want to, obviously the whole point is to lead people to the Orthodox Church and go to church. I'm not a spiritual leader or anything like that, but trying to think about pragmatically in regards to business, how to create content to appeal to non-Orthodox people. I mean, so I've been thinking about fitness stuff. I've talked with you guys both privately. I've been thinking about doing more fitness stuff, and thankfully my fiance, she loves fitness. She loves going to the gym. We could potentially do that stuff. Talked about masculinity, but yeah, trying to figure out where exactly I can bring people to the church, but not be redundant and constantly doing Orthodox stuff. Just because it's a small market, not everybody's interested in that.
Right.
And I don't, there's plenty of people. Jay knows a lot more about church history and canons from the councils and stuff like that than I do. So I just try to stay in my lane and do the things that I'm familiar with and what I'm good at.
I think that you are doing the stuff I do, because I'm kind of like that too, where I don't do like Orthodox content necessarily. It spills over when you're Orthodox, it spills over into everything you do. There's nothing you
it's a
can
lifestyle.
It's who you are. It becomes, it's part of your identity. It's what guides your whole life. So it will spill over into anything you do. But me being in this, like, I'm not a red pill person, but I end up doing a lot of red pill crossover stuff and talking with, people who talk about feminism and stuff like that. And all of the, like, when I look at the men who are in the manosphere, there's maybe 2 that I actually respect, who I think have any sort of answers, who do anything besides black pill people, right? So I always think to myself, like, man, this giant sea of young men looking for like some kind of father figure, some kind of person to look up to, a big brother, somebody to guide them. If you look at the red pill content, it's like Andrew and I were laughing our butts off on the way home from church, listening to some guy who wants to debate Andy. And he's like, oh, let's take a look at his content and see. It was so hilarious. It was embarrassing.
Gosh.
He and 2 of his friends are helping give men advice on how to choose cologne. Yeah. And then telling them to spray it on the girl's car seat so that when she goes home, she'll smell you and she won't know why she's smelling. And we're just like laughing.
It's like magic tricks on them, right? Like, that's what you have to do to get girls. Cologne.
Yeah,
cologne,
he's like, it's a little manipulative. It's a little manipulative, but you got to, you spray it under her car seat, and that way when she turns on her heater, like, she'll just smell this smell and she'll just think of you, and she won't know why.
Well, you have to understand, though, this is all due to paleopsychology.
Yeah.
Right?
Evolution.
And, as you understand,
evolutionary
the paleopsychology. So paleopsychology is a grift word and grift phrase, which is utilized by this particular sphere in order to convince you that they have some expertise, right? Just like all of these pseudo intellectual psychologists who are always running around getting their asses kicked by me all over the internet. This is the same thing with the paleo psychologists who have gone out of their way to come up with a brand new credentialist system where what they do is they focus on these kind of innate characteristics which all men have, and so their psychology is only set a certain way. And if you know these secrets, you can exploit them in order to make the woman open her legs for you. This is their kind of thought process, and the whole thing is it's disturbing to me in a lot of ways, because a lot of them do believe this, right? They get taught this bad info by the next guy, by the next guy, by the next guy. And one of the frustrating things about listening to their podcasts or even engaging with them is that they say, what I teach men is blank. And I'm like, why would you teach a man how to do anything? You're 110 pounds and you look like you still live at home with your mom. What the hell? What are you talking about? Right? Like, what are you talking about teaching men to do? Like, who are you?
I know. Well, that was going to be my point, was every time I see these people, or any time that I get young men that ask me about, where do I find a wife? How do I become less of a simp? Where do I start to turn my stuff around? I always point them at Patrick. I'm like, because Andrew's got this old cranky dad energy that we all love.
Yeah, he is the
But-
cranky dad. That's
but
hilarious.
And some of the young men need his get off my lawn energy, to be perfectly
It's
honest.
true. Yeah.
But then they should go over to Patrick, and he's going to be like, listen, brother, here's the way. This is how you improve. And you do actual like work one-on-one with young men and things like that. So I think, like, when I think of your content, I think you're the alternative to the red pill that I would like to see. So if you guys don't know, I've been kind of pushing him that way and trying to like get him in there, because I'm like, these guys are telling young men, get a vasectomy, and never get married, get a surrogate if you want to have children, like some of the crazy stuff that they're saying. Yeah. And it's very atheistic. It's very evolution based, and it's very black pilling and hopeless. And I don't think most young men really want to like follow that. So I'm always like, go watch Church of the Eternal Logos. And that's where you'll find actual hope, real advice, and a good role model and a community. So go there instead. That's what I tell young men.
Well, thank you so much. And you guys have been so supportive. I really, really appreciate it. Chase Haggard, who I invited to come on, but I guess he's too good for us, says, Andrew's like the grumpy uncle I wish I had.
He's busy in the bathroom shaving his facial hair into a cross at the moment.
He's busy practicing his Tsar St. Nicholas impression.
Yeah. Yep, except that he doesn't smoke a pack a day like Tsar Nicholas. But if he did, he would almost complete it. He is almost as short in person as Tsar Nicholas was. So I think
was Tsar Nicholas short?
Well, I mean, he is in this analogy.
Yeah. Well, poor Chase is going to have several days to get nothing but crapped on by Andrew coming up soon. We're all making a little pilgrimage over to Zen Shapiro's Orthodox wedding next month.
God bless him and his wife. That's amazing.
Yes. They did the legal one already, but they're getting their church wedding, and that's going to be great. And Chase is going to ride over there with us. So he's going to be trapped in a car with Andrew.
Oh my God.
For 4 hours there and 4 hours back. So
jeez.
Everybody pray for Chase. I was like, this is gonna be great getting Zen, Andrew, and Chase together at the same place. It's just gonna be a beer drinking contest, and how many times can we call each other gay? That's basically
oh man, I wish
it'll be a whole weekend.
I wish I could be there.
I know,
it's
like it would be perfect for you.
I know,
you'd be right in there doing the same thing.
Well, that's what Andrew and I basically did in Nashville, is find every action or way that we could then accuse the other person of being a homosexual.
Yes.
Which, by the way, I feel like I won. I just want to let you know.
That's what a gay man would say.
It's a lot of fun. I just kick back and I just observe. I'm just like a little fly on the wall just watching this stuff. It's nonstop entertainment.
It was fun. And shout out to Chickenfoot. He was a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
We had a fun time in Nashville. We had a real fun time in Nashville.
He doesn't exist. I don't know who you're talking about.
I don't. Well, the idea of Chickenfoot.
There you go.
Man, that's an inside joke I'm outside of, huh? Chickenfoot.
Well, he's somebody myth. That's on. He's friend. Yeah, he's part of Andrew's entourage.
Yeah, he's a show producer, but he does value his anonymous status. So I tend to keep his status as anonymous as I can, like I do most people. There's a lot of people who want to keep their identities intact, and I've never once revealed anything about anybody who didn't want it revealed, because I understand what the repercussions of that can be as an online personality. It's not fun, you know what I mean? At all.
Nope, we've had our fair share of it, but I don't know what you did, Andrew, but suddenly you look fantastic.
I wouldn't go that far. Yeah. I wouldn't go that far, Miss Andrew Wilson.
I had to change the front lighting around a little bit on the fly.
I'm the only person in the Crucible chat who's allowed to simp, because I simp for Andrew. So everyone else gets a timeout for simping, but I get
they're allowed to simp for me too. That's
See exactly what a gay man would say.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that sounds very woman jealous energy coming off of you there, Patrick.
Okay. Hey,
throttle it down a little bit. Just calm down.
I'm not
bro.
here to judge. I'm only here to try to point you in the right direction.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll just
Fair
wait
enough.
until Bayes Lit Analyzer shows.
I
and
know
then
BLA,
that'll
BLA
just-
Chase. If you guys
it'll
are
just
still,
triple the energy.
dude, BLA said he's coming on. I'm not sure when.
Yeah.
FDA had said in a couple hours, so that was more around 7 o'clock. He was going to be free, and Jay was going to hop on at some point. And I believe Jordan Peterson said he was going to stop by and have a conversation with us. So
Soy face.
Man, I was wanting to meet him in person. This is going to be great.
well, you'll be able to, you'll be able to, and as your godfather, I'm honored and humbled to be able to introduce you to such
I
a
can't wait.
fine intellectual. So.
I have seen him on here before. I'm interested to learn about morality and what God means and how to.
Well, it depends on what you mean by morality and God.
Depends on what you mean.
Yeah.
No, you got to do. It's a little bit more Kermit the Frog.
You
Just
have
that
More
depends
Kermit.
on what you mean by the you know what I mean.
You're
I
terrible.
can't do it, but
You can't
it's
do
it's
it.
terrible. His voice, Jordan B. Peterson's voice, is awful. It's very Kermit the Frogish. That's all.
Well, I'm not going to say anything because I sound like Sarah Palin mixed with Lois Griffin from Family Guy, so I really can't say anything about anyone's voice. It's very
I hadn't heard
unfortunate.
That's a funny combination for sure.
Those are my only 2 impressions I can do because I already kind of sound like them. So that's it. That's my range that I'm stuck with. I can't do all the cool Jim Bob impressions or all the cool Jay Dyer impressions. So
I'm terrible at impressions. I try to be funny. And when I do some of the,
Yeah,
the
he
review
does.
videos, I try. But I'm not an impressionist, that's for sure. Jay BLA, he does good impressions.
Yeah,
I
he
do
does.
not.
Yeah, we were just talking about I had him on my channel last and we were talking about like hot chicks from 80s movies. I don't know how it ended up on that. It's just we go on wild tangents. And we were talking about who's the actress who was in Romancing the Stone, blonde chick, Catherine. The chat will probably know. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but he was like, she sounds like me. And I just about died laughing because she did have like a very deep, husky voice for a woman, and she would smoke all the time in the movies. So now that's all I can think of whenever I hear his voice is her. I bet someone in the chat knows. You guys,
hilarious.
who was that actress who was in Romancing the Stone? She was in one of the Indiana Jones movies, maybe. I don't remember. I'll look it up. Anyways, I've derailed it.
Thank you, Moldy Apple. He says, DPH, your kip is good. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Kathleen Turner. That's who it
Girls
is.
like guys with skills, Napoleon.
That is pretty good.
Like nunchuck skills, fighting skills, wrestling skills.
It's like I always love it when you do like the Valley Girl voice.
Shut up, Kip.
Shut up.
Like Patrick will be talking and all of a sudden he'll switch into Valley Girl mode. That's always hilarious to me too. You can tell he spent some time in California talking to those girls.
Oh yeah. Jeez. Well, ask Dr. Mo. He's the one that he's the refugee here.
He's
from
like,
California.
no.
He's the SoCal refugee. He's found shelter in a faraway land called Idaho.
Yeah, man, it's that transition, and I mean that in a place that I live, not my gender, has been awesome. It was a very, it sucks. When I first moved to California in 2013, it was pretty legit. And then, but I remember coming from Southern Illinois, I moved with my first feminist, and just having
both of those states suck, dude.
Dude, tell me about it. People tell me about Illinois versus California. I'm like, Illinois is California without the beach. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Same prices, parking, policies. To be honest, though, like, I fight for this small town. Like my hometown, 3,000 people, really conservative. It's just all been rigged by the governor in Chicago. I mean, I think one of the elections, they won 3 out of like 110 counties. It's so corrupt over there. And like, all the governors end up going to jail there. Obama came from there. It's terrible. So,
California used to be paradise on earth. And then it was completely and totally devastated by the infestation of progressive lunatics who have been flooding it since I was a kid. I mean, I grew up in Santa Rosa, California, Sonoma County area, and that was a paradise, man. It was a literal paradise. I mean, the weather was always perfect, even in the wintertime. And progressives came in, destroyed all of the equity. They basically they acted like carpetbaggers from the Civil War. And they went in and they bought up all the property. They jacked all the property prices up, and they destroyed everything. They just destroyed everything. And then on top of that, you know what the bastards did? The hippies got in there and they decided that they were going to start doing cross-pollination. I don't know if you guys know much about cross-pollen, but anyway, they did this horrific cross-pollination program, and everybody's allergies all over California started going crazy, right? Like people were choking half to death all day long from these cross-pollination programs. And they just ruined the state. The progressive element, anywhere it goes, it just destroys everything. It can't help itself. And it always goes to the nicest places to live. That's why conservatives have to end up moving to the Midwest and to these, literal glaciers that we have to live in now, where it's always snow-packed and snow-covered and freezing cold, or it's ridiculously hot and you can't go outside because it'll scorch your skin. We have to go there because anywhere that's nice, they just come and ruin it.
Yeah, look at the monastic life. Like when I'm like, okay, I got to get out of Southern California. Where am I going? Okay, Tennessee, Texas, Florida. Unfortunately, as a naturopathic doctor, I can't be licensed there. But those states are turning blue. And then I looked at, okay, where do the people who are leaving California, where will they not go? Right? I mean, they'll go to Austin. They'll go to Nashville. They probably won't go to Middleton, Idaho. You know what I mean? They're not going to go to a place where there's seasons, where you have to have a 4-wheel drive, where everyone likes hunting, where there's open carry. So when I looked at the landscape, I thought, okay, I think Idaho, Montana are probably going to be maybe the last that will eventually be completely infected. I mean, my hometown in Southern Illinois, they have furries. My hometown has 3,000 people in it, and it's 50 miles from St. Louis by interstate. But my high school has furries. Like
that's what we're dealing with.
There is no place to get away from the scumbag progressive element, period.
No,
the scumbag progressive element is everywhere, and it's insidious, and they don't care if it takes 30 years, right? Yeah. They will gradually begin to change the culture, and they usually do it through just incessant bitching. The truth is that it's just constant, incessant bitching, and for some reason, men constantly fold like a cheap chair to the incessant bitching instead of saying, hey, you know what? Why don't you shut the fuck up? Right? Why don't they? That's what we should say. We should say, you know what you should do? You should shut your mouth because we don't care. That's what.
Did you guys watch the My Pillow guy? Did you see the My Pillow guy?
It did the lawyers.
Yeah.
During the deposition.
Yeah. I was like, good for him, dude. Yeah, no, he was
Mike Lindell, he was giving it to the lawyer that was giving him a deposition. It was kind of going around Twitter. It was pretty funny. He did not give a shit what that.
But yeah, and Andrew's point, that's kind of the issue, right? We've talked about this all the time. Like the feminine energy's job is to shit test men, and men fold. And to me, I'm using like a water, and a woman's like the lake, and the man's the dam. It's like she's pressing on the dam, and if the dam is weak and breaks open, then the feminine energy is just everywhere. The masculine completely useless, and then the feminine's like, look at me, I'm a freaking mess. That's what's going on. And I have a buddy who's a federal agent. He just got out of the Coast Guard, and I just like chatting with him and the corruption that he sees. He's down in El Paso, and what is it going to take? Like in the year 1900, were there Russians at the Russian Orthodox Church who were at agape meal and like, yeah, things are kind of bad now, but do they know, like, at what point is America going to wake up and be like, wow, no one's joining our military, our police force is really, and I appreciate people that do that. I appreciate, my friends are cops, but no one's joining. No, there are no real men joining those positions anymore. Like if China invades like Southern California, can you tell me? Or if we would go to war with Russia, like those guys fight bears. Like who are we going to send? The purple-haired transgenders from Orange County? You're going to go to the beach and you're going to fight the Russians who are, on PEDs. They're on like 5,000 milligrams of testosterone a week. And we're going to send a purple hair from San Jose to go fight them. Yeah. At what point do we be like?
Well, why would
I send anybody to go fight? And I want Russia to take over California. No, I'm joking.
As long as they
why would real men
You're
You're going to be
Why
in the
would
next
real
Euro
men
News
join
article,
a
Andrew.
police force now? Men don't want to join the police force or the military
Oh.
because now they've got some lady diversity hire who's their boss or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they
Yep.
have to go to diversity training and sexual harassment training and sensitivity training. And if they look at someone wrong or say something wrong or do something wrong in the presence of a person of color who's also handicapped or anything, you know what I mean? You can't be a normal man now without risking everything that you have. So masculine men are checking out of all that stuff. They don't want to
Well-
be in the police force or the military or the government or anything.
And not reproducing those men either.
I feel like we have to now be on our best behavior.
That's what I was going to say,
Like,
guys.
little-
No way, he's drinking.
Everything you wanted to say, hold it. Bite your tongue. Welcome, Father Deacon Dr. Ananias. God bless you.
Hey guys,
How are you?
Congratulations. Good to see everybody here.
That's a mouthful. I'm just going to say Eric. So
Can you do that? Is that allowable?
Is it? Can
Call
I?
him FDA. That's what
you
Jay
could
does.
you could give me clergy
All
permission
the
right now to say
president
it.
calls me
It's Chase.
Uh-oh.
FDA.
Man, things are getting really gay. We
FDA.
need more girls.
He
on
did
here.
it. He did do it. I'm telling you, he did. He
Yeah,
did.
sorry,
He was wasting his time carving his facial hair into a cross as usual.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't able to really pay attention. I saw you guys had Count Dracula on here earlier, and it was really distracting. It's a really pale dude. And I was trying to enjoy the stream. It was tough though.
Hey, how many booster seats are you sitting on right now, Chase?
Right now,
Yeah.
I have like 2 dictionaries.
Hey, honey, can you hop on eBay real quick and scoot Chase a high chair so I can see the top of his face? That'd be great.
I only
Honey,
need like
already
2
got
high
him
chairs.
A booster seat for the trip. I already got him a.
Well,
So
he
that
can
we're
see out the
seatbelt
window. He
compliant.
can see out the window. Yes.
Yeah, I don't really get comfortable seeing out the window. We got to stick under 30 miles an hour. I meant to talk to you about this. I'm too light. The wind starts blowing me around and stuff.
Somebody say boosters. Womp, womp, womp.
Yeah, I'm glad I caught this. I just saw your text, Patrick. It was funny. I was coming home from liturgy and teaching Sunday school, which is eventful. I got to talk to you later about it, Father Ananias. And then I saw my friend
first day of
playing
Sunday school.
Yeah, there was drama. I've already started drama being a Sunday school teacher, not with the students.
No.
The students love me, but there was a thing about abortion, and I was like, no, like it's never okay. And they're like, well, I'm like, okay, like talk to the priest. The bishop told me to do this. I don't know what you want to say. But
Did you have Did you have high schoolers?
yes,
High
yeah.
schoolers.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
you see Made by Jim Bob's
it was really cool because
comment?
Father Russell. I don't know if you guys had this.
Big Patrick or Harry.
Choose one.
See, the problem is we all have 3 names.
Yeah.
True.
The issue
me.
too,
Except for
what a lot of
Chase.
people.
Chase, you need to get a 3.
Yeah, I know. I got to get a 3rd name, but I was going to say a lot of people don't know that Patrick, his birth name is actually Ricky Bobby, and then he got sick of Talladega Nights and Will Ferrell kind of stealing his thunder, and he goes, "Okay, what's an original name? David Patrick Harry." Okay.
That's
if
true
I had
story.
a dime
That's how
for
it
every
came
time
about.
I heard somebody call him David Patrick Henry, and I'm like,
Every time. Well, the video that's going to come out, my interview with
Calm
Jonathan
down, Henry.
Paggio,
Calm down, Henry. Relax.
That's what they kept saying with Jonathan Paggio. And Father Turbo knows me. And he said my name correctly before, but Jonathan Paggio introduced me as David Patrick Henry. And then I think Father Turbo then wasn't sure anymore. And he called me David Patrick Henry. But it was on Paggio's channel, so I didn't say anything. I just
You should change it to David Patrick Harrison III.
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound better?
that has a ring to it.
Make it really.
I remember growing up,
IVBV
everybody,
sound.
the joke was, "Oh, you must be a presidential assassin." Everybody has 3 first names.
Yeah, that's a great joke, dude. Thanks, Mr. Fed. Yeah.
I have a chatter right now who's asking if anybody has money to spare for a homestead in the middle of nowhere. I said, I think the Bears do. I think they could do it.
only $400 you can get a campsite.
Yeah, for $400, you could also.
I'll take a photo of a piece of land and send it to you for $400.
There you
Yeah.
go. There you
I
go.
feel,
Yeah,
I
but
feel,
That's
I feel
more
like
than
they
a
can
lot
help
of
you
them
out,
got.
man.
Speaking of Bears, I sent I sent David my video of running into the bear yesterday. That was kind of cool.
Yeah.
You ran into a bear? Did you fight it?
Yeah.
No, you gotta pull a Sarah from Sarab on that one. Come on.
Take him home.
I was expecting a zinger out of you.
I tried to ride him like Putin does.
He was writing.
Oh,
He was trying to think of something, but it just fell.
Well,
The whole thing
I'll
fell
tell you, a
flat.
zinger today was pretty cool. Yeah.
Okay.
I had a zinger today. Was kind of cool going to liturgy. So normally I go with my subdeacon or I drive myself. And there was a lad at our church who was at the conferences, and he had got a flat tire last night, got it fixed or patched up, and I'm trying to get my miles down on my lease. So I was like, hey, why don't we ride down? And we're driving, and I hear this thump, and I was like, I didn't see anything in the road. I'm like, are you sure they patched your tire? And so anyways, sure enough, the tire goes flat. And you know what that's like in Montana, right? It's like there's no reception out there.
Mm-hmm.
So we get out and we're looking for a spare tire. And he says, I don't have a spare tire. I'm like, what, are you crazy? We're out in the middle of nowhere. If it was winter, we'd be dead in 15 minutes. So it just happened to be that I was going to call AAA, and I'm like, what's AAA going to do? They don't carry spare tires.
Yeah, what's their name?
like,
Adam Anderson Adams? What is that? Is going to be in a David Patrick Harry situation again? 3 names, AAA?
Yeah,
Hey, you
I
want
wouldn't
to
call
know
them either.
something? I just thought of something. Once
What's that?
DPH gets his PhD, he'll be DPH PhD.
Or you should just go by DPHD.
Anyways,
PhD. Sorry to derail your story.
long
Go on.
story short, I called a set of parishioners were driving up the road and were able to rescue us. By that time, I had actually found where the spare tire was. So, but I was texting Father Russell. I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna make it to liturgy. But because the parishioners showed up, I made it in liturgy. And I was like a dirt all over me and everything. It was total like Montana clergy, right? Here I am, dirt all over my cassock and grease all over my hands and stuff. So, but just shows you that I was thinking about if that poor kid had driven by himself, he'd still be stuck there. And just all the different pieces that came together, the parishioners at the right time. I got signal for just a second to tell him I'm on this road, right? So it all just kind of came together so I could make it to liturgy today. And I was just thinking, I'm like, those are special days when it's really hard to get the liturgy and you make it. I mean, I came in with so much joy today. I was just like, praise God. Like, we made it. Bear yesterday had to fight. So here's the story about the bear. We'll just make this up. I had to fight the bear. Had to break down a car and put a tire on and get rescued. And you just got to make it like really dramatic, right? Even though if it's not.
You're orthodox.
So Andrew, I apologize. Andrew, you listening to me?
He's got all the lag. Are you listening?
I got caught. I was listen.
Forgive me.
To be fair, the new Baldur's Gate came out, and I've been playing it a lot. And so sometimes I get sidetracked, man.
Yeah. Well, what's your class, Andrew?
I'm not telling anything to you, Jay.
What's your class?
Just stop digging for info. You're always looking for private.
I'm a bard.
Every time
I'm
I
a
talk
bard.
to you. Yeah, you can't get me to reveal information because you're willing to.
Okay? All right, that's fine. That's fine. Who's your main companion?
Again.
Yeah, you're hanging out with Gale, Anastarian. I know you're hanging out with Astarian.
I'm so tired of these wild accusations.
What are you guys talking? I'm so.
These are just video game characters of a game that me and Andrew are playing. Yeah, we're just talking about a dumb game.
Anyway, what's up?
I play a game. It's called. I play a game. It's called Mind Games. Huh? Anyways, I tried to watch it.
Is this with Matushka?
That's the only game I play. Mind Games up in here. Forgive me. I tried to watch the debate yesterday. I had a hard. What's that? Yeah. Hey, keep it down. He's back there. I tried to watch the debate yesterday that you had.
Mm-hmm.
It was hard.
Oh yeah, that's
hard thing to. Do you guys ever get that where it's like?
It's supposed to be.
Do you have that similar experience? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna sit down. I got my drink and.
Well, Father Ananias, what you don't understand is I don't believe in ontology of anything at all, but I'm going to make declarations about things in the external world and ethical systems, and I believe in correspondence theory. And the snow is white. If the snow is white, what is white? There's no ontological status of it. It's simple.
And as long as I'm saying nothing. We can all agree on that, right? We all agree on that.
And you got to say it really. You got to talk really fast. That I don't understand.
It's try to seem intelligent when people don't actually have any understanding.
It's because they're on massive amounts of Adderall.
That's what it seems
like. It's the Adderall.
Well, wow. To be fair, that is a vitamin requirement when you're a vegan is to take Adderall. So that's that's been my personal experience. Having hosted dozens upon dozens of vegan debates at this point, I am 100% positive that they have to take all of these different vitamin supplements as well as Adderall in order to keep their diet in balance. That's just
if that's what we have to do to save mushrooms, that's what we have to do. Okay, it's just Adderall.
That's right.
Yeah. Andrew, what do you do when you're moderating a debate and it's just insufferable?
He did a good job. Andrew, you did a good job.
Well, it's never. So the thing is like, so in my department, my job is to bring like, so it's hard when you're setting up a debate because there's a lot of people who they just want an academic debate, right? They want like a timed, almost IRS type of debate where you're learning something or this type of thing. What I try to always move towards, and I do those debates, don't get me wrong, but I always try to move towards what the actual underlying insanity of even both sides could potentially be when I put these worldviews together. So in this one, the reason I did a 3 versus 3 is because I wanted an offset on the right and left for each side. So I had Vegan Gains on the left side of the panel, the vegan side, but I put up Alex PWF, who's a manosphere guy, right? He's not even really inside of the debate sphere as such. He's not like a philosophy bro or anything like this.
Definitely not.
Yeah, so he was kind of the offset there, but he did a surprisingly good job against Gaines. And then I had Corinth and kind of his offset, and then Jim Bob and Synth. They're both offsets of each other, right? He's like, you could think of Synth as like dark Jim Bob, right? Like if Jim Bob, if you take all of the things about Jim Bob, like Jim Bob's a super stable family man who speaks clearly and concisely, and he really resonates with you, and people really like him. And then if you insert Synth, he's the opposition to all these things. People hate him. He turbo talks, no chill. You know what I mean? Just like he's the opposite. Like an evil doppelganger. So I try to put these things together for this type of class so you can see all those worldviews at once. And it's sickening and fascinating and brutal and hilarious and sad all at the same time.
You can't look away. It's like a beautiful ballet of a car crash.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Well,
I loved the Synth versus Jim Bob thing last night. I was like, they were just, one would call the other one stupid, and then the other one, they were just like trading insults the whole time. It was pretty fun. And then we had Vegan Games pitching his OnlyFans, which is
he does it every time.
So cringeworthy.
Did he challenge anyone to a fight? This debate?
Beautiful body.
Nobody flexed.
He did a lot of flexing. He did a lot of flexing. And then we found out I flexed also and found out my muscles were much larger. And I think that was shocking to him.
Yep.
So there was that. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, too, the audience wants to talk to these people. They want to talk to these different ideologies. So that's why we make the audience participation. It's almost mandatory, right? We need you guys to be talking to these different debaters to get your worldviews across. And in that case, like that debate went all over the place, and I kept it on track where it needed to be on track. But other than that, I want people to see what these people think. You know what I mean? What's in their brain, what their process is. that they want prisons for bears, that they want, you know what I mean? That they want trials for animals. And then, you know, maybe on the other side, maybe the other side's a little too callous when it comes to the treatment of animals. Maybe, you know, that's what I've been often accused of, is I'm too callous about that. So I think both sides of how they think, I think that that's very important for people to see. So
yeah, I want to see the trials. I want to see them sit down and go, Mr. Tiger, when the gazelle ran, how did that make you feel? And then and where did you bite the gazelle?
Yeah.
I want to see the Freudian analysis.
I just want.
Yeah, right.
Their grape trials are going to be fun. Yeah.
I just
like,
want
imagine...
Andrew to name the. Andrew,
I want to see
yeah.
how they're going to handle animal consent to mating.
Yeah, so I can. It's a trait nobody on this panel has. It's called being handsome, and that is what allows me to
what a game is. Man, the propaganda Rachel floods you with is something else.
The propaganda, yeah. The psyops are deep, man.
It's my fault.
She's really run you in a rat race.
In those days, people who are ugly will call themselves handsome, and those handsome will call themselves ugly.
Andrew, you ever asked yourself why there's no mirrors in the house that you have access to?
It's a real pile-on in here. It's almost like a weekend at Patrick's, you know? It's a real pile-on.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny is people are actually starting to. You kept making jokes that I'm short, and somebody was like, "Dude, are you short?" Like, I'm 5'10". Andrew's barely taller than me.
Yeah, no.
And now I've just leaned into it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like a tall, like 5'3". Now I just started leaning into it to people now.
Well, I did hear that Chase is going to dye his hair blue, and I think that's necessary.
Did you say the mustache?
No, the mustache is going to be red and white, and then the hair is going to be blue.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Red, right, white, blue. Yeah.
The females in Orange County will love that, man. You got to get up to West Hollywood.
Yeah.
Looky here. Look. Speaking of handsome devils.
Hey, I heard you guys were talking about gaming. I wanted to call in as Michael Lindell. We were talking about gaming for a while. I love game. Did you know that Satan invented gaming? What's up, man? Congratulations. 20K. I'm even more raspy than usual. What's up, everybody?
Thank you so much, brother.
Just smoked 8 packs of cigarettes. I'm Bay's Lit Analyzer. How you doing tonight?
Yeah, the thing is, BLA was sitting in the back watching and just chanting Patrick just to get himself hyped up before he came on.
Bay's Lit. I've been wanting to ask you. I've been meaning to ask you to do this. Can you say that you want some French fried potatoes and mustard for me? I would love that.
I'd like some French fried potatoes and mustard.
So earlier today, when I was on my way,
hang on. I'm gonna say I'm gonna ask you where you're going with that lawnmower blade. You know what you have to say, right? Hang on. Where are you going with that lawnmower blade, Bays?
I've been sitting here doing AJ impressions in real life for like 37 hours straight, so I'm a little bit
37 hours straight. Oh my gosh! So I was on my way. I was on my way back from church to my house, and I saw my buddy out in his backyard, and he was playing badminton. I hadn't seen him in a week or two. Parked my car, walked over to his house, went over. He was watching him and his brother were watching his nephew and his niece. We hung out a bit. We started playing Monopoly, and then we started adding subtle manipulation to the game. And by the end of the game, we were all sitting there going, "Yes, well, I would like to trade you, good sir, North Carolina Avenue for your railroad there." And it ended up all of us just trying to like gang up and take down and financially destroy the children we were playing with.
When you arrived at your friend's house, you were carrying flowers for the family, and they said, "Thank you for the flowers." And you said, "No, these are my walking petunias." But
it's funny, every time I do a southern accent, I slowly devolve into a very eloquent businessman that maybe or maybe not has some blackmail and pictures of you and your missus going down that old alley there.
You need a white suit and a cane, bro.
I know, right?
Yeah. I feel like you could pull off the Colonel
Sanders.
That's what I was getting ready to say. He needs a bucket of chicken.
Yeah, I do need a bucket of chicken. That's correct. That's correct.
I disavow.
We got another BLA. So another 3 name. By the way, you would make a great Tom Waits impersonation too.
Just basically anybody with a raspy voice. I heard the Kathleen Turner comment.
Yeah, you sound a lot like Kathleen Turner.
How much did you sell your hair for?
$33 at a lion's paw handshake.
Well, I made a deal for the monkey's paw. It hasn't worked out too well.
No, I made a nice weave.
A tumbleweave.
That's right.
So Patrick, what's next? Now, I know you talked about it briefly, but I was coming back from doing some business ventures and taking on some children in Monopoly, and I missed most of the talk there. But what's next after 20K? What can people expect from you? I know that it's probably going to get into more, talking about just how much better you are than other people, how you thank God you're not like those ortho bros online, things like that. But beyond that, the obvious stuff. What's next?
Hang on, Chase.
I'm talking to Patrick. I'm talking to Patrick.
A bunch of stuff.
This is a private conversation.
He missed
Andrew.
a bunch of stuff. He forgot that he's gonna walk around and show his wife off.
Can you mute this guy?
He's gonna flex inside of the show often. He's gonna give grooming tips to all the metrosexuals. Right? You forgot all these things.
Andrew.
Yeah, I think he's still
you gotta
talking.
let
It's
Chase
fine.
finish his Adderall. His
Yeah.
Adderall's gonna
Well,
work.
I gotta go. This guy's still talking. Yeah, sorry. I gotta go. Sorry about that. I had something. So Patrick.
Well, you're unmuted on my stream. How do you like that? Huh?
Can you do that? How do you do that?
Yeah, it's done.
You can't do that. I'm
They
not
can't hear
muted on
you.
your stream.
I got nothing.
You don't have the power.
Nothing.
Who gave you the
Can anybody
power?
hear? Can anybody hear Chase? Nobody can hear him.
The power of the babe.
But what's next, Patrick?
Well, the goal is, besides the continually distancing of myself from you guys, would be
We know this is a farewell stream to us and your relationships to us. Yeah.
I do feel like he's been mucking it a bit. That's true.
Hey, he's 20K now. He's a big deal. If you ain't got 20K, you can't hang, bro. Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
Sure.
hey, Andrew's the one that gets hundreds of people live, so it
true.
depends on what category you're using.
I mean, the gay boys just flock over there. I mean, that's not
that's
much of a
that's
flex.
true. It is. It's very. I've
It's a
been
homosexual
questioning.
wonderland.
I got close playing that game in West Hollywood. Thank God.
Such
I only did it a couple
Jezebel,
times.
such Jezebel energy. There's going to be a Jezebel Protestant exorcism that happens for you for that Jezebel demon, right? Sorry.
I'll go one way or the other.
I think the only thing different.
I hope we all just go one way, but maybe you, bro.
Bigot.
We don't go
Easy,
one
bigot.
way.
Easy bigot. Bringing that California energy.
Yeah.
I
Homo,
told you
guys
guys
mine.
this is what it's like when they all get together. Now you know I was not exaggerating.
It's not what it's like. It's Andrew trying to order a bowl of steak for 10 minutes with the person on the phone not understanding. I still have that video. I sent it to you, right, Rachel?
Send it
No,
to
I want
Patrick
it.
on Telegram. It's so funny. You should play that video. It was
Yeah,
hilarious.
send it to me, Chase. I'll
Yeah,
play it.
I'll pull it up and find it. And I posted it on Instagram, and I did the meme of, "Is this one of your toughest battles, Lord?"
Right,
Yeah,
I
let me-
remember.
Explain the context.
All right,
Chase.
I won't explain it. I won't explain anything. Well, I'll explain it real quick. Just we were all hanging out. It was me, Rachel, Andrew, David, Patrick, Harry, Jay, Jamie,
hilarious.
and then a couple of my friends. We were all down in Nashville, and we were at this event. And then we were just trying to order food, and Andrew was being nice and ordering everybody food. And then Jay just wanted a bowl of steak. And it was a very emotional, spiritual battle for Andrew to get through.
Yeah.
It's
So,
intense.
well, okay. Let me tell.
Wait,
the
wait.
story.
I just have a question. Can you make?
Let
this
me
a
tell the
meme
story.
if
I
God
had
exists?
just saved a
Wait, before you- I have a
child
question.
from
you
collapsing
did
in a
forget
bus.
that part. I'm just saying, you forgot that part.
Chase, I have
Yeah.
a quick question.
You're
Can
always
you make a
trying to
meme
really
that
Yeah,
knock
Father.
down. You're trying to knock me down every chance you get, Chase.
Andrew had just like slipped, and a glass was gonna fall from his hand, so he did a backflip in slow motion.
Maybe you
and
can
then
tell
caught
the
it.
story better
and
if you
then
can see it
winked.
eye level with me, Chase. That's the whole problem here that's going on. So.
I
Sorry,
just want
Father,
to know
what
if
were
you
you
can
saying?
make a meme that says, "Can you make a meme that says if God exists, why come I can't order a steak?"
If God exists, how become Andrew?
Yeah, how come Andrew?
Yeah.
Well,
you know,
exists, how come Andrew Cohen left his panel?
Checkmate.
Well, I have a real
I'm gonna
special
run
treat
with
for you
the
guys.
Dracula meme though. I'm gonna keep
That was
one.
hilarious. That was hilarious. But in regards to these more expansive theological, philosophical questions, I think our next guest, you'll be able to levy these questions at him, Chase, and that is the Dr. Jordan Peterson
All right.
here with us.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Peterson.
Hello, Dr. Peterson.
He's not
Hello,
looking so
all. I wanted to congratulate you first on your 20,000. You know, that's a big deal. You know, you've worked a lot, and I actually think you worked with my friend Jonathan Pajou. Is that correct?
I have. He's a wonderful man. He's very kind.
No, Boomer Peterson, you have an echo, just so you know. You want to take care of that before you disgrace our panel with more of your psychobabble?
Don't stream in the bathroom.
Take care of the echo.
Yes, Mr. Peterson, it
That's
did.
great.
No, now you're really quiet with an echo.
Oh,
Now you're just quiet with an echo.
He just it evolves into just squawking.
Well, I guess this does answer the question of who's going to cancel who, doesn't it?
I wanted to tell you about my trip to Burning Man, if that's okay.
We'd love to hear about it. Did you get wet?
Well, yes, it was like God cried on us. You know, it's like I went there for a transformation because someone told me about a lobster washing tent that they were going to have. And I showed up and it wasn't actually what I thought it was, if you know what I mean.
wasn't the animals they were washing,
What were
was
they
it?
washing?
Well, I'm not going to get into it, but you could pay a membership to my website, and I have some specials going on over there.
Well, wait,
But
I bought that membership to that website, and there's
Yes, I
nothing
know.
there. There's nothing there.
Yeah, me and Andrew went in on it. It costed $2,000 for the year, Dr. Peterson. And you told me and Andrew that, wait 1 second, Mr. Peterson. You told me and Andrew
Yeah, don't
that
cut
you
him
would
off,
get
Peterson.
us. Yeah, you told us we would get direct access to Kermit the Frog, Big Bird, and that you could get us in the room to have a conversation with Ben Shapiro's left shoe. And you haven't done any of it.
And it was only for $400 too. So what the
yes,
hell?
that's the lesson.
Whoa,
I will
Doctor.
take that as a laughter of familiarity.
Oh man, I didn't see it coming, Chase.
This
I'm
is why we
enlightened.
paid for it, Andrew.
Yeah.
I told you it was a good investment. This is gonna,
Oh, man.
Doctor, continue.
That's what I had a quote. I think it was Abe Lincoln who said, "That which you own owns you." To the mode of being at which you're connected to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well. Now hang on. Now I'm pretty familiar with Abe Lincoln quotes, and I'm pretty sure that out of all of them, that is the finest, Dr. Peterson.
Yes, thank you. I'm finally getting. You guys are giving me a lot of pushback, you know, and I'm used to it. Do you guys have any particular questions for me?
Yeah, I have a couple, if you don't mind. I was just wondering, how's everything going on X for you these days, Mr. Peterson?
Yes, that's a good question. I mean, I've kind of turned it into sort of an open-ended journal. You know, I've been doing a lot of like haikus, trying to get back to my poetry.
No, he was referring to the Xanax issue.
Oh. Right. Well, it's benzos, bucko. So not the same.
Is your daughter still classified as a skank on Twitter?
Well, we're all a bit of an e-skank if we're all yes, wouldn't you?
Dr. Peterson, I saw you did an interview with what is it, Oliver Anthony, the Richmond, north of Richmond. How'd that go?
Yes, yeah. Well, I saw that he was a little reluctant to join the one world government. And so I was like, well, I've got to get in there and encourage him, you know. I was trying to get him to understand that, you know, selling out is just some sort of figment, you know. You ought to jump on the train, bucko, and get it while it's hot. I'm not sure he's going to listen, though.
It's unfortunate.
Dr. Peterson, I did. Dr. Peterson, I did want to talk about You remember how we were going back and forth between a couple of emails about like 4 weeks ago after me and Andrew signed up for the membership?
Yes.
So I was just curious because I know everything I asked you, you responded in a haiku. And it's just, I don't remember the exact one, but there was one where I asked the question about, you know, is Christianity true, or like, what should I do with my life? And you basically just talked about different colors, and then you kept repeating the word eggs in various haikus. And I think it's just because I'm not ascended enough and I don't understand. I was wondering if you could unpack that for me. Me and Andrew have been racking our brains about this one.
The reason that went out to the two of you is because you both have decoder rings. Obviously, you're not using them.
I got it. Yeah, I got it right here.
Yeah, green, red, blue, green. Green, green, red, blue. I don't understand what's so confusing.
Well, now, hang on, Dr. Peterson. I was a bit confused. Can you tell me again? You had a great poem. It was a roses are red, violets are blue poem. Can you repeat that for us?
Thank you, Randy West.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm starting to cry. Who knew? You knew? Listen, again, I don't want to take too much of your time. Big shout out. You know, let's see the support in the chat. You know, I love the bottom guy in the blue. Base lit analyzer. You do great work, Bucko. Keep it up.
Base lit analyzer.
He said it, not me.
I've been trying to interview with you, you know, but I'm a bit scared.
I'm gonna analyze that poem for 3 hours on my channel. It was excellent.
It all goes back to Shakespeare, Dr. Peterson.
Well, no, hang on. That was an Abraham Lincoln poem, sir.
That's right. I've been looking into orthodoxy, but it scares me if I can't treat it as a technology.
That's true. That's true. You can't do that.
No, I just want it to be like a little heuristic I can have on my tool belt.
Hey, Dr. Peterson, since I know that you have signed with Daily Wire, I didn't know if you had Ben Shapiro on speed dial. If you could call him in, maybe we could ask him a few questions.
I'll tell him this is going on. I know he hates Christ, but we'll see if he jumps on.
Guys, I actually, including you, Dr. Peterson, congratulations, David Patrick Harry, on your 20,000. Thanks for letting me on tonight. I actually got to split because I have to do this panel here in about 20 minutes. But thanks so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, brother. And thanks for the dono link. I just want to give a shout out. Andrew helped me out and got the dono link. And I have that right here. If anybody wants to donate, you can use the dono link. And you need to
so I can steal his money.
Yeah, exactly. So you can make Andrew rich while you give me a few pennies.
Andrew, I did send you that video.
Great scam.
Andrew, I did send you that video on Discord if you wanted to show it real quick. I did send that very scandalous video of you struggling to order a bowl of steak.
Andrew trying to order Jay plain steak. That was incredible. Yes. So you guys probably all know Jay does like the carnivore diet, and he showed up and he was super tired because they had been like driving all day or something. And
he had been yelling at people all day.
Yeah. And so he had to go. He's like, I'm going to go lay down for a minute. And we're like, do you want some food? And Andy's like, yeah, I'll get you whatever you want. And he's like, yeah, I just want plain steak. Sounds simple enough. Turns out it's not so simple to order just plain steak, apparently. So there's
you gotta send it to Patrick so that he can play it real quick.
I sent it to you on Instagram, Patrick.
All right, I'm pulling it up right now. Okay, here we go.
I can text it to you too if you want.
No, this will work. People will be able to see our private messages, but so be it.
I wanted some
all
private
these
messages.
The news is
premium
out.
case.
Just Alex Jones in the top.
Okay, let me get the audio set up here. Okay. All right, so here's Andrew trying to order steak for Dyer over here.
There's one person here who can't have anything except the meat. So I just want one bowl that has steak meat in it. Or, a container of some kind with steak meat in it. Or like a fajita salad that could just have steak in it? Yeah, just steak. That's it, though. Just that. Just plain steak with nothing else.
Okay. So would it be an appetizer or a taco salad burger?
No, just the steak. That's it. Just by itself. Yeah, whatever you call it whatever. I just want a bowl with some steak in it, though. Yeah, just plain, because there's one person here who can't have anything.
That was about 8 minutes of that.
Yeah, it was bad.
That just went on and on and on for like a long time.
It was absurd. It was literally like 8 minutes, and then the last I was like, okay, this is too funny. I'm gonna grab this for a second. But it was 8 minutes of that, and Andrew just battling the hardest spiritual battle of his life.
Well, before you start recording,
to get like 3 different people. She would be like, okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna get my manager, and then the manager would, okay, what?
Well, I made this horrible mistake.
Yeah,
I made a horrible mistake because I was like, you know what? I want to get everybody dinner tonight. You know what I mean? So,
which was very kind of you.
Yeah. We call when we're ordering everybody dinner, and of course, Dyer's like, you can only eat meat, and that's it. You know what I mean? So I get the burritos fine, but then this just plain bowl with just the steak in it, nothing else. This was beyond their capacity to understand. And by the way, when we finally did actually go and pick up the food, they still put all of the meat in a tortilla shell. They still did that. They still did it.
Before you start recording, you said just meat, just like that, and they go, okay, so like a taco salad.
Yeah, taco salad. Like, no,
So
bowl of meat.
So like steak with like a bunch of other stuff on it. No, just the steak by itself. So steak like with some lettuce or like some, and we were just like, no,
so just steak and cheese, right?
Just steak and cheese. No.
and the issue was that we were all fighting, just like bursting out laughing, and then every once in a while they would hear one of us like chuckle, and they would think Andrew was pranking them. Like you could hear it. They would be like, okay, well, I'm gonna get my manager after they heard someone laughing. Like, dude, this is simple.
It was the bowl that threw them off. It was the bowl. They couldn't understand the bowl versus
they literally were like,
when you
so
said
like a
plain
taco
steak.
bowl?
Yeah, when you said plain steak, they were like, it doesn't come in a plane. It comes in an Uber. That's a car. They're not get a plane. It's got a steak.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. Have a great night.
All right, later, brother.
Have a good one, Andrew.
Bye, Count Dracula. I'll see you later.
Yeah, Count Dracula.
Mr. Bob.
Hey, hello, everyone.
Yeah, what's up, Jim Bob?
Hi,
How's
Jim
it going?
Bob.
Congrats. Congrats
thank
from
you,
a real
brother.
person, not Jordan Peterson.
Hey, I appreciate it, man, and it's great to see you're killing it, dude.
I'm trying. I'm under the microscope. I have 2 strikes, so it's.
Oh,
been
you got
tough
2
'cause-
strikes.
Yeah, I can't like keep up my streams because I don't know what YouTube's gonna do to me.
Right.
So I have to wait September 29th. Those fall, and then I'll be saving stuff again. Yeah.
Well, I don't. The thing that stinks is that it's not even so much. Oh, I don't know what YouTube's going to do to me, because you don't violate any of the terms of service.
Yeah.
You don't say anything crazy or anything stupid and like hateful or anything. It's a certain community of people that just want to silence you, which is funny and ironic
not
because
such a bad idea after all.
well, the funny and ironic thing is that those people in that community, they'll tout how their person is banned from YouTube. And then if they get you banned from YouTube, I mean, shouldn't they trust you now?
Right. Yeah. Shouldn't. Yeah. It doesn't. Don't expect any consistency there.
Yeah.
With the philosophy, if you call it that. Yeah. But yeah. Thank you. It's been going good, and making it into more of like a show is cool.
Dude,
we can't all just talk theology. I'm not equipped to do it. But certainly having you guys on or Posh on. But people do want some more like lighter stuff, so I'm kind of going into that direction.
Yeah, well, your production quality and your thumbnails, dude, all the stuff is
thumbnails,
great,
Megan.
man.
Megan
You do the
thumbnails.
Yeah.
Megan makes them.
I think you should call her by her title.
Oh yeah, Meganger or Meg Bob.
No, my
Meg
producer.
Oh, my producer. Yes.
Yeah. My producer does a great job. Like my producer, they're very hard, but they expect a lot.
Yeah. But, you were talking before, David, about how your other channels, how you could just do some new age stuff and blow up, or and I really related to that. How sometimes you get frustrated with the slow growth, and you put too much meaning on the growth of things, and then you realize, well, no, you're accumulating really good following. So you know, as long as your engagement's up, you know, if you hit 200K and you only have like 30 people in your chat and there's no engagement, you know, it doesn't matter anyway. So it's cool that a lot of these, like yourself and a lot of these surrounding channels, are actually, their engagement is actually up, regardless of their numbers, you know, on the onset.
Well, you and Andrew do a great job. That's something that just talking with people who follow my stuff, and this is probably true for Father Deacon or even Dyer to some degree. Although Dyer does the impersonations and stuff while he's live, which gives an incentive for somebody to be there live. And I asked somebody, I was talking with somebody privately, and they said, "Oh yeah, man, I love your stuff." I think this was in a one-on-one, and they're like, I always watch the replays. I never watch it live. And I was like, "Oh, why is that?" Because I don't need to. I can just, you know, I love to watch the whole thing from beginning to end and just listen to you talk. I was like, dang, I need to do something to get people to want to be there live, because I get so many views after it's posted, where you and Andrew kill it with the live engagement.
Well, you could go door to door like the 3 Mormons that just came to my door.
Did you get their number?
No, I said, listen, I'm live on the internet right now, okay? And I got to tell you about the cult that you're in right now, so you need to leave. Later, I'm going to be hunting a wild boar from a helicopter. I've got an AR, you know, and he looked me in my eyes, my alpha power, and he decided to turn away.
My alpha power. I turned on my alpha power. He got sucked in like a buzzard to a light.
Damn good, Alex Jones.
And I'm not saying that you should. I'm not saying that you should fly right over your ex-wife's house in your helicopter with an AR. I'm not saying that.
So it reminds me of a Jay Dyer story. That so in what was it, July, the first week of July, we were back in California for this event, and my parents were up here in Montana at the time, so we had my parents. So he actually hosted Alex Jones at the previous house that I lived in when I was in California. It was my grandmother's house, and it was hilarious because we didn't have any internet at the house that we were staying at, my parents, because they had been gone in Montana for a while. And so it was so funny to see like Jay host the 4th hour with like all this like old granny china in the background. And anyways, it was the next street over. So Jamie and Jay and I were walking, and guess who we see walking through the streets? The JWs. And I was like, oh, here you go, Jay. Here's our chance to. I'm like, what are the odds that like Jay Dyer and myself are like in the same place, and the JWs stopped by? And he's like, I don't want to talk to him. And I'm like, I'm just messing with you. Then I started, when we got back to the house, they actually came up, and I was getting my surfboard. I was going to go surf while Jay and Jamie rested at the house. And they came up, and they were like, can we? And I'm like, no, I already know everything you're going to say. Can we leave you a pamphlet? I'm like, no. And I was so tempted to be like, but there is somebody at the house who's really interested in.
You should have.
I was so tempted, but I know Jay would have been upset with me.
He would have, but that would have been a hell of a story. When he comes on later, then he can fill it up like, yeah, I can't believe he did that.
Yeah, that would have been great. It would have been a great story, but alas, I failed once again. I do everything.
You know, before we even heard of Orthodoxy, they used to always send those JWs to our house, and they stopped sending them because Andrew converted 3 of them away from it.
With a shotgun, you mean?
Yeah.
Surprisingly, no. Like, he would just sit them down over coffee like Andy does and put them to the question and just get them to question all of the things they were telling him. And like 3, you know, they send them in pairs. 3 different sets of pairs of young men that had come to the house ended up leaving the church. So they stopped sending them. They stopped.
Well, they'll send higher people up.
I probably upset Andrew, huh?
Huh?
They'll send higher people up. So the next time, if they can't answer the questions, and once they realize that like they can't convert you, you get on the blacklist. It's like the no-fly list.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, we don't go to that house. People go in, they don't go back. We don't go to that house down there.
They ended up converting to, at least it was probably Protestant church, because that's where we were living at the time and everything. But at least they got out of that, and at least they went to normal more
If
normal.
they try twice, the third time they come as a carpet cleaning service, and they're all in yellow. And then while they're there, then they start pushing it.
Patrick, I was gonna say you were talking about engagement and stuff, and thinking about people saying that they watch your streams later. I wonder if because with a live stream, can you?
Someone tell COTEL, can you turn off the Facebook and YouTube login?
What?
I don't know about the face.
I think he's talking about the StreamYard permissions.
Because he has the. You can. How do I change that?
But I was gonna say, Patrick, I don't know if on YouTube when you do a live, can you trim the end of it afterwards, or is it just all or nothing of what stays on YouTube after you do a live stream?
You can trim it.
Well, if you want to, you don't have to trim it, but like I'm not telling you to or anything, but maybe what you could do is you do your normal talk and then maybe truncate it by like 30 minutes or something and be like, okay, like live Q&A, people can come on, you can ask questions direct about this stuff, and that maybe could be a simple avenue at the end of a talk to, I don't know, get some more live engagement. I don't know what your chat thinks about it.
Yeah, I need to come up with some more. That's why I was doing the open forums, and actually Jim, Bob, and Andrew are the ones that gave me that idea.
It's in settings, DPH.
I'm the one that gave you that that idea.
Settings.
I gave you that idea. I said pass it on to him.
I'm responsible for Jim Bob's career.
Guests can stream to their own
and children and happiness.
Yeah, I think you unclick that.
The authenticate.
Yeah, I'll unclick authenticate.
Okay.
I don't need thanks.
All right, Jay. I think you're good, bro. I wasn't familiar with that, but I just unclicked the guests must authenticate. So I think we should be good. I didn't even realize that was a setting.
I didn't know we were gonna have that guy come on. I thought this was supposed to be like a celebratory, like happy kind of thing.
It was supposed to be, but you're trying to produce a new show for DPH here, telling him how to edit his streams.
Yeah, exactly. No, I was just giving. I don't know. He was asking. He brought it up. Anyway, so I think if you dye your hair and you just start listening to how I tell you to dress, I think things would get a lot better.
Well, you told me just to wear nipple tassels in my next stream.
That wasn't for a public stream.
That's Governor Cuomo that does that.
That was for my membership talk. But whatever, dude, it's fine.
Well, I hope you stay because this is an intervention for Jay's meanness online. So
you know what's funny is you remember Ben Cabe's
There's a bunch of people here
schizophrenic.
that love you like crazy, Jay.
You remember Ben Cabe's schizophrenic like conspiracy chart that was just connecting like you, Father Ananias, me, Jay, Rachel, and Father Turbo and people that we're friends with. Why don't you just screenshot like any stream like this instead of doing that? It's like, look, I figured it out. They're all associated.
Dude, that thing was wild. You sent me that web he has. I mean, weird. That was wild, dude. That was intense how intricate that was.
I was just offended that they thought that Patrick and Jay were the bitter misogynists because that's my grift. I am the bitter misogynist around here, okay? Like, let's get that straight.
Yep.
Jay, what up, bro?
Hey, I've been listening to all the gossip, so.
So you know why we're here, Jay?
Have a song about that?
All the backbiting. Pretty sure the Bible says something about backbiting, but
Jay, we're here because we care about you, okay? And we all have stuff to say. Your actions are affecting people beyond yourself. They're affecting us. So, we wanted to get you.
Are there Zoom interventions?
I have a program that mutes all the haggards automatically, so I have no idea.
It's fine. This intervention's going exactly how I thought.
You need that. It should be a downloadable freeware that everybody can install pretty easily.
Excellent. Andrew will definitely be interested.
Yeah, no doubt. How's Florida, man?
It's great. It's humid. We are learning the hard way that when you order things from IKEA, it's not as easy as you might think. So basically, thought we'd save money by getting IKEA furniture, and basically it takes days to put it all together. So
Yeah, it doesn't come with a person to put it together for you. That's what I learned.
thought
the hard
there was
way.
like a little lover bot that comes with it that kind of hangs around and keeps you company afterwards, but I guess not.
That's why you drive by Home Depot at like 8 a.m. and you can get the IKEA people there to help you put it together.
Would be awesome if it like came with a little Danish, or is IKEA Danish or Swedish?
A little tiny Danish man.
Yeah, it comes with the
little
live
Danish
Hummel
midget
person.
that, like comes,
just got to take the
pops out of
mushrooms,
the
man.
box.
I thought by a Danish it meant the pastry, but it meant a literal little Danish man.
The machine elves.
Oh no, I'm accidentally a human trafficker again. This always keeps happening. I just slip up. I make one mistake.
I was just trying to order a cabinet from Wayfair.
Well, these Nikes were $3,000. I thought that was normal.
Oh gosh. So,
well, congratulations on 20K, man.
Oh, well, thank you, man. I was going to tell you thanks because part and parcel of the channel was just all the help that you've given over there. And now 4 years. I can't believe I started the channel 4 years ago, but I really appreciate all your help. And Jim Bob and Andrew, you guys have helped a lot in growing the channel.
Jay can't even remember when he hit 20K. It's just a memory.
No, actually, it wasn't that long ago. And because Jim Bob, you were on my 50K, and because I remember making the thumbnail. The thumbnail had a crazy Nicolas Cage face, and it was me and you and the Boiler Room crew.
Oh yeah.
So and that was 50. That wasn't too long ago. That was probably 2018. So 2019.
That's awesome. Wow, that's a short. Yeah, wow, that's a big jump.
Well, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. So I mean, if I was talking about austerity and tiny living in a band, I'd have 1 million subscribers because that bull crap gets promoted. But
the 20K
this is how I make eggs on a tiny stove.
The 20K was the Revenge of the Nerd stream with Larry Nichols. Yep.
Look at that BLA. He's got like archived.
He has he has the dire archives.
Wow. My mom told me I'm autistic, and I said, "What are you talking about?" And she said, "I don't know, nothing." And turned away. Why are you telling me this when I'm 27? This was a while ago.
Jay had to sell all his books. Jay doesn't have any books left in the background. He had to sell them. His move.
Well, that was all a green screen anyway. We all know that, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say those were never real, dude.
No, there's now one small bookshelf over there in the corner for down here. So I did order a flamenco. There'll be a neon flamenco back here. So yeah, I had to come up with something, and Jamie and I were talking about. He said, "Why don't you just put something Florida themed?" And I was like, "Oh, I guess that'll work."
I thought to accelerate your growth, you're going to do the TikTok NPC stuff.
I did it very well. Did you not see my I'm very proud of it. You mean doing it regularly as like a job? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen the guys that do it?
I told Jay.
Oh my god! Jay I saw one of the dude.
Ugh. There's a buff dude that does it, and he like flexes his butt muscles and stuff. It's crazy.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Does he show his face ever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. What's his handle? I want this
Chase is interested now.
That's a viable profession.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, Chase is going to
like
message you for
vegan
the
games
handle.
coming on the Crucible
We'll talk
today,
later.
and he's like, "If you want to go see my OnlyFans," and then he flexes. He
so
has this
depressing.
horrible Canadian voice. He's just, and he's always depressed. He's always like super depressed. So he's like, "If you want to see my glorious body, you can go to my OnlyFans." Every time it's so grim.
Vegan Gains cracks me up, and I thought it was kind of funny. A couple debates back on the Crucible, he was debating someone, and I called in, and I called in like this, and I go, "Vegan Gains, just really want to thank you. You really brought the energy tonight. Everyone was up on their feet, just like cheering." And I just talked like him, like just really, really monotone and kind of depressed. And at first he was all ears. he was very interested at first. It was pretty funny. He tuned right into the monotone depression.
It's all that B12, you know what I'm saying? Keeping him going.
When I see him, dude, I feel like he probably lactates with all the soy he eats.
That's a different channel.
That's the only thing. That's not for YouTube.
That's the only
He's
fan.
kind of quiet over there. Are you regretting being on the stream? What's going on? He's not even listening. He's got it muted.
He's like these children.
Are we tarnishing your public image?
Jay, are you there?
There's a huge lag too.
He was looking for butt flexing beta on.
Jay, I told him the story about me getting that close to sending the Jehovah's Witnesses to you at the house in Orange County.
Oh, when we were staying at your parents'.
I've been there. Wild things happen at that house.
Oh, that's right.
Kidding, everybody. But
Well,
he said
it was 4th of July. We went up on the roof, and then I guess the next day, Father Deacon said that Jehovah's Witnesses came by, and he was going to send them over there to talk to us. I don't remember what happened. You didn't do it.
I was just. We were walking back from when you hosted Alex Jones from my aunt and uncle's the street over.
Oh,
and I saw them walking around.
Saw them. That's right. I remember now.
And then remember, I went to go surf, and they came up when I was putting the board on the car, and I was about ready to say, like, I'm not interested, but there's somebody was telling me inside that they were like really interested
in becoming.
Here's his phone number.
Watchman Lee.
Here's his address. Send him a lot of Watchtower literature every week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Father Deacon shouldn't be lying that he knows how to surf or anything.
I got that video.
Dr. Mo, he has a video of this man trying
to find that.
That wasn't surfing.
I know.
That was skimboarding.
Skimboarding
with a broken ankle.
No. I figured I'd mastered every sport in life. I'm like, yeah, I can do this.
Dr. Mo, why don't you...
And notice the clue should have been like they're all 15 to 18 years old.
Well,
yeah.
there might have
everybody
the clue should have been like you never see a skimboarder. So we were what was it, Memorial Day or something like that?
Memorial Day last year. It was when Michael got baptized into the church. And your godchildren.
Yeah, that's right. It was a beautiful day. And what's crazy is I had already pulled my back surfing. Because you think like you stop doing something for like a year and a half, and you think you can just get back to where you're at. And it's like, my muscles were bad. But anyways, we were out and we were having fun and having drinks and beautiful on the beach. It was really great. And I was just thinking about that. I'm like, I've never tried skimboarding. And we're watching all these kids. And like I said, the clue should have been, you never see a skimboarder over 18 years old.
No.
They're all like super young kids. And I'm like, oh yeah, I've got this. I'm like, it's pretty easy. So I went up to these kids. I'm like, I can surf, I can ski, snowboard, I can do all this stuff. Like, how hard is this going to be? And you have to throw it right at the right time when the waves are coming up, and then jump on it and stay on. And I ate it, and I was trying not to fall. And you can see in this video that I'm trying to pull it together, and I eventually fall, and I land right on I broke my wrist. It was messed up for like a really long time.
I got the video right here, actually.
Yeah,
we're going to watch it.
I have it on slow-mo, so it's like 25 seconds. So
the slow-mo
is about 5.
It was so great that you put it on slow-mo, yeah.
It made it a little more action-packed. And the kids, when you came up to the kids, and I don't know, you guys, we were probably 4 or 5 mimosas and 4 shots of whiskey in at that point.
It was tequila.
Mimosas.
Bottomless.
He doesn't even remember.
Doing the beach.
No, there was.
We were with all the wine.
It was
moms.
a bottomless.
I was gonna say, like, it sounds like a lady
mimosas,
Oprah book club.
They had just finished drinking their mimosas while they finished chapter 3 of Eat, Pray, Love, and so naturally they went to the beach.
And then we went to skimboard. Went to skimboard with the little kids.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Then they had some mint juleps.
I'm not gonna play the audio, but here is
whose hair is that? There's a hair.
Here's the slow-mo. So he's running. He's like, "Oh yeah, I can definitely do this. I can
That
definitely."
surfer, that other guy knows what's happening.
No.
Oh, the kid knew. The kid loved it.
The kid knew instantly. Look,
It's over right
Oh
there.
no.
Oh no.
So you can see me trying to recover. I'm like,
Oh man. Oh man.
Yikes.
Ouch.
All we
that should
heard
be-
was
that
he
should be
walks
your
back.
alert.
Yeah. So right after that, you see the kid smiling. He walks back and hands the skimboard back. He's like, "Oh yeah, I think I can get it." And he turns to me and Michael. And he goes, "I think I broke my wrist." Yeah.
Dave,
Whatever,
that should be your,
whatever happened with that?
should be your membership
Whatever
alert
happened to my
videos.
wrist?
Yeah, you all healed up.
Membership alert video.
he walks back over to them. He looks at Patrick. He goes, "Did the kids think I looked cool?"
Yeah, the whole time.
He's like, "Okay, cool. Let's go."
Are
to the
they
hospital."
converting? Are they converting?
Yeah. There's that Rob Snyder. What's up, fellow kids? And he takes the skimboard. Hey, can I try that?
Well, it's like Arrested Development. Remember that scene where there's a guy that the dad always has that dude stage like an accident, his hand comes off, and he's like, "And that's why you don't skimboard after mimosas," right?
David Patrick, what do you think your favorite or most successful video that you've done? Now looking back.
Well, the one with most views is Jay destroying Reformed Protestant theology, which actually that
One of my favorites.
The basis for that stream is really interesting too. This was a while ago. You can see what year it was. I think it was 2020 or 2021.
Oh, dude,
and
I'm number 3.
Did it finally top EMJ? Because EMJ
yeah,
was
it
the
did.
top.
It did. And I was talking to this girl. I was just like, it was actually Jim Bob. You did. It was the girl that you talked to. You're like, hey, you should talk to David Patrick Harry about like romantically.
All right.
Do you remember this? Like
Yeah.
a couple years ago. So I talked with her on the phone like one night, and she was cool. She was very nice. But she was all about Reformed theology, and she went to was it Rick Wilson's church in Moscow, Idaho, and I text Jay something about something. She mentioned something or a book about theology I wasn't familiar with, so I text Jay, and he's like, "Oh yeah, something about that. That stuff's retarded. I've debated that 1,000 times." I was like, "You want to do a stream on it?" He's like, "Yeah, tomorrow." He's like 2:00. I'll be there. I was like, "All right," and he just annihilates Protestantism for like 3 hours.
Yeah. Oh, everybody thinks that I'm Doug Wilson's daughter now because I think
Oh,
he has
Doug
a daughter
Wilson. Doug Wilson.
named
run with
Rachel,
that.
who I guess she wrote a book about like patriarchy or feminism or something too. I don't know if she did, but they're Reformed. I'm like former Reformed, so it's very weird. I get people all the time. They're like, "I love your dad's work," and I'm like,
Hello, Crucible,
designs
Rachel
lighting.
Wilson versus Rachel Wilson. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm down.
Doge Wilson. That
So,
should be his name.
I'm
You should have like a
looking at your
Bitcoin. Doge Wilson.
Your
Bitcoin.
most popular videos, Patrick, are with Jay, and then I'm number 3. You guys, that's crazy.
Dang. But
How
I
did
don't
that
get.
happen?
But I don't have tons of views. I don't have a single video over 50,000.
Really?
Look, you're looking at it.
I'm number 3,300 on that stack.
Nice.
No,
Where's
I think
that-
you're
where-
up there. I think you have some that are up there.
Where's that reform
Don't
video?
you?
Because when I
just
click
dropped the link.
popular
It's in the chat.
videos, it
Go
has
to
EMJ.
live. Hit live and then most
Oh,
popular.
Yeah, if you
yeah.
go to his live and then hit popular, it's
Yeah,
right at
you're
the top.
that one's 42K. Yeah, it's 2.5 hours long.
Did people call into that one? At the end?
No. I just prompted the topic and Jay just went.
Yeah.
But then I sent it to that chick.
I've sent that one to people
that was the end,
a ton
right?
of times.
That was the end. Yeah. Yeah, that was hilarious. But I gotta do some TikTok NPC stuff or whatever you guys do to get some of these views, because I get this. I have some subs. I mean, we're celebrating 20K, but I mean, Jim Bob kills me. Andrew kills me on the live viewers. Jay dominates. I mean, Jay, if you go live, dude, my channel is defunct. Like I can't. I did a stream. What was it? The last one was with the guy on psychedelics who wrote a book, Louis Ungett. And had it scheduled. I was ready to go, and like an hour before it goes live, you scheduled a stream. You had 700 live. I had 70, and I was like, "You son of a bitch!"
Well, the problem is that a lot of times I forget. a lot of times I forget that I have a thing scheduled, and the person's like, "Hey, are we ready to go?" And I'm like, "Oh crap!" And then I have to hop on and do it. So it's like, you know, I'm not trying to like snipe your streams or anything. It's
Have you
just-
considered blackmailing him and telling him not to stream at the same time as you?
Well, Jay, last time we were hanging out in June, Jay was telling me about his secret of how he grew his channel and stuff. And basically, it comes down to this entity called Ball that Jay was telling me about. And maybe Jay could talk more about this and how BAAL.
Oh,
and then he kept bringing up Mammon.
Interesting.
I heard about this and when I was in Laurel Canyon. You know, I used to drive through there every day.
Man,
I didn't know that stuff.
You want to talk on this, Jay, or you're just not gonna help?
Is Chase talking? I said that program's running, so I don't hear anything. So.
He sounds like Andy now.
Well, David Patrick, your stuff for the most part is very informative and concise, and it's almost like people they want to get all the information and all understand it. So you're actually delivering almost like a class in a way.
Yeah.
And so in a way, it wouldn't be conducive to too much live interaction, even though you'd want that. But the question is, would you really want that? Would it add to it if you had to be taken away and interact with the chat? I feel like designing a specific stream that's all about interaction will bring in live interaction, but your value isn't necessarily compatible with some sort of like wild, chat
live
because they're there to listen. And that's why a lot of people watch your stuff, including myself. If I can't catch you, it's all about catching up, like a volume of things that you're catching up on. It's almost like reading a book. And so maybe designating a specific stream where it's all interaction with the audience and having people on or whatever. But
yeah, that's kind of a strategy for this next year or so. I want to do more of the open forums like you recommended. And more the ones that get the most engagement are like if I do a TikTok cringe review stream where I just go on TikTok, put in a title like New Age Gurus and just go and like watch the TikTok videos and make fun of. Those get the most engagement. I'll spend 2 days preparing research for something. And then Jay goes live an hour before, and I'm like, that son of a bitch.
See, I think what I'm noticing, the problem here in a lot of aspects in life, I mean, especially me today, noticing, my car's having trouble, like trying to save up money and things like that. And then everything you're bringing up, the common thread's always Jay being the issue.
That's true.
You removed the wrong guy. Just saying from the stream. I know
I
BLA
didn't remove him.
I know.
I hope he's coming back. BLA, we want you, bro.
I don't, YouTube's weird because it's hard to figure out exactly how the system works. Nobody can ever really decipher it, and they always change it. So one thing I think that is possible, some of the videos that I've done that have gotten a lot of views, irrespective of like live streams, they usually top out at like 10 or 20,000 views. I don't get many that go beyond that. But the algorithm, for whatever reason, favored the 3 videos that I did, like top 10 reasons I'm not Protestant, top 10 reasons I'm not Roman Catholic, top 10 I'm not atheist. The algorithm has really promoted those to where they're like 70, 75,000, and they keep being promoted. And I never get that on a live stream or anything like that. So all of the commonality with those is that they're all 1080 and they're all 40 minutes long. So I think the shorter amount of time, I tried to pack a bunch in. For whatever reason, the algorithm like that. I'm not saying it doesn't like long form. I just think that it kind of tops out because if you look at, how long people will watch your streams, like when I look at the stats, it's like the maximum, like most people are there for like 20 minutes and then they're out, right? That's the max.
Yeah, same. Mine's usually right.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much probably for everybody. So like I've been uploading my 4th hour of Voldemort, and those get about the same as the live streams. They get anywhere from 10 to 20. So it's like, it seems to be the sweet spot is like the 40 minutes for a lot of views, or maybe even 20 minutes for a lot of views. But
I have a clip that has 242,000 views on Andrew's Crucible Limited channel. It's a 30-minute clip from that debate I did with Nina. If you guys have ever seen that.
Yeah.
And it's just me like asking her if she could like go out in an ice storm and put the power lines back up. It's that clip. And that one, for whatever reason, it just triggered the algorithm and it went nuts. And I think it's what Jay's saying. It's like that right in that time frame. It's got certain buzzwords, tag words, or whatever.
How long
the
is it?
algorithm likes 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
It's a 30-minute clip from like a 2-hour debate.
Yeah,
It's Rachel Wilson School's feminist on why women can't do men's jobs.
The other thing too is that on my channel, since I've been demonetized since 2018, there's no advantage for me other than to get views by doing the short form content. So for me, I might as well do a live stream because that's the only way I'm going to have any super chats, right? So there's no ad revenue for anything else.
Do you know why they did that? Do you remember? It just doesn't make sense to me.
What?
Demonetize you? Like, how did that?
Yeah, I
did
know.
that transpire?
Yeah, it was an old boiler room where I said TRANNY.
Oh, that's
and it popped up in 2018, and my channel's been demonetized ever since.
Wow. Okay. That makes sense why you spell the words. I need to be more careful about that.
No, it's not just Jay's autism where he.
No, actually, I'm just trying to remember how to spell. So.
Yeah, he's working on that.
Trying to work it out in my head.
I'm gonna head out here, but congrats, Patrick. You know, your videos have helped a lot of people.
Appreciate you, bro.
They helped, you know, my godson loves them. He's been impacted by your videos. I know some bunch of catechumens at my church. One of my friends at catechumen at my church, he's coming from a very Gnostic hippie background. He devours your work. It helped him a lot. He's a catechumen now. He was an inquirer for like 6 months. Your work was very helpful for him. You know, I'm really blessed to know you as a friend, brother in Christ, and, you know, continue going. And I hope people continue supporting you and continue watching. You know, Jay, yeah, whatever. Everybody else, good to see you guys. Look at those crazy eyes right now.
That's from the 7 coffees you drank today.
Like, they're not actually that crazy, but
I just like the eyes. You looked almost like Arnold Schwarzenegger in what's that Mars movie?
Adderall eyes.
What's the Mars
Total
movie?
Recall.
Total Recall, where his eyes pop out. All right. Well, God bless, guys. Have a good one.
God bless.
Bye, Chase. See you next month.
See ya.
Peace.
Well, Jay, I had a question in regards to like the difference between sort of lecturing, because I feel like you similarly talk about topics intricately for long periods of time, and Jim Bob does too. But both you guys can do like impersonations. You kind of can keep it light while you're doing it. Was that
Jay just starts rapping? He just
yeah, exactly. He just starts
raps.
freestyling. Was that a conscious? I mean, was there a conscious curation on how you get engagement during live streams, or how you go about structuring a live stream?
No.
I
just always like when I was in high school, we did a lot of I was on the drama team, and we always really favored improv. So we did a lot of improv stuff. So that's always kind of been what I've been into, my forte. And live streams just work out great for me because I do minimal planning. Like if we watch a film or something, I have a lot of notes, but half the time we don't even pay attention to the notes. We just kind of riff on it, which is, to me, that's more fun. But I mean, when it comes to the more serious lectures, I mean, yeah, there's stuff like I've got right here, like when I'm analyzing all these Peterson talks, I mean, I've got like 15 pages of notes from Peterson.
Oh, there's the CGI screen again.
Yeah. So, I mean, it just kind of depends on what I'm talking about. But like if it's Peterson's analysis stuff, I want to go a little bit deeper critiquing it. Then I've got a lot of notes and it's fairly structured. But, the movie live streams, they're not that structured. But
Jay, aren't you at the level where I know a lot of us have been pretty aggressive with Mr. Peterson, but wouldn't you say you're at the level where you could have him on? Would you have him on? Would he do it? I guess is a better question.
I don't think he would do it. I don't think I think when anybody like affiliated with Daily Wire, my guess is that they're told not to be in the domain of anyone conspiracy related.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So my guess would be if you're associated with Voldemort, then you're conspiracy.
Interesting.
That would be my guess, but I haven't really like actively sought to have Jordan Peterson on an interview or anything.
I wonder what that threshold is, because DPH, you've had adjacent to him on, pretty close to him on. I mean, that's interesting is that Jonathan Peugeot is in that arena, but he's not quite Daily Wire, but he's like in the soup. And
Yeah.
you know, he's fine going out. So I guess the control you know. there's
Well,
just
I
more
think, you know,
control.
Peterson's at another level of, you know, he's got a pretty fat contract with Daily Wire. I don't know that Jonathan has one. I don't know. But so I would imagine the concerns are a lot more stringent on who you're associated with. I'm just guessing. So.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, what made you decide to do a deep dive into Peterson? Because you kind of already done a few. I watched one where you.
I mean, he was just popping back up on everybody's radar recently because of a lot of the red pill stuff. People, you know, Rollo was critiquing Peterson, and so I thought, well, you know, I've never actually watched his lectures. I never watched the Bible stuff. I never watched Maps of Meaning. I never watched the Psychology of Personality, and so I thought, you know, he's not going away anytime soon, so I might as well be, you know, familiarized with the course, at least one or two courses. So it was just something I chose to kind of work through. And actually a lot of what I was reading in different books was also kind of tying into some of the stuff that he was covering, like Carl Jung and whatnot. So
yeah, I've been watching your critiques and stuff, and knowing you, at least, you know, back in the day when we first met, you were pretty brutal. But I'm watching you, I'm learning to be less brutal. Like you can be sharp, but you don't have to, like, you know, I'm kind of a dick when I'm critiquing someone and then I just get mad. I'm starting to learn that that's not the best approach every time.
I think that, Jim Bob, like, you're really good at critiquing and doing impressions and being funny. And the way I've always understood impressions and making fun of people and critique, it's like it's not coming from a malicious place. It's part of like, you know, like if somebody did a critique of me and they were impersonating me, and you know, like Christian Mario did a video where he was making fun of me, and I thought it was really funny.
Right,
It doesn't seem to, but most people nowadays, especially like the younger people, like Zoomers, they think that, oh, if he's impersonating somebody, he hates them.
Yeah,
like they interpret everything as hate.
Yeah,
and it's like, why do you hate him? And it's like, I don't hate the guy. Just number one, I just disagree. And if I do an impression, it doesn't mean I hate the person. It's a really weird. Everybody's like super sensitive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that all the time. All the time.
I mean, the
why do you
Zoomers are a
hate
really interesting
yourself? Why do you
generation.
hate all women? Why do you hate? Yeah, I get the same.
Well, you do hate women. You hate. Impersonating means you hate. And it's like, even if you sit there and explain, well, actually, I agree with a lot of these points. Yeah, but you still hate them. You know what I mean? And the other thing is that if you criticize somebody, the only motive you could have for criticizing is that you're jealous. That's another annoying thing. It's like, oh, you're critiquing Dr. Peterson? Oh, somebody's jealous, right?
Right, exactly.
So why can't I mean, I can appreciate the things that I agree with, but why can't I critique these other classical liberal ideas I disagree with?
Hey, so I have a question, speaking about the Zoomers, because I find them fascinating. There's a lot of good virtues about them too. And but one of the things I try to use in class when teaching philosophy, humor and comedy, and it's in part just kind of an experiment. I'm trying to figure out their psyche and what they find humorous and how to teach in a more effective way. And they're strange on humor. It's really, really weird. The things that they think are funny versus not. And then also, I just get shocked, especially because I'm a Gen Xer. And as a Gen Xer, whether we liked it or not, we knew every generation's movies and music, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And
yep,
I was making a reference the other day, and these were some, you know, even older, maybe even going into millennial, and I referenced Julia Roberts' movie Sleeping with the Enemy. Never heard of it, and I was like, "How is that even possible?" And
aren't all of
it's
us
like
the same age except for Patrick? I don't know, Dr. Mike, what your age is, but I think
I'm
the
older
rest
by a
of us
month.
are.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
1
because I
month
think
older than me.
all the rest of us, I think, are born within like the same year-ish. I was born in 1980.
Basically,
Yep,
what are you?
1980 right here. 1980.
Yep.
Yeah, I can speak to this, Father Deacon.
77.
about the Zoomers. I can speak
Yeah,
to this.
please.
Because I deal with them every day, and they.
Oh, tell them about your viral clip too. By the way.
Yeah,
we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Well, I'm keeping it separate, but it kind of speaks to this, which is that somebody took a video of me at the end of class. Like I play music, and somebody asked me to play some music, so I played this rapper, and it's like a 3-second clip. You can barely see me in it, but it went viral, like for here, mega viral, and I got recognized in real life yesterday out in town by some 20-year-old. He was like, "Ain't you that guy?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's me." And he was like, "You famous?" And it's because somebody tagged somebody, then they tagged the rapper. But like with the humor and with the references thing, it's like you got to count on the fact that they haven't seen the film. They don't watch movies. And what's funny is that like when we were young, older people would say like, you got to stop watching TV, right? It's going to rot your brain. And people now, especially boomers, will say that to them. And they're like, what TV? They don't watch television at all. If they watch anything, it's on a phone screen. And humor has to be like very quick. Like if it's not funny in 3 seconds, then they have no idea what it is. And they don't get the references because, they have access to everything at any time instantly. So it takes out the searching for things.
That's what I thought too. And the internet's tail. So I knew it was connected to the internet because when we grew up, you had like later you had cable TV, but like everything was, you didn't have the options to choose and they couldn't hone in you had the radio, right? And it just played all this stuff. So you didn't have this kind of choice. So you were exposed to all these different materials, whether you liked it or not, and these different genres and different music. And now, so not only can you choose what you want, they're actually directing and honing in on their market. And so you're right. It's
almost like
you don't know
it becomes like
anything beyond
specialized.
It
It's
is.
so specialized that
Yes.
it turns into these little hubs. And if you don't get the reference of a hub just adjacent to you, it's like it's over. And then add what Baselit just said about the you have 30 seconds to win someone over with laughter. I also wonder if the more there's a relationship between the more utilitarian a society gets, the less useful they'll even see comedy. Like maybe they just don't value it as much because it's so passive and constant. And they're just
except for propaganda. I mean, look at it's just which isn't funny, and that's why it doesn't work very well.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you think about tyrannical top-down communist regimes, I mean, how many comedy shows do you know from those regimes? Right? I mean,
how many funny movies have we had in the last 20 years? Like really? Like I can't a good comedy, like maybe Superbad.
Yeah.
Like, we had Sandler, we had Eddie Murphy, we had and just go back. It's comedy's been part of American culture a long time. And these last 10, 15 years, it's all woke people scared to be funny. Like there's some new stand-up.
My
like
kids
Chappelle's
like
going
the
that now.
older stuff. My kids now are starting to like the stuff that Andrew and I watched growing up. And it's so weird because my oldest is 22, my youngest is 11. And the difference between the two, like just in that, 11 years is insane. Like what the oldest one thinks is funny versus what the youngest one thinks is funny and what they're all into. It's weird having like this span of children within this time frame because I can see how much things have changed just in this decade, right? Just based on what they're into and what they like. And
But one of the things I noticed going to Europe, just real quick, the Zoomers, you could see cultural differences when you went to Germany versus Greece versus America with the older generation. But one of the things I noticed that anybody that would, to me, that appeared to be Zoomers had the same type of like 80s style jeans, the same Air Force Ones or the retro New Balances. Didn't matter where you were. It's like the social medias have created a global culture. And I think that most people just haven't realized that people that age are participating in something that is unifying different language groups, and they're buying the exact same stuff.
Kids are always going to have their own language, their unique way of saying things. But it used to be local. It was like local, and then it was maybe your state. Like California, people would talk differently from, on the East Coast. And then like things like MTV and stuff, it kind of started to, unify that. But you're right. Now it's completely global. And in a way, a lot of the stuff, it's, it isn't their fault if they don't know any difference, if they don't know any better. Right. I mean, music, if somebody didn't make a song within the last 6 months, they fell off. It's over. But they don't know any difference. They, and they do have, there are good quality, a lot of good qualities to like younger people. And one of those that especially older people don't know is that like when the Karanka stuff happened and there was all the lockdowns and everybody had, they had to stay at home and all that. Kids came to classes at work. So they didn't go to school because they weren't allowed to go to school, but they went to work and they would be on a Zoom call, like stacking, stocking shelves at wherever they worked or, listening while they're at, McDonald's, but they're still in class and they still try. So I see that as, they do the best they can and try and, get along and they don't really complain about stuff. When they can complain a lot, but most of them don't really spend time complaining, which I think is, it's pretty good.
The other thing too, that's a virtue about them. First of all, there's hope when you do expose them to stuff that they haven't been, they're actually open to it, which is nice. So they're not completely, against, being exposed to other stuff. They just had the way society is and the way that we live today, that they just haven't been exposed to it. But the other thing that's really nice about them too, they've been able to see the kind of failures of the propaganda machine and stuff like that, and even failures of other generations. And so in some sense, in one sense, they can be, we all have our areas that we're gullible in, but they're uniquely able to see a lot and cut through a lot of the BS, especially with like the Karanka and like that, that you really don't see in the other generations. Maybe a little bit in Gen X. And I think that Gen X and Gen Z are a good pairing together. I've noticed that too, that it's like we get them. So there's something that happened in our generation that's going on that allows us to be able to hear the Gen Z and relate to them and understand, and vice versa, right? Which I think is a great thing. And like I said, boomers and millennials, they don't understand and kind of relate to Gen Z at all.
That's interesting. Now, Gen X, would that be characterized by like MTV culture? I mean, what characterizes the 80s in regards to like cultural standards?
80s, 90s.
80s,
Gen
90s.
X was like,
What would characterize that generation? Like that would potentially connect them with the Zoomers. I was thinking of like a break from traditional media or something like that. Like what exactly?
I feel like it was for me, like, because I'm Gen X and my kids are Gen Z. It's like I was in the whole grunge punk scene that was around late 80s, early 90s, all that kind of stuff. And we were like very anti-establishment, didn't have much trust for authority or media. And my kids have grown up in this era of like, the Karanka stuff and the lockdowns, and they don't, with the how do I say this on YouTube? The process by which our leaders are chosen. Do you know what I mean? Like that everybody is kind of, they don't buy it at all. They're just like, they're like, that's all a dog and pony show. And I feel like millennials still kind of believe in that. And like the boomers still believe in it. And it's like my generation and theirs are both kind of skeptical. I think it's like a skepticism and like a rejection of authority type of a thing, which is a little ironic, I guess. But
the Woodstock 99 documentary that's out right now is a good illustration of that. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
I remember being super into that stuff back in the day.
Well, and how much of that, like for me, I grew up no social media till I was like 18, right? No cell phone until I was like 16. So in those developmental years, the millennial, a lot of them had this weird shift, right? Where the Xers grew up like without a cell phone. You guys knew directions. And then the millennials were like right in between that. Like, I knew some directions, I knew some cell phone numbers, and then I forgot them all. And then Zoomers were like completely introduced to technology only. So the millennials like caught in this crossfire of like, Well, I kind of learned how to, how do I live without a cell phone? I learned how to do that. And then I learned that I use my cell phone for everything now, where these Zoomers are like, I wonder if you gave them directions by like following roads, like, hey, 3 barns to your right, like
they would not.
they
wouldn't have any idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I actually look at the generations like it's almost like you can't separate a generation from the tech. So I try to look back and go, okay, there was a generation and that generation all shared, let's say, what the Walkman was. Now, technology at the time didn't shift. There wasn't like a Walkman 1 year and suddenly a cell phone. It was a whole decade, decades of one technology that brought everyone together, or multiple technologies.
Right.
And that you could actually look at the technology and then define the generation that way, which is interesting that they name technologies with the terms generation, right? The new generation of this phone. But then what happens, and I haven't like really fully exhausted this, but as the tech gets better and smaller and cheaper, and the generation of tech comes out faster and faster, it's almost like you can't segment the generation anymore the same way we did in the past, like as a chunk, like, oh, I'm the generation of the record player, and then there's the Walkman, and then there's this phone that comes out, and now the generation, it's like, can we even point to what a generation is right now if we were looking at it through the lens of technology? And I don't think we could. It's almost like this big, like, as Jay refers to it, like a big, like when we talk about like a technologically based monism model where everything's one thing, it almost looks like that's where it's going. Even for us who try to make distinctions and try to keep these universal categories in check and stuff, we look at it and can we point to a generation now? And I don't know if we can. Whereas referencing the past, of course we can. We're a part of generations.
Well, you'd have to have a radical
segmented.
change. You'd have to have a radical change and a jump in technology. So I think that's what you're saying, is it kind of speeds up. There's nothing we can really point at that's like, well, that was a huge kind of change. Now, what's the next generation? Is it Alpha or something? The people below Z?
Back to A, yeah.
Yeah,
It's back to
I think
A.
so.
And I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about this just the other day. Like, well, what's going to classify then? What's going to mark? I don't think it's possible.
It'll be an event. It'll be an event. Generations in literature, for instance, used to be defined by either the ruler or like the overarching paradigm, right? The neoclassical era or the Victorian era, and then the generations used to have this backlash against the previous generation, sort of an equal and opposite reaction thing.
Like
and
the beatniks.
It'll probably be the Koof lockdowns. It's
like postmodernism, being like the A bomb to like the Big Nine, and then the Big Nine to Karanka, or the Great Reset, or some other huge event.
So then it's not the tech. Then it's like there's an event, then the tech is the medium in which we communicate the event with each other.
But
so
don't those
it looked to me
coincide?
like it was the tech, but it's actually not the tech. It's
like, what's the tech that came? Like World War II gave rise to a lot of different things into the boomers, and there was a lot of tech, and there was a lot of things developed in the war, right? The expediting of the radio, and the TV, and that all came out of the war. Like, how much did the world change because of the virus? Just being, AI and just communicating on our phone. Right now, if this were 5 years ago, this would have all most likely been live. Like, most people don't even do podcasts live anymore. Like that in itself.
Modernism itself is kind of defined by tech. It's the end of the Victorian era, and then it's into the Industrial Revolution and modernity, and that kind of comes to a head. Like World War I is an example of, has, I don't know if it's tech gone wild, but it's an example. You got the tank and aviation and chemical warfare and all these things coming out. Automatic gunfire in World War I, and then World War II. It sort of defines the end of that, or the beginning of postmodernism with the A bomb. But I guess sorry, go ahead.
No, go. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to say, based on what you guys say, and connecting the boomers and the millennials, it's like the boomers are that first TV generation. And the millennials are the first computer generation, like desktop computer generation.
Yes.
And then the Xers and the Zoomers are sort of in between these two crucial points of transition where, you know, the Zoomers, yeah, they're the smartphone social media generation, but that's like the miniaturization of the computer and a repackaging of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at who uses the various things, right? Like, you know, TikTok, for instance, Zoomers are TikTok. I mean, that's how they define things. That's
and
how
Snapchat. Like my nieces, they do Snapchat. And TikTok.
Yep.
But
I
boomers
don't even
also
have
love
Snapchat.
boomers also love TikTok though. You know, they love scrolling TikTok, you know, just the infinite scroll. I feel like people my age, I don't know if, you know, I like never go to TikTok. I just don't have any interest. And that's fine if people do. I just, you know, it's whatever. But Zoomers also, you know, they're on YouTube and stuff, but like Facebook is, they're like, what? They don't care about that. Whereas boomers love Facebook. They love it.
Yes.
By the way,
and if you look at these things that you're talking about with the technological shifts, so like World War I, right after that, you see radio, but you also see the end of like kingdoms and the beginning of nation states as like the predominant thing, right? And then you go to World War II and you see right after World War II, we switched to TV, the boomer generation, and television. And you see more of this like UN globalist stuff coming in. And then my kids, when I do homeschool with them, we do a little section on like the Big 9 event and how that impacted things, because my oldest daughter was like 6 months old when that happened. And Andrew and I can kind of look back to that and see that as like a dividing line in our life of like before that and after that, how the world was completely different. If we talk to them about what life was like for us in the 80s and 90s versus after that, it's totally different. And so we kind of teach them about how that happened and the propaganda that was going on, and how the technology shifted, and how now we have this national security state that was ushered in by that event. So you'll see this big event along with a certain type of technology, and it ushers in like a new era and a whole new mindset along with a new culture. Do you guys kind of agree with that?
Yes, and one of the interesting things with this is how quickly people sort of, I mean, Jay's talked about how like being, you know, boomer is a mindset in many ways. And it's interesting how 1 minute you're young and you know, old people treat you in a certain way, and the next minute you're the old person talking about the young people in exactly the same way. And
I was wondering, are we boomers? I was gonna say, I didn't want to ruin it for everyone, but I was like, is there a neo boomer, and is it us? And we're just like, hey, we're talking about this stuff, and the kids are like,
I'm told every day by my kids that I'm a boomer. Just so you guys, if you want to know what it's like to be 43
do you know
and
what
have
I
a
actually say all
22-year-old
the
child,
time?
yes, I'm constantly told I'm a boomer.
What's that?
Here's another great thing about being a philosopher. I just tell people I transcend those categories, right? Like I can actually give an objective analysis of all generations. Why? Because I have a PhD behind my name. That's why.
And because
but
we
there
were
is
all
some truth
born
to that.
We were all born in the
So,
last millennium, so we're ancient, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
What I'd also be
Right.
curious
there is
on the
You
pattern.
were born in the 1900s. Oh my gosh, you're so old.
So for me, and I assume a lot of you guys were similar, that like when the technology changed in the beginning, I think it's genuine. I remember like when YouTube first came out, I thought I could go there and the propaganda hadn't infected it yet. So how much does that play into the radio, the TV, right? Once, you know, the powers that be can see this and be like, huh, or whatever degeneracy can tap in and use it for its own agenda. Like I remember watching David Icke, 2008, and whatever, he may have had his agenda, but I don't think YouTube had affected it. So I had a YouTube channel that was banned in 2018. Like I was banned before Alex Jones, completely banned. Like I was talking about the uranium deal. This was pre-Trump stuff. And I talked about some other kind of weird things, maybe 200 subs. That was before they striked me. They literally gave me a strike. I reached out to them, ban hammer. And at that point, this is, again, before the Alex Jones thing really happened, before he got banned, it became like YouTube's been infected. Like we're saying, they have an agenda now. And how much of that affects a generation? Like what's the agenda of the powers that be? And then how do they inflict that on the people within the generation? And there's a different way that happens via every generation. I don't know if that makes sense.
Father Deacon, what were you going to say? You said there was a truth to the fact that philosophy transcended the generational trap or whatever.
Yeah,
Do you remember?
I was thinking about this the other day. I mean, it doesn't mean it's sufficient, but like it can certainly equip you. I was making this was maybe like 4 years ago. I was making criticism of music, contemporary, particularly like rap music, and somebody had actually said, and it was I think they were like right on the cusp of being a boomer. Oh, you're that guy. You're like the boomer criticizing, the early generation. You just don't get it. And it's like, no, that's not true. Like, I really do believe that you can get to a point where you can have an objective analysis of aesthetics. And I remember when I was at Thomas Aquinas College, I thought I was repulsed by the fact that they said this. But looking back on it, it was actually true. There was certain music that I actually liked, and I thought I really had subjectivized it. It was so subjective. I like it. But, when we were going through and we were studying music theory, we were studying, the ancient Greeks' thought on, symmetry and mathematics and aesthetics throughout the cosmos and stuff like that. And there really is an argument, objectively speaking, to be presented on that. And so they said, well, the reason why the good music doesn't sound good to you and the bad music sounds bad is because your soul's disordered. And I was like, these jokers, they were absolutely right. And so these things aren't subjective. I'm not saying some stuff isn't, but generally speaking, I could, and I was just giving you'd like this, BLA. I was just going through with my class last week about and kind of going through some Aristotelian arguments on art. And I was referencing literature, and it was really good. They knew a lot of literature. And so I was like, well, what makes something good in terms of literature, telling a story or something like that? And I just broke it down into these kind of objective categories. And it goes all the way back. We traced it back to even Perseus and Medusa and stuff like this. Like, what's going on in this story? You have a common theme running through all of this: the true, the good, the beautiful, the virtuous, and then the other categories: the profane, the ugly, the false, the vice, right? And you want into a story or music, if you want to get good art, you want to represent, right? Art's a mimesis, right? An imitation of nature at the higher levels, because these categories, it's not like, oh, I'm just looking at something and imitating whatever the tree that I see. At these levels, especially at literature and poetry and stuff like this, you're supposed to be imitating the higher levels of the transcendentals of truth, beauty, the good, and these different things. So what happens if, just like the tragedy, you're supposed to take the guy that made the mistake, relatable enough so you can see yourself in that person, and then see in the reversal that like all the bad stuff's happening because they made this bad mistake, right? You're not
in the tragedy,
supposed to sympathize.
In the tragedy, you walk away and feel pity and fear, right? And I think that,
and I even brought this up in the 80s cartoons. Remember G.I. Joe? And I mean, heck, we even had Davy and Goliath. Oh, Davy, I don't think that's a good idea. Everything was like a very clear moral. And I'm like, in that sense, it's good art. Why? Because you're not sympathizing and wanting to be the villain. It's clear the virtuous and the good person, you want to actually imitate yourself and become like that. And the villain, it's like, well, it isn't worth going that route. Now we don't kind of have that, and really in music too. And so that itself, and then even in terms of mathematics, the way that like we order, scales and stuff, like derived scales and different modes and stuff. Absolutely, I'm not bound by my generation and its tastes. I can get a philosophic and spiritual analysis of what's actually good and bad art. So I was actually offended to say that So you think that I'm actually determined by my generation and I can't rise above using spiritual virtues and my intellect and philosophy to make an objective analysis? That's a pretty bold statement, and I disagree with it. And so it applies to everything we're kind of saying here. It's like, of course, we might have certain difficulties because of our generations, maybe our even particular upbringing. But the great thing about man being created in God's image and having an intellect is we can transcend these limits, right? And we can get objective analysis and statements and judgments.
I have a question about the aesthetic part of that, because I get all the good and whatever's prescriptive, but or descriptive, or prescriptive, sorry. But the aesthetic part, are you saying that aesthetics, like if there is a good, obviously, anything that's upside down and twisted, even if you find value in it, the reason you find value is because it necessitates a good standard, even if it's an upside down version of it. So like, for instance, something that's beautiful to one person, let's say from this paradigm, is because it's trying to reach some higher standard, godliness, or it's like a way to like venerate God. But someone who doesn't have that paradigm, if they say like Picasso or something is beautiful, what you're saying is that even them saying it's beautiful appeals to some standard, but they're not appealing to the preference. They're not appealing to the ultimate standard in their preference. But it's upside down. But it's
yeah. And this is Plato's argument, is that the very fact that two people are having a disagreement about what's actually aesthetically pleasing or good proves that there's some type of objective form of the good. What's in dispute is whether what I'm saying matches the form of beauty. But the very fact that you're having a conversation, can understand each other, is exactly your argument. It presupposes already to have that conversation that there is an objective standard for the good, the beautiful, etc. So absolutely.
But it doesn't mean Dadaism is good on its own, like some rejection, like this impulsive rejection of all norms and all structure and stuff. But on a higher level, it is kind of a good.
And I had this experience. I was
going to ask if that relates to your state of your soul.
School.
Go ahead, Father.
Sorry, there's
about how you judge. Absolutely. I mean, part of this is what we would call both virtue ethics and virtue epistemology, is the ability to get things even intellectually correct in whatever category. And it could be even a judgment about aesthetics. Turns out has something intimately to do with acquiring virtues. So becoming a virtuous person allows you to see things as they really are.
Mm-hmm.
So absolutely.
So it's like, what are your thoughts?
And I discovered this.
I was going to say, what are your thoughts then on something like the Joker phenomenon, where so many people are finding this a beautiful film highlighting the sort of nihilism? Is this due to the sort of postmodern turn that we can see the sort of downward effect philosophy has on culture, in the sense that people are, like, how does this work with the disordered soul, with our understandings of objective aesthetics and beauty, when it seems like the play on contemporary films is to demonstrate the ambiguity between like the prototypical hero of Bruce Wayne and the Joker, and who actually do you align with? Who do you sympathize with? I mean, how does that relate with what you're talking about, with more clear things like
that's why we need
music versus...
Yeah, we need a teacher. Society always needs a teacher. Needs the priest, it needs the Socrates and different stuff like that because of these bad things. And so last class, we actually did an analysis of the Joker. And so it's interesting, much like I used reference the portrait of Dorian Gray, right? I just continue this whole theme of the making oneself ugly and allowing tragedies. I even saw this in Medusa, for example. a tragic event happens to Medusa, right? She's defiled, and then by Poseidon, I believe, and then she's cursed, right, and made ugly, which to me was a theme of like, what can, there you go. That's such a great book, isn't it?
Oh, what is that book
And
again?
so I
Sorry.
wanted to link these kind of categories. That was the portrait of Dorian Gray.
Dorian Gray.
Right there.
Oscar Wilde.
Yeah. And so we brought up the Joker. So the Joker, again, possibly we could use this. I don't think the film by itself could lead students and viewers in the wrong way, because like you're saying, all these Z generation kids identify with the Joker, right? Why? Because the world's unjust. He's got a bad deal.
Yeah.
Now I said, then the teacher needs to come in and provide an analysis of what's actually, and clear things up. So what I said is, we all have bad things that happen to our life, right? We can relate to the Joker, but you have a choice. You can either, the scripture says what men intend for evil, God intends for good, and you can be a Christian, and you can take what's good, bad, and make something better out of it, and you can redeem it.
Yep.
This is what God's doing, and this is
I
part of
snuck that
theosis,
into
right?
my
To take
Tucker
the
thing.
evil, or you can become like the Joker. What does he do? He allows himself to become a monster. And I said, look at his face. Look, he literally lets it transform. I'm like, and you don't want to become that, right? And you have a choice too. And so you have these moral categories that actually take an anthropomorphization, whether it's in the Medusa, whether it's in the portrait of Dorian Gray or something like that. It will make you ugly and you will die. It leads to death spiritually and these different things. So to answer your question, Patrick, is that they need a guide. They need a teacher that can properly assess, so that it doesn't let the art just, or maybe even the artist is, and the writer's intending the wrong thing with that. But we as Christians can take that and be like, no, see, now let me shed light on even perhaps a bad piece of art and give a moral message and guide them in the right direction. So I think,
Do you think there's a guide always present, or do you think we're in a position where there's no guide, and so it's people appeal to like the art itself is the guide, or the culture is the guide, but there's no like you can't point to a single guide in this modern culture. It's sort of like this machine unfolding. I wonder if the absence of the guide itself in at least in our country, seems like a liberating position to people, where they're like, this is fantastic. There's no guide.
It seems like absolute freedom, right?
Right. It's like Burning
and
Man.
it seems like the contemporary period's marked by the discontinuity with the past. Whereas maybe previous generations, like you guys were saying, well, I knew what my parents listened to. There was a continuity between generations, but it seems like right now that's the whole promise, right? Is the breaking of the tradition that was to create something totally new. And so there's like, it's almost marked by this discontinuity with what was for something what will be. What do you?
Yeah, and the media used to be a guide, like you said, Father, that the previous generations would encode the moral of the story into it. That was like you couldn't separate the moral
and they
of
made
the
it
story
so
from
obvious,
the work.
dude. Like,
right,
yeah,
right.
they would end with the, like, whether it was He-Man, the cartoons were great back then, right? He-Man, G.I. Joe, Davy and Goliath, right? They always ended with like the moral message, right? That it's like, in case you didn't get it, here is stated. Yeah, we don't have that at all.
No,
Well,
it's
and how,
like they're
how much of that comes to a dirty noose at this point too, when you're trying to talk about an objective beauty. People see profane, like what's it, Doja Cat, this new YouTube video
where she
she's
dressed
a
up like a demon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're celebrating profane because we don't have this guide, which, right, we do have God's law written on our heart, but we celebrate the profane, we celebrate the tragedy, we celebrate the and we don't have we have the church, but we need more of that to bring people back.
And maybe that's what I was highlighting, is the discontinuity is marked by the absence of God in culture at all, even a sort of general Protestant Christianity in America. I mean, it's gone. And so there is no guide inside the culture itself anymore.
Well, what's the Orthodox belief that, right, the law is written on our heart? If we're baptized, we have like the Holy Spirit on the outside, and once we're baptized, it's on the inside. And
that's why then the church is the only thing to give to be a guide, because there is no general guide in the culture anymore. It's been depleted. And Chase threw in a super chat. He says, doesn't the appeal to beauty appeal to a thing with ontological status that is beauty and has that substance? And I ask a question because I thought, I mean, how does it orthodoxy parse beauty has a substance or an essence? How does that relate to it being an energy, an uncreated energy? How does that work philosophically?
Well, I mean, Jay, I could see Jay just put his mic off. So his ears peaked up.
I just thought I was going to get to talk to Governor Jesse Ventura.
Oh, look, yeah, that's way more important.
Well, you know, if you want to talk about aesthetics, I'm an expert because I have the worst mullet alive.
Well,
but they are. They're. I mean,
Chase makes a
we
great
say
point
they're
there.
in. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jay.
Chase makes a great point with that comment, because I think most people don't have any concept of metaphysics or ontology. So when they think of the beautiful, it's only in respect to emotivism.
Mm-hmm.
And believe it or not, of all people, Ayn Rand actually has a good book on aesthetics, and she just applies the principles of Aristotle to the arts. And she has a really good critique of how the arts became degraded through identifying good art or the beautiful with emotions and emotivism. So when that took over the arts became primed for, propaganda, for Congress for Cultural Freedom, using it as a means of social engineering, all that kind of stuff. But I think Chase is hitting at the essence of the question that, Plato would ask, which is, well, when you talk about the beautiful or the good or the true, what are you actually referring to? It's got to have some kind of real reference, or else you're in a purely subjective status, which makes it meaningless, basically. So then Plato's obviously concerned with the status of that transcendent object or that transcendental. So I think in orthodoxy, for us, they relate to one another. They're not identical. There's actually a problem in Thomism that when you identify all these as synonymous, basically there eventually there's no distinction between being and the good. So all that exists is also identical to the good. But that's why you need distinct energies. And there's a book that Umberto Eco wrote when he ceased being a Thomist, and it was a book about Thomistic aesthetics and how if you identify all these things as synonymous through absolute divine simplicity, you really have no way to distinguish the being and good and beauty. They're all basically the same referent for a meaningless ADS blob. So Orthodoxy has a unique position with the energies being actually distinct realities. They're still one, but they're also really distinct. It's a one and it's a both and it's a one in the many situation. Those are that's in the Palamite synods, that you have to believe that they're distinct realities. So the way this relates to aesthetics is that there's different types of goods. There's different types of beauty. There's created beauty and there's uncreated beauty. There's created good. There's uncreated good. And the created good reflects the uncreated good. It's an analogy, analogia. This is all throughout the church fathers, that there is a valid cataphatic analogia. They're not one-to-one. That's why it's an analogy, right? So we don't identify the created with the uncreated. There's not a one-to-one correspondence. It's a reflective analogical predication. So there's a lot of different ways you can go with this, but long story short, Chase is right that modernity, since it lost the notion of the transcendent post-enlightenment, obviously the arts and aesthetics are going to be affected by this as well. And even though I just kind of dissed Thomism, medieval Latins actually had a pretty good way to parse out how you could tell good art from bad art. And so Aquinas talks about, which I think he's correct in this point, that true beauty has to correspond to harmony, symmetry, order, form, proportion. All those things have to be there for it to be good art. I mean, he's probably talking mainly about like visual arts there. but I mean the principles would apply to literature and written arts as well. So I do think there's gray area though, which I guess reflects Jim Bob's question, which is, well, so if I appreciate something dark, does that mean my soul's disordered? I mean, not necessarily, because, for example, Flannery O'Connor is great literature. I think universally accepted as great literature. Not that it's true because it's universally accepted, but it just is. And she, her stories all contain usually pretty dark and grotesque elements. I mean, even scripture has the grotesque. It has dark elements. So I don't think that even if one liked the Joker, I think it would depend on the reasons why one liked the Joker. I mean, when I saw the film, I could appreciate it on certain levels as a critique of society and basically being black-pilled. But I could also see it being an expression of nihilism. Like, there's no point. It's all nihilistic.
Right.
So I think some things are kind of unclear. It's not hard and fast as to whether, because I don't know what, I forget the guy's name, but I don't know what his intention was with the Joker. Was he just trying to be black-pilled and nihilistic? Probably. But you could still perhaps appreciate elements of it without appreciating the whole thing. I mean, David Lynch's stuff it tends to be somewhat demonic and dark, but I think there's interesting spiritual elements to it that one could still derive from it. So I think there is basic ideas for what I would agree with medieval aesthetic theory and Thomism and whatnot. But there's also, I think, areas of flexibility with, can I appreciate a really weird satirical story? Yeah, I think so. But then also, last point would just be that Ayn Rand's actually correct that modernity leaving behind metaphysical principles that you find in Aristotle or Thomism, like order, proportion, harmony, symmetry, all that, when that's lost, when metaphysics goes away, now the only thing left is, how does the art make you feel?
Right.
That has dominated the art world ever since probably the 60s.
Jay, I had a question. Does orthodoxy reject what do you call it, emotivism? That ethical statements or whatever,
and then
aren't really propositions. They're like emotional responses to something. We don't. There's not a negation of the emotion. So an ethical proposition, whether it's in art or literature or oration, might include an emotional aspect. And so, but we don't want to be led by that. Isn't that just like, charismatic church? Would you say that's kind of like this weird form of the same problem?
Yeah, it's a great analogy. Yeah, like, so in charismaticism, it's God's presence, the theology, all that's subordinated to how I'm immediately feeling in the worship service. Or I'm actually identifying the presence of God with the emotions I'm having during the, gay praise. Jesus.
Right? Boyfriend Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus is my boyfriend.
Yeah, I think, St. Gregory Palamas says it well when he says that God gave us emotions and desire for a reason, but they have to be in the right place. They can't be like, emotions and desire have to be in the right hierarchy. You can't have that as like the defining characteristic of everything, because our hearts are deceptive. They could be misled.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I was just going to say. Like every heresy, whether theological, ideological, or philosophical, they're putting the right things in the wrong categories, things in the wrong place, right? Where they take some, obviously emotions are good, the intellect's good, and you even see this with the virtues, right? But if I put the virtue in the wrong place, for example, let's say temperance, or what's another, gentleness or something like that as a Christian virtue, when somebody's attacking and killing my family, then it's a vice. It's put in the wrong place. If I put, like you said, an emotion, usually what you see in a lot of these things, and you can see this within Protestantism, it takes something that's correct, right, within the whole, because we say we're the Catholic Church, Catholic holos, pertaining according to the whole. You take it out, and then you absolutize it as if it were the whole, or it's the first principle of all things. So if that's emotion, then you get charismatic. If it's the intellect, you get
Then you're
scholasticism. You have
scholastic,
all these.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
really
I think like, so you guys might not know this, but when I was growing up, I was like an art prodigy. I had a full ride scholarship to art school.
Prodigy.
I know.
So wait, you had a shaved?
Well,
one
you
of
know
your
what?
sides of your
Not
head was
my-
shaved? You had a shaved head?
No,
Yeah.
no,
Oh.
we didn't do that back in the day. Back in the day, I was just like a normal grunge punk rocker chick who went to art school stuff. But
so you
I
wore Doc
actually-
Martens then.
Doc Martens.
I
That's it.
totally did.
Yeah.
Totally did.
Yeah.
I had the flowered dress with the Doc Martens, and I played guitar, everything, the whole 9 yards.
There
But
we go.
I
Now
went
we figured
to
it out.
enough art school that I realized all the other art students were like deeply depressed and like hated everything, and I didn't fit in because I was too happy. I was always like, "Hey, everybody, what's going on?" And they were like, "Life is pain." So it didn't work out for me. I didn't even go to art school because I was like, what the hell am I going to do with a fine arts degree? Like, I don't even know what I'll do with that. And I did do a lot of like painting and stuff after school. Like once I graduated, I did a whole like commission series for this really wealthy guy. And I've done a few other commission projects and stuff. Like Jim Bob and I probably really get along well on that level, being like visual artist type of people. But the thing about it growing up was like the stuff I loved like Rubens, and I liked the realists, and I liked people who could take, something really realistic and reproduce it in a way that was like hyper realistic or like transcendent to the realistic. And so growing up during the grunge era where everything was like heroin chic and very dark and everything, like on the one hand, I could kind of appreciate some of it, but on the other hand, I was like, I couldn't ever really get myself into that mindset of like life is meaningless, everything is pain, the suffering and all that stuff, because I'm like a happy person. So it's like I was in this weird limbo in between generations, and I think that's why it's interesting for me having like the range of kids that I have, the different personalities and the different perspectives that they have, right? Like my oldest ones remember Vine before it was like TikTok and all that stuff. They remember like Vine and stuff. And then the younger ones are like, what's that? That's stupid. I watch TikTok, and I like this stuff. And they don't even have the same sense of humor, like the older one to the younger one, but it's fun watching them interact because they'll find overlap. So I think every human being, regardless of what generation you're in, you're trying to find what your meaning is. You're trying to find some kind of compass. You're trying to find some sort of anchor. And there are transcendentals that help you do that. But the way that the pop culture is right now, it's like the dominant stuff is very satanic. And it's all about shitting all over whatever is transcendental, right? Like that seems to be the dominant thing right now. And the good thing is the white pill is all 4 of my daughters who are around now are like, they all see that for what it is. They all get it instantly. They all see that and they're like, no, I know what you're doing there. Doja Cat dressed like a black demon in her latest video, or those sort of things. Like my youngest is the biggest Jamie Hanshaw fan on the planet, by the way. She loves her stuff, and it's not anything that I trained her or taught her to do. She just sees it for herself, and I don't know if it's
Andrew threatening her at night.
That's so funny because he's like the sweetest, gentlest dad ever. You guys would all laugh so hard because he's just such a sweetie pie with them. But she just, I don't know if it's being homeschooled or what it is, but it's like she sees the stuff and she picks up on it. I don't have to say anything. Andrew doesn't have to say anything. She knows exactly what's going on right away. Cool. So when we went to Nashville and she met Jamie, they just talked it up because my youngest one was just like, oh yeah, I totally get it. I know this pop star and this pop star. You got to look into it because look at her cover art. Look at the symbology. And I'm sitting there. I had no idea she knew this stuff. I'm sitting there like just as flabbergasted as everybody else was. But I think that they're not, like BLA will tell you too, they're not as dumb as you think. They catch on to a lot. They get a lot more than you would think. This youngest generation, I think. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Is it better that it's obvious Like we have a culture that the Satanism and all this under
It's
know,
right
upside
out
down
there.
stuff is
Yeah,
so
it's so
clear,
explicit.
or is it makes a worse culture. But if it was very ambiguous and under the radar and subtle, like I don't know if one is worse or they're just different, but the subtle one would have its own problems, navigating it. Like it's like, thank you for being obvious. Like you have a big, demon head on and you're upside down and you're doing all, your tongue's like, and we're not wondering. Now the sad thing is that, like you were saying, Michael, is that if the noose is clouded, you don't see it. It doesn't seem obvious. That's your new subtle, but not for someone, this whole panel.
Jim Bob,
it isn't subtle.
And it makes sense why Betty, a Zoomer that was homeschooled, raised in an environment where she wasn't bombarded with all the stuff to, cloud her noetic faculties, that she then can pick up on something and follows Jamie and can put all these patterns together. And it is obvious for her. So I think you're nailing it there.
But was there a time when it wasn't obvious? Is there a time in history we can point to where?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It was worse.
Yeah, I was thinking there's a parallel too. I was just talking to this conversation about what I appreciate about Latin American, like third world countries, is that the corruption is just obvious. It's like, oh, we're getting pulled over. Oh, get your wallet out. Why? Because we got to pay the cops.
Yeah.
And at first I was upset, and then I'm like, I like where I can see it. I appreciate it there.
Yeah.
The United States is really good at like covering everything's normal here. What do they call that? American exceptionalism, moral exceptionalism. Well, we're more. This would never happen, and I appreciated that. I think almost liked it where I could see it. If, as DPH and you'd said, if you're capable of seeing it. So,
right.
And I think there was definitely a time, in the, I don't know, 80s and 90s. I mean, that's where I grew up, and it wasn't that obvious to me. I didn't know. Like now, it's just like they're throwing it in your face. It's right there.
But in the 80s and 90s, how do we tell if you were clouded or partially clouded that you didn't see, or was it actually not as obvious?
You mean how do I know if I went clear?
Yeah, at that, there was clarity at that point. Like even if there was not as clear, you weren't as clear as you are now. It was it vague? Like was like AC/DC and what's his name eating a bat's head? Like that was like a show, right?
Yeah.
But to me, it didn't occur like, oh, there's this demonic force out there. Even though I believe good and evil exist, that's just like that was my attitude. But I don't know if that's just cloudiness or did things just get really intense and focused, in its practice of like just demonic crap going on.
I gotta jump in real quick because I gotta run. But David, I want to thank you for having me on, and thank you for the interviews that we've done, and congratulations on 20K. BLA, you still want to do this, Buck?
Yes. I got it right over here. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, yeah,
right there.
Oh my God, that would be so exciting.
Yes.
So.
All right,
Island of Dr. Morel.
You guys have
all right later, Jay. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
That will be so fun. I'm excited for that.
I think in terms of what you guys are talking about, you brought up a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
I think that in my opinion, I think that art in any medium is really about two things. It's one, the questions that the artist is always trying to address, the thing that they're trying to convey, even when they are not, is there are two really, which is our relationship with God and our relationship with each other, right? It's always why are we here and what do we do while we're here? And even the works of art that are specifically dark, like you said, Father Deacon, they address that issue. I mean, like Paradise Lost is a great example of this. It's the English epic poem. It's the national epic poem. And the main character in the poem is Satan.
Yeah.
But it's an irony, right? Because he's rebelling specifically in the text against God's creation. So that allows us to see the beauty of God's creation and the darkness that's inherent in the protagonist. So I think the worst thing in art is it's like what, you know, Satan talks about this, the character does in Paradise Lost, which is it's not the worst thing isn't that he's in hell. The worst thing would be obliteration. It would be if there was just nothingness. And we kind of see that in terms of like contemporary art, and where art sort of it becomes just entertainment or propaganda, and it's like this just sort of nihilistic nothingness. I think that's the most harmful thing, because otherwise, like when you go to Astro World and it's Travis Scott's thing, and like he's on the stage saying, you know, Satan or whatever, and it flashes up on the screen, it's like, well, you know what this is. You can identify it easily, right? Yeah. But it's like I see, like, this is going to sound kind of maybe boomerish, but I see like Andy Warhol is worse than that, because that's just like there's nothing about that. It's just like worshiping at the altar of like consumerism or anti-consumerism. It's just a statement on that, and there's nothing else. So obviously that also is a reaction against prior art, but I see it as far more harmful. And truth, beauty, and goodness are the things that make, you know, three aspects of great art, because like our soul cries out for those things.
Right.
And we know no matter what, in a painting or a poem or a film, we can recognize, like with the Joker, when you're watching the Joker, anyone watching it knows that this is the sort of 70s-esque anti-hero. He's supposed to be a nuanced, you know, he wants to be the good guy, but he's in pain. But like, look at the form of it. It's like grainy and kind of ugly and muted and kind of rusty. It's not beautiful and vibrant. So, you know, when you're watching it, the nuance is that this is an ugly world, right? And this is this guy's worldview. So that makes me think, oh, well, I don't want this world. You know, I don't want the world that this guy's in. Yeah. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Did people?
Go ahead. I
was going to say, did people, or like back with Jim, you know, to Jim's Bob's comments, like I can grow up, you know, I'd be in English class and the teacher's like, the red chair, this symbolizes the blood of blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you guys are like, but I grew up, I didn't look at symbolism. In the last like 10 years, I started being like, oh, this means that. And like what Jim Bob's saying, it's like, I think it's caused a divide. When I watch Doja Cat and I'm with my friends, I go, dude, that's demonic. And 20% of them are like, yeah, dude, I get it. And 80% are atheists. Like, well, God doesn't exist, so it's not really demonic. You're just being a conspiracy theorist. Like, but you're right. It purposefully is that. When you see Doja Cat, like she's a ghoul and she's got, you know, horns, and like that's, you know, she's like she looks like the incubus, right? Or the right. Succubus or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But like that teacher who told you that they got to provide context, right? Like that's true if you're reading. There's a poem by William Carlos Williams. It's like the modernist poem. It's 8 lines. So much depends upon a red wheelbarrow glazed with rainwater beside the white chickens. That's it. And the like joke of him writing the poem is that you argue about the symbolism, but the poem has no symbolism. It's just the thing itself. He said no ideas, but in things. That's modernity. That's the bullshit.
That they're not
that's
even
the bullshit.
Thinking.
Right. That's the bullshit of it.
Right. They're not even thinking about it, trying to figure it out. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why like The Wasteland, T.S. Eliot and The Great Gatsby, The Wasteland is The Wasteland, and Great Gatsby has The Valley of Ashes, and Paradise Lost has The Abyss. So it's like like you were saying, DPH, like there's a divide between the old world and the new, and like and they see themselves as like they've crossed over into this place where everything is broken. But when that happens, like you can see the old things across the valley. You can see the city rising. But in a poem like that William Carlos Williams poem, it's like that's all there is. And that's a valuable poem because of that.
Right.
But it's not a beautiful poem.
Right, because it lacks transcendent dimensions. If the point is just to explicitly state that which it is, it lacks true beauty, goodness, and truth, because it never transcends the thing to connect with those realities in the first place. Right. Go ahead.
That's why I always
say what Jay was bringing up,
or Jim Bob, whoever. Sorry.
Go ahead.
The emotivism and stuff like that. I might have started like that, but once you get, especially into like the 60s postmodernism, there's not even bad aesthetic. Like you quoted Warhol, I'm thinking like Duchamp, right? It's like now it's a urinal.
Yeah.
Like it's just like all this kind of. Now it's a commentary on a commentary about functionality and like it's completely moved out of you in the sense of trying to invoke emotion or anything like that. It's
it's the thing. It's
the
in a way, it's the thing, and it's just empirical data, and I live according to what I see right there, and then that makes me feel something, and that's it. So if it's the first example of that, then maybe that can be considered great art in terms of what we can. It's not great, it's not beautiful, but we see that that's a contrast against the other stuff. Otherwise, it just becomes fad or entertainment. That poet that I met, he won the Pulitzer Prize, Robert Pinsky, and he translated this beautiful edition of Dante's Inferno. And like I talked to him, and I was like 17. I was asking him about what he thought about like the Beat Generation. And he was like, those are great questions, but none of that matters because there's only two categories of any art, and it's the great, good art and bad. And the bad art is there's so much, almost everything is bad art. And there are just few examples of good art. It's the canon. So how do we, how does an artist build on, how do they express this stuff? Well, first of all, they build on the canon, right? Like William Carlos Williams wrote iambic pentameter for like most of his career as a poet, right? So he built on the classics, but then he had any artist like has a voice that they mimic somebody else or whatever, and then they build on it, and then they have their own voice. And Rachel, you were talking about when you were at art school and like all the people were like, emo and stuff like that. And that's like level one because they're mimicking those things, and they think that an artist has to be depressed and sad. And, many of the great artists died young or whatever because they gave their life to express this stuff. But the fact is that for them, that's just they're just sort of mimicking, right? They haven't gotten to the place, because if they're going to be good, then they would realize that things like Rubens, those are beautiful things, and they're not going to paint like him, but they recognize the standard.
Right. And the thing that I hated about postmodern art was it was basically saying, excuse my language, everybody, but it was basically saying, fuck your transcendental, screw your continuity across time, screw this common human experience and all the things that, from 6,000 years ago to now we all have in common. It was like a total rejection of all of that and kind of a rejection of humanity. And it's the arrogance of thinking like, oh, I'm different, right? Mm-hmm. I'm above all that. I'm beyond all that. I don't care about all that sort of, stuff that we have in common, the universal experiences and all that. That's what bothered me about it. Cause I was like, that's what we're here to do. And I feel like the postmodern art basically just all it wants to do is give a middle finger to that. And it has nothing else to offer. So I was just kind of like, I'm not going to participate in that.
Yeah, if it gives a middle finger in that sense, if it is all of those things and it doesn't provide some sort of synthesis where the reader or the viewer is able to see the contrast between the way that they're portraying the world, which is probably accurate in many ways, but not from us, but from what people have made it, and that there's something better. If they don't provide that, then it's just pure, then it's ugliness. It's chaos itself.
It's ugliness for the sake of ugliness.
So this will be a shout out to any musicians out there, Jim Bob. But where you get this completely just crystallized, like the postmodern kind of ideology of moving away from aesthetic and, like you said, becoming a thing, but worse than that, becoming nothing. John Cage, 4 minutes and 33 seconds, where he does this talk about like what is the essence of post-modernity. It's like it ends in nothingness, which is really interesting if you think theologically about that's the very notion of what sin and evil is. It's a privation.
There's
no being to it. And so as you move away, eventually it comes to a climax in an expression like John Cage. I'm playing a piece of music that there's nothing even there. It's 4 minutes and 33 seconds of like nothingness. And I'm like, that's great. But what's interesting, I think what you're saying too, is like, it doesn't last, right?
And then we're like, whoa, man, this is this is edgy. Mm-hmm. We're going to have this in a gallery in New York.
I'm going to do that on my next
stream, I thought I'd bring up John Cage.
And isn't it all still really binary, though? Like, you know what I mean? They're still amplifying the profane. You know what I mean? Like, they think they're outside the system, but they're still, like, just promoting.
Somebody's like, "Is this
sin or
mic'd up?"
evil.
Yeah, totally.
Is this even mic'd up?
Yeah.
Can we?
Yeah, put it on.
You
the
guys,
radio.
I
we
hate
even
to
hear the
jump
sound of
in. I
silence?
hate to jump in and interrupt you, but I do have to bow out and do some mom stuff. But I want to say congratulations to Patrick. Thank you for having me on today with you guys for
Thank
your
you, Rachel.
celebration. And this is going to be super exciting because Patrick, you are headed into a whole new phase of life. You are headed into your true like patriarchy phase where you're going to
Yeah.
be
Transcending your
husband, you're
physical
God
body.
willing, a father.
Alpha
I'm
E
su-
Celeb Diva.
I'm very excited for it. Like truly on a
New channel
serious
name.
note, Patrick is the exact kind of person, the exact kind of young man that I want to see getting married and having babies. And so I'm so personally happy for him, and I'm so excited for this next phase of life and to see what you do with everything, because I know he puts a ton of pressure on himself and he wants to like really do the best he can in every aspect of his life. But I'm not worried about you. I know you're going to crush it. I know you're going to absolutely kill it. And God has wonderful things in store for you. So I just hope that you can enjoy it a little bit.
Well, thank you so much, Rachel. I really appreciate that. I appreciate your friendship. I love you and Andrew. You guys are great. And yeah, I'm excited for this next stage as well. I can feel the responsibilities and stepping up to that. I think Jim Bob's going to know he has kids. He's married. Father Deacon's married. You are. And so I'm excited for this next stage. And I'm excited to not just live for myself, but to live for something much larger.
Yeah, you're going to do fantastic. I'm not worried about you at all. So enjoy this next phase. Never forget to enjoy it. You're going to have your stressful times. It's going to feel like a ton of responsibility, but enjoy it. It's a wonderful blessing. So have fun with everything.
Will do.
So
well, thank you.
Y'all,
Thanks for hopping
y'all
on.
have
I
a good
appreciate
time. I'm going to bow out and let this be a complete sausage fest. So everyone enjoy.
Are we
Hey,
sure
Dave,
about
I
that?
wanted to go back to the who what thing because I saw a parallel. I'm always arguing why the truth, even what the truth is or what's moral. We're always framing the question incorrectly. We should be asking who is moral, right? Like if we're looking for the basis of truth. And I wonder if it applies to beauty as we're talking about it. You were saying this new movement toward just describing things as they are. There's no personhood to it. There's no aesthetic. There's no standard. And, when Pontius said, what is truth? We're talking about a who now. So the question is,
and he's saying that to truth
Christ,
incarnate.
to the truth. Yeah. So I don't know if it's on the same scale, but when we ask who is truth or who is good, would we include beauty, or is that a subset of Christ? Because couldn't Pontius be like, what is beauty? Would he essentially be asking the same question and the same problem, but at a lower level? You know what I mean? And the reason I ask is that when you say these things are missing, when we're trying to find what is beautiful, we're actually asking, well, what's the standard? But to ask what's the standard, we eventually get to a personhood. Right. And so we're not really asking what as a thing is the standard. We're asking who. And if that's missing in the culture, we get into this constant state of like pointing the value is the thing itself.
What's the first beautiful thing, right? I mean, God creates the world and it is good. I mean, there is no beauty. I mean, I know you're asking what is beauty or who is beauty, but
right.
There is nothing beautiful without God. There isn't anything that's where it's. I mean, you guys have made this argument over and over, right? That there's not, if you don't have an objective worldview, right? If everything is my truth or what I think is beautiful, that's not beautiful. That's just like pleasing to me. It's pleasing to my emotions.
Right.
That's
Feels
not beautiful.
Good. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because it could not be pleasing. But Father, I wanted to ask you that question directly. Like, what is it? That's a great question. Is it a category error to say Christ is beauty? God is beauty,
I mean,
or is it?
I think that first of all, this starts with Aristotle answers this question when somebody says, "What's the good?" and he basically says, "Go ask the good person." And then
that's a very orthodox response.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Because that's why we have
And
monastics. That's why we have people devoted towards those ends.
And so you're asking about like, well, how do we talk about? I mean, the good, the true, and the beautiful, the typical triadic transcendentals there. And I think Christ gives us a perfect kind of image and the hypostatic union. Jay had already kind of hinted on this, how that orthodoxy breaks the dialectics of either the one or the many. And so what you have is specifically, if you see in the Chalcedonian formula, that you have two natures completely united, but not confused, distinct, but inseparable, right? And that gives us a vision for understanding all these other things like the true, the beautiful. But guess what it is? It's completely united in the person.
Yeah.
And I think that's absolutely like, I can't separate them out. But they're not confused. It's not like I mix like two different color drinks together and now I can't see what it is. I'm able to break the dialectics and talk about, yes, I know what the good is and the true, and all of these different things. They're both united. They're completely united, but they're not collapsed into like an absolute divine simplicity. They're hypostatized in the person and their divine energies, that we can talk about that. So they're always related. One's going to lead you. You can't separate them out, but I'm able to talk about them distinctly.
Right.
And I'm able to see that through the person of Christ, because the way that he united human and divine nature. That I think that would be a perfectly
So is beauty like there's uncreated energies? Is beauty in that category? Or because the world was created good, is beauty created but has the same importance? Like is beauty
so
a
it's
created
like
thing?
Jay had said, there's a created beauty and there's an uncreated beauty.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to point, that's why when you're talking about personhood, it's the perfect point to understand this particular triadic transcendental, because animals are not participating in the moral good. They're not participating in the beauty of higher aesthetics, and they're not participating in transcendental truth. We get this by being made in the image of God. And so when he's talking about creation being good, it's because it's made due to the energies natural to divinity. And
Jim Bob,
all personally related. Go ahead.
There's your name the trait right there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I knew they were going to reject
The
made in the image,
appreciation
so-
of beauty and art.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many ways that could have gone.
It brings up, because the thing is just exactly what we're talking about. It's connected to the moral category. So if they wanted you to name the trait, part of it is, well, there's lots of traits, right? Because they're all connected and uniquely human. One is rationality. The other one is the ability to appreciate aesthetics. Animals don't have that. And there's the moral category. That's why you can't separate out art from the true, right? In terms of the veridical category and the moral category. Art is moral. Which is part of the kind of modern move and postmodern, is just separated out from these categories,
or deliberately inverted. Right. That's the point now, is like, bend over and spread your cheeks and have a camera take a photo. Like, here's art. And it's like, what?
Right. It can't.
The moral transgression is part of the dimension of modern art, which is making it so demonic and chaotic.
Yeah, the name the trait thing is actually really interested when you put it that way. Is that there are all these things people are trying to reduce to singular properties, like the found in nature or something, and you can't do it. But if you were to name one, it would include many things, but you couldn't separate them out like ingredients or parts. And so those things are, I don't want to say anything false here, but is that a reflection of what the Trinity actually kind of embodies? Is that there's a version of that in us that let's say even in simple form, like a mind, a body, and a soul or a spirit, but you couldn't pull them away from each other, but they're not identical. But you can't reduce them to singular parts like they're Lego. They're not like three Legos that happen to go together really well that you can then pull apart. But the materialist or the vegan in that case is
There's
always
a
trying to
great
reduce
Greek
things.
word.
What's that?
There's a great Greek word. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Did I freeze? You can hear me, right?
No, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's just my screen froze up for a second. There's a great Greek word we talk about pertaining to the Trinity, perichoresis. And choresis is a dance in Greek. Peri is around. And the idea of a dance, really, like translated colloquially, it would be something like an intersharing. And the Trinity has this term that the fathers talk about, perichoresis, that these properties are intershared, like in a dance, like giving. There's a give and take and sharing and going back and forth. And there's a dynamicness to that too. And I think you're right that we understand that the whole universe is built triadically. The human beings built triadically. And so we should be able to see perichoresis even with these categories too, that they're separate and distinct, but there's an inner sharing, there's a dance, there's a movement. And I forget what Father had actually said. Dynamic rest, ever moving rest, or something like that. How awesome is that? Those two words brought together, those two concepts, breaks the dialectic and transcends it. It's not an either or. It's forever that way, static, right? But not in an originistic or like Greek sense. It's a movement. It's a static movement. And I think that's really beautiful. And I think we'll see that with these things too, that like with perichoresis, that there are these different terms, truth, beauty, moral, ascetics, right? That they're all interchanging. They're both distinct, but they're sharing, right? But they're eternal. They're not changing their natures, right? Of what they are. They don't get, as Patrick always talks about, in the terms of like a New Age and occult, the blurring of the boundaries and this kind of just primordial, I don't know, how would you describe it? It's like a primordial soup where it's just
an amalgamation of everything.
That's what monism would be, like just in a different way of describing, like everything's just one big sludgy thing puddled together and there's no distinctions at all. But that's not what we're talking. We reject that because that's just complete insanity, right? Or it's not even insanity. If it were the case, it would just be a blob. But we reject the blob. That's interesting. That triadic thing is everywhere, and I see that. It's just like when we get into arguing or defending it, you're not arguing in any way that's similar to when you argue any other thing. You're not arguing like a category and then subcategories of things. You're not arguing objects. You're arguing one and many things at the same time, but you can't pull one part out and be like, well, let's isolate this one part.
Right.
We're not looking at a machine.
And this is how it relates to the transcendental argument too, right? For example, people want to say, prove God. And that's an incorrect category to ask. Right. No, God is the standard for proof.
For which,
He's that by
which something can be proved.
Right.
Yeah. And like you were saying too, you don't hold some other standard by which you judge those things and then determine it is that by which everything else is understood. Right. And so there's really these false systems and false idols and paradigms that are brought up that, you have to filter everything through what I just arbitrarily set up, right? In
Yeah,
terms of
my
beauty,
arbitrary
truth, and
categories.
stuff like that. And what we want to do, we want to precept them and be like, no, it's a fundamental category error. Because the things that I'm talking about is that by which we judge beauty, truth, and everything else. There is nothing, and this is truly the sense of apophatic, right? Apophatic means that it's silence. What does that mean? There are no words or propositions that stand behind God of which you say this is what God is. God is the starting point, and so therefore he's truly apophatic. And there is no other starting point. Everything else is just arbitrary, false. You know what they are? They're illusions, right? Anyways, I can see that Baselit Analyzer has his book up. He wants to say something.
He's ready. He's ready for something. Hit us with it, bro.
Well, I was just going to say on a way lower level here that one example of what you guys were just talking about. You know, earlier, Father Deacon, you said something about like when you throw together two like random things, right? You were talking about categories, and this was one like illustration of this in terms of art would be surrealism, because you know this is like the thing and then the other random thing. But surrealism, by definition, I've got this book on surrealism right here. I did a stream on it, which was part of the Dorian Gray analysis, and one of the things that they did in the manifesto, Andre Breton, these French guys, when they were creating this movement, it was a self-conscious political and religious movement. It was an occultic movement, and they defined beauty. They said beautiful as the unexpected meeting on a dissection table of a sewing machine and an umbrella. And they talk about the beauty of which is not beautiful, right? That's the
point.
Yeah, that's the point. And they talk about they define beauty as a convulsive beauty, which is when you look at that, right? It is. Well, it specifically was that. And they talk about that in, I think, like the second manifesto. They talk about, you know, the ugliness in the world as something that's beautiful, but it's different from like a Yeatsian terrible beauty. Like Yeats, when I think of like Yeats describing beauty, he's talking about World War I, and he's talking about like, if you see the bomb go off, right? It's terrible and it's terrifying, but there's like a unity and variety. So what it represents is terrifying and terrible. It's ugly, but there's something, he says, beautiful in that. But this is like the throwing together of all these things, these random objects and things, that is kind of a redefining of what beauty is supposed to be. I mean, we see this now, right? A redefining of words. You take basic words and everything is subjective.
Right.
And it's so silly because the surrealist thing, you hold up a picture and all the things that they did assumed that there was a standard, actually, because they're trying to act against a standard.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
It's like the art. I always use this analogy where there's an art school, and the teacher announces there's going to be this art competition, and the students are like, oh wow, this is crazy. And then the student raises his hand and says, well, okay, what's the standard by which you're judging? And the teacher says nothing. They say nothing. And then the students look at each other and what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Well, the only thing you can do is generate something so shocking that it almost sets the new standard. And so shock ends up being the standard. Disgust, shit, puke, whatever, you name it.
Yep.
All of the worst possible Lady Gaga things you can think of, because only one of the people in the class might actually go, well, I should probably go to a Christian view at this point and build something beautiful, aesthetically pleasing, symmetrical, because everyone else is going to just do the opposite now. And you start to see, like, if that's a microcosm of what culture and society is, or what surrealism is kind of trying to tell you to kind of go toward this thing, it's so self-refuting because you're still arguing for a standard. You're demanding a standard. You're almost like crying for one while rejecting it, right? Like a parent, you're crying for your parent and saying, no, you don't exist, Dad, but please stay with me. It's so stupid.
Tell me why I'm wrong,
you know?
So I can
and there's some, and even if you look at it, Baselit Analyzer, if you're some person's an appreciator of surrealism, they're looking at, let's say, I love how they did the eye. Well, what if the eye is done at a beautiful standard, but only as the part of the eye? But why is the eye beautiful? Because it's done so well. But if you step out, what is the eye connected to? An elbow? it's no longer beautiful.
It's interesting.
Right.
The most famous surrealistic example of art is the Chien Andalou, the Andalusian dog, which is where it's a film, right? It's Salvador Dali and like Buñuel, and they took the eye and there's a razor blade across the eye.
I remember that.
The other standard, by the way, is how hard you worked on the art.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You ever see that guy who, you probably know this, Baselit, is that there's the guy who did a documentary and he was like, I'm going to take 10 years drawing the best pencil drawing of Marilyn Monroe ever. And he did it. He documented it. And he had a favorite artist, by the way. And he couldn't wait to finish because he was going to invite his inspiration to the show. And he did it. And it was like photorealistic and all, 10 years. And he finally had the show. And the guy he looked up to looked at and goes, oh, okay, another Marilyn Monroe. And he was devastated. But it shows that this added time is only one aspect. Let's say the virtue was actually sacrifice in that case. It wouldn't be identical to the work being good. It would be another experience that the artist is having. But certainly it doesn't convey to something good every time.
Which highlights what Father Deacon was saying. Sorry, BLA, real quick. Just with the distinction, but the confluence of many things at once, right? So good art takes sacrifice. It takes skill. But just isolating one doesn't make it a good piece of art. Just
oftentimes in good art, the hard work or the amount of time you worked on it is concealed, because it's like, you know, the poet Ezra Pound, his most famous poem is 2 lines. So much depends on a red. No, that's William Carlos Williams. In a station in the metro, the apparition of these faces in the crowd, petals on a wet black bough. It's a 2-line poem with the title. And he wrote the poem, and it was like, when he originally wrote it, it was like 1,000 lines. And he worked on it for years, and finally was like, I just got this 2 lines. You know, it's people walking out of a subway. That's it. People took that. He wasn't like, this is what I'm about. But he didn't tell anybody that he worked on it for years. I only learned that. I read his diary. So I learned that. But he didn't tell anyone.
Creep.
You know, it's like when you're in school, and you know, when you're 7 years old and the teacher wants you to write a poem, and they tell you that, and they do this in high school too. Poetry is about feelings, you know, and talking about, oftentimes people will write about like terrible events, right? Oh my, you know, there's someone in their family died, and they just write this poem, and they're like, oh, that's good, but that's not what it's supposed to be. Poetry is, if anything, it's the best words in the best order, which is very simple. Yeah, that's Coleridge. That's very simplistic, very simple, but it's true. It's not what you feel.
I disagree. No, I'm joking. I just got a thought.
Go ahead, Father.
Do you know what? Most people haven't seen this Hitchcock movie. It's not one of his well-knowns, but has anybody seen Rope?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
BLA, you haven't?
I know.
He's a movie connoisseur.
I know. Embarrassing. How embarrassing.
How embarrassing, bro.
Okay, this is great because it ties into everything we're saying. It's Jimmy Stewart, and he's Jimmy Stewart's a philosophy professor, and it's great. So these students, right? And he's like a Schopenhauer kind of Nietzschean guy that's basically preaching will to power, like, and he's up in his ivory tower, right? Now the students buy into this, and they were like, yeah, that's great. Like, man is beyond good and evil. Like, this is, but only certain men. And you have to be able to prove that. Okay. So you can't just think that you're beyond. You actually have to take the action of breaking the social taboos, right? So what's one of the biggest social taboos? You're not supposed to murder people. But then this interesting thing comes in. The two students basically said, but it's not just about breaking the social taboos and the slave, as Nietzsche says, the slave morality. Anything could do, an animal could do that, right? An animal murders and kills, I don't want to say murder, but kills or something like that. And is beyond good and evil in that sense. But what makes the Ubermensch is one has to bring in the aesthetic. It's really interesting. So you have to have art to the way that you murder. And so what they do is he sets this up because he was like only the artist, only the one beyond good and evil in the sense of artistically exemplifying a libido dominante and will to power would be truly the man that my professor's talking about. And you see that the student wants this recognition, right? But then there's this theme in the movie too of, like a lot of philosophers, you can't just give somebody the answer. They have to discover. You have to hide it subtly, right? So it invites the inquirer and the listener and the reader into an active participation into where they have to make this discovery and become part of it. So what the student does is he invites 3 classmates. He kills one of the girls that's supposed to, invites her boyfriend, saying that we're all going to come here, we're going to have dinner with the professor. And he puts her body in a chest and then lays a tablecloth over and has dinner over the body. Because they're beyond good and evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then what he's trying to do is show that the students try to show that I've actually become the philosopher that you're talking about because I've incarnated your ideology, but I can't just tell you that I murdered and then I'm beyond this. I'm going to set clues in, and I'm going to actually aesthetically present this as a beautiful murder to show you that, in fact, now the student has surpassed the master. And Jimmy Stewart, he's completely shocked. I can't believe this. You took my philosophy seriously. And it's really great. So you have this kind of reversal with the Jimmy Stewart character, right? He realizes that his philosophy is a philosophy of death. Like, he doesn't actually believe it. And that's really, there's a really great theme too. You know, that we talk about, you know, faith is orthodox, and the Western man, Protestant, thinks that that's an intellectual assent. They think that that's a proposition between these two ears. So there's a story about somebody taking the, he's in Niagara Falls and he's got that, you know, he's walking on the wire, you know, across, and he walks backwards and everybody cheers and stuff like that. And it says he gets a barrel and he walks across the tightrope all across the falls and walks backwards, and people cheer even more. Then he puts a pig in the barrel and he takes the pig. The pig's all moving around and stuff, and he was like, whoa, like it almost looks like he's gonna fall off, and he walks backwards. And the person says, do you believe that I could actually put one of you in this barrel and walk across and walk backwards? And they say, yes, we believe. And he says, can I get a volunteer? And nobody actually
believes.
did it.
Yeah.
And there's the orthodox distinction of faith. Faith is an action. It's a work. It's not a proposition or assent in your head, right? And Jimmy Stewart's character realizes this, that I don't believe in it. I don't have faith in my own system, because this student actually took the action. They had faith. They had faith in the Nietzschean philosophy there. So anyways, most people don't know that movie. You should watch it. It's really great. And it has all the themes that we're talking about, like the aesthetics, morality, all these different things.
The
Really
rope
good.
you said. The rope you said.
Yeah, I think it doesn't have the definite article. I think it's just rope.
Oh, that's
Totally a
interesting.
good
I haven't seen that.
Posh,
I'm surprised
welcome.
BLA hasn't either.
Hey, Posh, I wanted to welcome Posh, but I saw that comment, right? Chase. Chase
Yeah,
thought that
Chase.
was a good Chase. Impressive is pointing to when Posh isn't drunk. So you gotta do it in reverse.
Yes. Whoops. I'm so drunk, actually, I forgot to bring my microphone closer.
Well, I have to actually
Fair
go.
enough.
Sorry, Posh. It's not personal, but I've been on for way too long. Thank you
Hey,
so
Bob,
much.
thanks for hopping on, brother. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for answering all the questions. Appreciate it. See you guys.
Thanks.
God bless.
Yep. God bless you and the family, man.
Bye.
Posh.
Yeah, fair enough. We as Serbs had a very sporty day today. You know, I won't get into it, but I wanted to tag on to what Father Deacon said. Father Deacon, I actually realized that there are words that are derivative of the words we use, but still maintain sort of the older way we use them, as in infidelity. Infidelity is never seen as a lack of assent to a lack of assent to propositional statements, because they maintain the old way of using words. So when I try to tell people infidelity, and I won't break them down etymologically because they have the fide in there, the faith, so-called, it's not a mental assent. We know that infidelity is an action. We know it is going against your vows. It is a way of life that you have broken or engaged in a different way of life if people wish to go via that route. So do you think that's a useful way of trying to tell people why sola fide is not merely a mental action?
I thought it came from the U.S. Marine Corps. Semper Fidelis, Semper Fi, do or die.
If it's from the Navy, it's going to be gay, so we won't accept that.
Well, that's why we're fighting. That's why we're fighting.
That's a great example too, and it's just, I mean, you can trace these things out historically too, that these things move out of kind of an incarnationalism, right? An action in life, and the religion becomes abstract. It becomes propositional. It becomes contractual, right? Mm-hmm. And we talked about this even in art, right? It starts to move out of the living world, and it just becomes a copy of a copy of a copy of it's right. It keeps going, and then it's going into nothingness,
right?
Right, which is exactly the tricks of the demons, right? They're trying to pull you out of reality, whether it's thinking about the past or the future, or just even in these kind of movements too, you know, both religiously, intellectually, and art. They're once, twice, third, fourth removed from reality, right? They're more in your head. Eventually to John Cage song, friend writes me, John Cage gets royalties every time his song is not played.
Affirming a negative. But I also remember
it's 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
But I remember getting from atheists this objection saying we have replaced words like confidence with words like faith, trying to say that, oh no, the atheists don't claim epistemological certainty of any type. They sort of have confidence or reliability or whichever word they prefer to use. But at the same time, confidence in confide is also good.
Yeah.
Yes, it's also going to be
faith, yeah.
Right. So they're trying to use etymological derivatives to try to express the same thing, but they believe that they've sort of pushed it into this bin of things that they don't have to justify. It's sort of just like, oh, well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but you don't have the same type of commitment to it as we would.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and how many people look at philosophy though as just something subjective? Like by the time I remember reading Nietzsche, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Right? You read, you know, Beyond Good and Evil, and I'm like, yeah, am I supposed to go and start murdering people and figuring out my way to the top? Because obviously Nietzsche didn't believe that. He's, you know, never died. Yeah, died of syphilis. It's like, so what? How can I read this and take him seriously? I mean, it was very astounding of an idea, but at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, now what? You know, and that's a lot of. Yeah, go ahead.
I have something for Posh.
I am prepared.
Jivali. Jivali.
What is that? Toast? What is that? Not
Yes, it's basically how we say
life.
cheers.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
It literally
in
means
Serbian,
let us
I mean,
live, but
yeah.
yes, it's a very common way of saying. In Serbia, we do say živeli. In other Slavic countries, you might hear a version of nazdravlje, nazdarovje, or something, which means to health, but it's literally the same thing. But živeli is specifically for Serbia.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, that makes that etymological root, Posh, is so insightful. If you were to sort of talk to a Protestant, tying together, now they would also say, yeah, faith and then works, but then works really doesn't play anything ultimately in regards to their proclamations of faith. They can just make their proclamations, and once saved, always saved. But even in the language, it demonstrates, as Father Deacon was highlighting, that faith is a work, it's an action. And that's what is the basis in which we judge if somebody actually has faith or not. That's so insightful.
Exactly, but there's a problem there as well that I've started a series. I've only made one stream about it, about the word justice.
Okay.
To try and show how you don't actually have this singular thing you do. Like the word justice is used in a certain way in the Old Testament, and it is it is highly related to how the Egyptians saw justice. And it's not unique or peculiar to the Egyptians that justice for them would have been associated with ma'at, right? This whole idea of justice is equated to order. Whereas after a certain point in Western civilization, you get the idea that justice is this judicial branch, you know,
right.
sort of you have this legalistic understanding of it. But there is no point. And when I try to make the point, I also say that you have a verse such as judge those without fathers. And I say it's not sort of being aggressive. It's not being condemnatory. It's basically saying, because it's setting things in order. That's what justice is. Set in order those without fathers, which means take care of them. And you have translations of... sorry?
The Greek word is decay, right?
Yeah, decay. Yes, I believe so. If I'm not in the best of states to comment on things, but the basics are there. I can comment on the basics still. But the thing is, you have the idea that you are supposed to set things in order, and you have other places where it says, you know, judge widows and stuff. When we hear justice and judge, which is derived from it, when we say, you know, judge not lest you be judged, it's about actions. It's not about thinking, oh, look at that bastard over there and what he or she is doing. No, it is actually putting things in order. And we are also told that by the measure with which you judge, you will also be judged, right? So it is incredibly...
And it's not just action, it's ontology. It's a way of being.
Yes.
So, you know, when Christ says, depart from me, I never knew you, right? So it's talking about
Matthew 7.
Judgment. What you really see is an ontology. That what he's saying is, and in today's gospel, for example, we're talking about the wedding garment, right? Like there was the great wedding feast if you're on the old calendar. And everybody's invited in, right? And there's this, right, after the people chosen, right, he brings in the people good and bad off the streets. And then there's a gentleman who's not wearing the wedding garment. And obviously we know that that's basically the garment that we sing that all those who are baptized into Christ have put on Christ. The garment is Christ. So it means somebody baptized into the church who has not become like Christ. And then what does the gospel end with? And he's thrown out to the outer darkness and the gnashing of teeth, right? And typically as a Protestant, you would realize that as kind of like a judgment, but it's not. It's an ontology.
Mm-hmm.
What Christ is saying, you're not like me. You're a stranger. And what would you do if a stranger came into your home? You would cast them out.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't make a life, right? And so the judgment is simply, even in the terms of an ontology of just being able to look, this is an imposter. It's not like this, which is interesting too.
Yes, I'm sorry, Father. But there's also the whole justification for the idea of soul sleep is the idea that what is the point of judging in the modern sense? What is the point of judging a soul in the instance of someone dying right now and then in the final judgment? Because it would be a reiteration of the same judgment. Right, but if we understand it in the sense of setting things in order, there is a setting things in order, like where you are after you've died, having lived your life the way you have.
And a final reordering. Yeah.
Yes, and the final,
which is the correct term of apostasis, right?
Yes.
Right, not the heretical notion, but putting everything where it says God will be all in all, like everything's put back in its right place.
Apostasis,
great point.
as it is understood by Origen, right, is going to be condemned multiple times in the ecumenical councils.
Mm-hmm.
But we have, I believe it is Saint Paisios who said that even if that was the case, you should not believe it.
Yeah.
Saying it is a trap, it is a snare of the demons trying to get you not to work on who you are, where you are. Saying you will get to the good place, right? You don't get poked in the bum with a trident. You get to the place where you play the harp, right? And that is the point. He is saying, even if God saves everyone, you are not allowed to believe that. We have absolutely no precedent in the church for believing that everyone is saved.
Right.
Literally none.
Right.
So, and from that ontological
and it's an
argument
incorrect
change,
understanding.
when you talk
What's
about the
that?
fall, can you use that example? Like when I'm talking to Protestants, they have the substitutional atonement idea of salvation. I try and talk about it in the way that it's like Adam and Eve ontologically changed, so they were forced out of the garden. Do you get how like the idea of judging and God like condemning, and even in the Old Testament, when you start arguing about the ethics and morality of God, it's more of an ordering of where the person is, which makes sense from a Orthodox worldview, but not from a Protestant. Does that make sense? Because they're not talking about an ontological change.
That's what Posh said when it says,
judge
not lest you be judged, for inasmuch as you judge, you'll be judged in the same standard, same way. That it's talking about ontology in terms, you judge yourself by who you are, in terms of the objective standard, right?
Yep.
And the standard by which so you've cast yourself out, right? What you did changed you. And you are no longer feeding on the tree of life. Like,
yes, you've configured yourself into such an entity that you are actually in danger of being there. We have multiple examples throughout the Old Testament where actually God recedes for the sake of not, this ties into our idea of heaven and hell. right? Where the presence of God is what is the determining factor, how you experience it, in fact. So when we talk about the angel that is placed with a sword of fire, to keep Adam and Eve out of the garden now, that's not sort of God pouting, saying, well, you don't get to be in this nice place anymore. It's saying his presence is so powerful in the garden that you in your current state do not belong there. You will actually perish when you're there. We have no shortage of writings from the church fathers where when people talk about how people who are in hell, right? We as Orthodox, no one is currently in hell, right? As we would see it, because you're going to sort of confuse the eschaton with how things are currently. Sorry. but you're going to have a certain experience of where you are. The same sun that hardens the clay will melt the wax, right? It is you who is different, not God. God does not change. There's literally no change in God. All of our prayers attest to that. So when we have the understanding of being chased out of Eden, it is not a punitive act. It is not sort of, well, you're not worthy enough now to be here. It is sort of saying you would not survive the amount again of the presence of the Lord here. When we get the attestation, his feet moved there. So the presence of the Lord was so powerful that his feet touched the ground. Right? It is the immensity of his presence that would have been detrimental. We get the same thing, the dispersal of the nations after Babylon. The Lord sort of recedes, delegates his sovereignty, to the angels. They become the things we know as the God of the nations, etc., etc. But it is all because God doesn't punish people. He sort of pulls back because they couldn't handle his presence at that level.
Right.
And
I've heard priests talk about that as well in regards to exactly what you're talking about with the presence of God, but also if we were to eat from the tree of life, it would have made the fall eternal. And so, as you're highlighting, it's not a punitive action; it's an action out of love, and it's an action in which he, from our perception, temporarily displaces us from somewhere so that it can be restored later on. We're inside time; God is not. So He is working on a temporal framework that we can't totally understand. And so when you're talking about the Tower of Babel or the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, to me it's again the same thing, and it's hard for us to see the benevolence of God through these actions.
Yes, because nothing there was bad. It wasn't like a snare for people. Oh, I just put this sort of thing here so that you could have some type of philosophical justification for free will, because there's this bad thing you can choose. There was a time and a place for the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's just that Satan and the angels we can read about, in Enoch and Jubilees and all of these other things, they don't give you knowledge because they want you to prosper. They give you knowledge that if you were in the proper spiritual mindset, or spiritual scent, I don't know. I don't want to confuse the two. But if you were in the proper configuration, you would prosper from it. But the way the spirit, the fallen angels do it. It's sort of giving you knowledge before you're supposed to receive it, before you're ready to receive it. And that is what Satan does in the Garden of Eden. He's
I'm
sort
in
of,
the spirit. I'm in the proper spiritual mindset because I have 3
Yeah.
crystals in my left pocket.
and lots of books behind you. So
The Holy Spirit gave you all the answers, right? That's really what's going on over there.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Burning Man gave me all the answers I needed.
That was the first part of the scream.
I was going to actually do a segment on Burning Man. Now we're already over 4 hours, but that was hilarious. It wasn't that a sort of another divine justice. They burn the phoenix, or they burn the man. It emerges a new psychedelic phoenix, and it storms quickly afterwards.
And then
everybody's
God
stranded.
sends another flood to wipe out.
Yeah, another flood. Yeah, and a rainbow, which they misinterpreted because I saw them posting, "Oh my God, after it rained and flooded, there was a double rainbow." Yeah, it's God telling
Double
you.
rainbow all the way, bro.
by the way, the rainbow is literally God. It's not like a little cutesy little bow you put on a present, right? It's literally God setting down his bow like a war bow, right? It's not a cute thing because it's a sign of God saying, "I will not flood the earth again." But when we read the Church Fathers, it's not a cute thing. It's sort of like me putting down the knife that I was going to, slit your throat with.
What?
So it doesn't matter how cute. It doesn't matter how cute I made the knife. It's still a knife. So that's the symbology of it. I'm not saying it was like a literal bow, made of wood.
BLA, I got
Yes.
something for you. Check this out. Do you have a book this big?
What the heck?
Oh,
what is that? The Talmud?
That's the Anunnaki guidebook.
There it is.
But what's really
But
cool
what
about
Father
this?
Deacon was a midget.
Yeah, check this out.
Nice.
It's all my pipe tobaccos and pipes and isn't that cool? Here's the literary Emerson right there. You know that there ain't gonna fall for this though when I'm going through airport security. Well, yeah,
airport security. Sir, there's a 9mm in here.
I've got a couple of those. They're a little smaller than that. They've got something else inside of them. But I was going to say what it is, but I can't on the stream because it involves gunpowder. So, I just said it.
God! How dare you? How
There
dare
was a
you?
Serbian priest who was like 6'8" and who smuggled an RPG through an airport. So I believe, as an ethnic compatriot, I can take the credit for it right
All
now.
for the glory of God, of course.
Of course, it'd be like, we Serbs are so glorious.
RPG.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna pop out.
July.
I'm gonna pop out. Being
Thank
my
you,
godfather. Appreciate everything you've done to bring me along for the ride. And it was more than a pleasure to be here with a group like, I don't know, you can take a step back and reflect on the what your channel has done, not only for the converts around the nation and the world, but the group of guys that you brought together, and girls. Shout out to Rachel today.
Shout out to Rachel. Yeah.
Yeah. Keep up the good work, man. And I'd love to connect with everyone else. Posh, it was a good, time talking to you. BLA, I'll hope to connect with you guys sometime. And Father Deacon, always a pleasure. So
yeah, we're not too
God bless
far from
y'all.
each other, so we'll have to get together. Okay.
Wait till I get good on a subboard. And
if Dr. Mo would quit, he keeps skipping out on Montanica. I don't get it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that's 2 years in a row. He buys a ticket, doesn't come.
I'll be there next year. And Father David,
as Hunter S. Thompson said, buy the ticket, take the ride.
Yeah. We'll get there next year. Next year is my year. Third time's the charm. And then, like I said, Father David said you got to come up here and visit, man. So and at some point you got to come up and make a
it was
Northwest
awesome
trip.
to have Father David.
Yeah. No, he's stoked, dude. He talks about Montanico all the
What
time
was
to
he
all the
saying?
parishioners. So God bless,
that's
guys. Take care.
awesome.
It was
Yeah.
great.
All right.
yeah.
God bless, brother. Take it
God
easy.
bless you.
All right. Well, I got some super chats I need to run through. Everybody's feel free to stay. If you have to peace out, let me know. But there's questions that it'd be nice to field because it's for multiple people. So if you guys are free for a minute, over on Dono chat, which Father Deacon, we got to get you hooked up. Andrew's holding out.
I know. Somebody was asking me the other day. Andrew and I talked about it, and
he's a weasel.
I was just being lazy. It's my fault. It's not Andrew's. It's my.
I
gotta
hope
get
it's
on it.
not dependent on beard length, because I stand no chance.
Your whiskers?
Well, that's the moustache, you know. If we're talking about beard, I'd look like a mujahideen. So if Father Deacon can't get the dinner chat, again, I'll just give up.
Well, we had a few super chats over on Dono chat. I want to give a special thank you to Moldy Apple, who's still here with us, still here the whole stream. He's been here, and he threw in $20. No comment at the beginning of the stream. Thank you so much, Moldy Apple. God bless you. Bon Jovi 1912 says, congratulations, man. $20 for 20,000 subs. I wish I could have added zeros to my Dono. A little tight this week. God bless. Well, thank you so much, Bon Jovi 1912. Anything is I'm appreciative of. So thank you so much. And then Abe Steak Bull Lincoln. So that's definitely related to our earlier conversation. Says congrats on 20K, dude. Throws in $5. Thank you so much. Another super chat from HEB Heb says thank you for your work. Well, thank you so much, Heb. Really appreciate that. And Anton Jaksic, a guy who's been helping me out with some reels. Thank you so much. Those in $5 says super congrats on 20K, 200K. Here we come. Oh, God willing. And then over on Streamlabs, we had some super chats that came in. Let me scroll down to those. First one came from BMX 1966. Says awesome. Great stuff, DPH. Thank you so much, BMX 1966, for all your support. Kristen, Slowboy, Whiteboard, fellow Hoosier, says, congratulations. Your hard work is much appreciated, even if not by the algorithm. Keep up the great work. Will do, sister. Thank you so much. And I truly appreciate all your support, every stream, all the being in the live chat, all the comments. I truly do appreciate it. And DC Woodworking throws in $3 and says, congrats. Well deserved. Well, thank you so much, DC Woodworking. Dr. Vagisil, of course, throws in $1 and says a celebration of subscribers and facial hair. Orthodox NPC ASMR should get you 100K in no time. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Vagisil. And the next one was from Gabrielle LeCount, throws in $20 and says, hey, everyone, thanks for all your work. This was when we had everybody on. Many of you played a big part in my search for truth. And as of today, I am officially an Orthodox catechumen. Thank you all. Congrats on 20K, David. Peace. Well, thank you so much, Gabriel LeCount. Next one is BMX 1966. Throws in $10. Says, awesome panel. Hello to all. And your mom and sister, Rachel, have a great day. And the next one came from Dr. Vagisil, throws in $3 and says, I'll have to rewatch to understand how we got to axe murderer Jimmy Stewart / Dr. Mike test replacement shot would help him. What is the best way to test if your heart is in the right place? You're the doctor, Dr. Vagisil. You tell us. Next one, Dr. Vagisil throws in $1 and says, sola fide is like the liberal belief in sola fide, that if you say you are gay, you'll always be gay. But both are wrong, and you must always correct course to not miss the mark. Thank you so much, Dr. Vagisil, for that. And we had some members join. Well, Emmanuel, thank you so much, brother, for renewing your membership. Shout out to First Person Q, gifted 5 memberships today. Shout out to Tommy Jones. He renews his membership. Shout out to Maximus Pike renewing his membership. He says, congratulations on 20K DPH. God grant you many years. Shout outs from St. Herman of Alaska, Sabor, and Edmonton. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Maximus Pike. God bless you. Jay DeGiorio throws in $7.99 Australian. No comment. Thank you so much, Jay DeGiorgio. Sorry. And then Pim Orsos, thank you so much, brother. Throws in a $20 super chat and says, "You are amazing," with a sticker. Thank you so much, Pim. Randy West became a member tonight. God bless you, Randy West. Thank you so much. Philip Hansen threw in $20. No comment. Thank you so much, Philip Hansen. Frankie D says, "Bros, what up? Cool. Jay Dyer made it on here. God bless you all. What a team setup. Shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Jim Bob. And shout out to the Based Lit Analyzer. God bless." Thank you so much, Frankie D. And he threw in another super chat and says, I've been watching Leave It to Beaver, and it's not only some good television, but it is a hilarious show as well. Good family-friendly comedy. And Chase Haggard, we answered his question earlier. He said, doesn't the appeal to beauty appeal to a thing with ontological status that is beauty and has that substance? ? And that's Jay Dyer answered that one. Polycarp throws in $10 and says, congrats on 20K, DPH. God bless you for all you do. Well, thank you so much, Polycarp. Chase Haggard threw in another super chat and says, I think you can trace the degradation of art and music to the nominalism of today. If beauty has no fixed ontology, it can be anything and everything. True. Willie Jenkins, giving a shot at my homeboy BLA, throws in $3.50 and says, I was like, dang, it's Miley Cyrus. No, it was BLA.
Yeah, I said the same thing about his mom the other day.
Zinger! Take that, Willie Jenkins. Thank you so much, brother, for the super chat. And Marconius became a COTEL crew member. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much. Chase Haggard threw in another one. It says, what does Father Ananias think about that nominalism chant? Or nominalism chat, rather.
I was like, wow, they have a nominalism chant.
And so I think what he's asking is you to respond to his previous super chat. And he says, I think you can trace the degradation of art and music to the nominalism of today. If beauty has no fixed ontology, it can be anything and everything. And so then he sent in $1.99 wanting your specific response to that, Father Deacon. That would mean there is no actual chant. You know, it's only perceived in how you dub it.
Well, I mean, there isn't any one point in time where you'd be like, all the problems started here, other than the Garden of Eden, maybe. What we can see is successive stages, right? So there's something prior to even, the widespread acceptance of nominalism that led to nominalism, right? So it's difficult for me, somebody analyzing the history of thought, to be like, well, here's where it all began. Now, obviously, I think that's there's certain things that are more kind of devastating and kind of usher bad things in faster. And one of those would be a denial of essentialism and kind of mechanization of nature in modernity. So that there's no, what's the German word, Bestand, right? There's no grain by which there offers any resistance. Certainly moving and denying kind of an essentialism and objective essences in nature and stuff like that, and then accepting a nominalism will certainly speed you up into other problems. So yes and no. Yes.
There you got it, Chase. I didn't know if you're still with us. God bless you, bro. Really appreciate you hopping on. And there you go. You got your FDA response that you wanted. Next one comes from Dean Lim 2, throws in $19.99. No comment. Thank you so much, Dean Lim 2. And a very, very special shout out goes out to Bone Man 538. He's been the biggest supporter of my work since the inception of this channel. He throws in $110 and says, "Thank you, brother. Congrats on 20K." Thank you so much, Boneman538. He is a member. He's supported my work. He has been the biggest financial supporter for me. Thank you so much, Bone Man. I truly, truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you. And the last one comes from Harry Serpanos. Throws in $25 and says, "Congrats on 20K, DPH." Well, thank you so much, Harry Serpano. I truly do appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. And that looks like that wraps up. Let me just check the Dono chat real quick. We had one more on the Dono chat. AC threw in $20 and says, "Congrats." Well, shout out to AC. He's been another very big supporter of the work. I think he supports the whole orthosphere, really. So shout out to AC.
Yeah.
God bless you, bro. AC is a big supporter of the orthosphere. Really, really appreciate your work, man. God bless you and the family. Wish you guys nothing but the best. And that does it. That wraps up all the super chats. Anything you guys want to say before hopping off here? We're getting ready to reach the 5-hour mark.
That's amazing. Yeah. Hey, Patrick, I just want to congratulate you. For those that don't know, like Patrick, you really come into your own. You've been essential, and you've been with us at the conferences from the inception, 3 years now, and you've really.
And I hope to keep going, man. I love going to Montana. I look forward to it, man.
Yeah, there's some great
and God
things.
bless you and all the work that you've done, man. You put Patristic Faith together, Montanica, like you put a lot of work into things that isn't live streaming. Even though you help Jay, myself, you go on other people's channels, people don't realize how much work you do. And it's not necessarily doing live streams, but it's behind the scenes stuff and really helping the community.
Thank you.
So thank you, bro. Thank you for all the streams we've done. You know, BLA, Jim Bob was my first stream. Jim Bob was the very first time I did a live stream. He joined me. We couldn't figure out the tech for the first hour. And, but I really appreciate Jim Bob, and BLA. We've done so many movie reviews and streams together. Like, I really appreciate your guys' friendships. It really means a lot. Posh, I don't know so much about you, man. I'm still skeptical. I'm kidding.
As you should be, you know. I'm a cradle orthodox, which means I'm better than all of you. Let's be fair. But congratulations, David, Patrick, Harry. Not sure which one to go by. But I've been recommending your videos to people. I believe you've got an excellent angle you take. It is both academic and spiritual, which is why I have been recommending it to people.
Thank you so much, brother.
Because truly, we really like the type of content that you do in abundance. I'm truly thankful for what you've done. Especially with the Eastern religions, you know, I believe that there's a complete lacking of in the West, right? Here in Eastern Europe, you know, we sort of think of them all as gay. So we've got a natural immunity to it. But in the West, there is no such thing. So we can't trust that.
AC's not sold on you. No, I'm kidding. He's
okay,
great,
so,
dude.
No, I will continue to speak within Serbian, phonetics. So thank you for everything you've done so far. No, but honestly, it's been really enlightening, and I hope you continue to do your work as long as God is willing and as long as it benefits him and his people.
Amen to that, man. And I appreciate. We got to do another stream, man. You know, you're one of the few people. I think you're the only person that came on today that I haven't. Well, Jim Bob. I haven't met Jim Bob in person. Everybody else, you and Jim Bob, I haven't met in person. Everybody else, I've. Or BLA,
met in person.
We've had like 7 attempts though. You just get in a car wreck every time we plan on meeting.
You just didn't know it.
But But yeah, thank you.
Let me say my piece. Let me say my piece.
Yeah.
Are you Asian and you just crash cars all the time?
Listen, it was one time, and it was a person who was not a citizen came out of nowhere and jackknifed me on the highway, and then disappeared with nothing. So whatever. But yeah, DPH, Church of the Eternal Logos. 20K, you're an alpha E-Celeb Diva confirmed now. We appreciate you. I've been here for a long time. Shouts out to all the other homies out there, all the mods, and everybody who's here all the time watching you. You have a unique blend of philosophy, spirituality, and being a regular dude. And that's pretty rare now. People appreciate you. You got a good sense of humor. And our movie streams have been a highlight of my past year for sure. And I hope, I wish you many, much success in the future. You're going to be around for a long time. Everybody gets a lot out of coming here, and not just from listening to you, but being part of this thing where people can talk. I mean, look at the chat, people can talk to each other, and they love being here for your topics. And shouts out to all the other guests tonight. I hope to do something with Jim Bob in the future. He mentioned it.
You should, man. You guys should link up, dude.
I'll be doing I'll do Dr. Moreau analysis with Jay soon. I'll be on Jamie's channel next Friday doing Peter Pan and all things Pan.
Ooh,
the Pan
nice.
archetype. That'll be a big one.
You're gonna be reviewing the movie Hook?
Yeah, we'll be doing every movie and every book that we've been talking about it for a while. So every time Pan pops up in anything, we'll be doing it. Aleister Crowley, modern poetry, Pan's Labyrinth. I mean, just, there's a lot of Pan. So we'll be talking about the archetypes. And of course, the Peter Pan thing. So a lot more of that to come. And love you guys. Had a good time tonight.
Yeah,
appreciate
bro,
being with you.
I appreciate your friendship too, man. And you do great work, Drew. Your book reviews, your movie reviews, incredibly in depth. And I'm happy to have helped in any way to grow your channel and get your following going, because everybody that came on today, everybody does good work. Everybody has a different thing, a different specialty, a different angle, as Posh said. But God bless you, man. Really, really appreciate that. And AC says, do some Pacino.
Hooah! Look, what does he say? He says, wait, I got to do De Niro to go into it. There's a flip side to that coin.
Yeah,
what if you do got me boxed in? Because there's nothing that will come between the two of us. What are you, a monk? He says. So
there you go.
We'll be doing a lot more movies, hopefully, in the future, and I'll be doing, of course, a lot more literature. And this has been fun. It's been fun. It's interesting getting into this. It's been about a year and a half of having my own channel, and the way that it's sort of grown, thanks to you mainly. You've really helped me out a lot, and I appreciate it. But it's a good. I think it's important. It's a good thing. I mean, I just talk about literature and poetry, but I think it's important for people to, especially for adults, to pay attention and to read books is the main thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the one thing that united everybody that came on today is we're all readers. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without it. So
actually, I'm the only one who's a reader. Father Deacon is a deacon. And
yeah, in that regard, yes. We had $1 sent in by Dr. Vagisil. Says Montanica was the few times where all the people I talked to were amazing, and there was never a dull moment. Shout out to both DPH and Father Deacon for their great speeches. So thank you so much, Dr. Vagisil, for the $1, and God bless you, brother, for all the support and meeting you in Montanica. So. Posh, we got to do a stream together in the future. We've done one on what did we do it on? Was it Krzyzewski and
yes, and
language?
basic linguistics.
Linguistics and stuff like that.
Yes, it's always difficult with linguistics to get into things in depth because it's extremely confusing. Talking about la langue parlance and things, because it's all basically developed by the French. And not the French. I'm not trying to be the usual ethnic joke, mode that I'm usually in. But really, it's very difficult to get into things directly because it takes quite a bit of infrastructure to get to the point where you can discuss linguistic theory. But hopefully next time we can get to
let's
more
do it,
technical.
man. I'll reach out to you. We'll set something up here in the next few weeks, whenever you're free.
Absolutely.
Father Deacon Dr. Ananias, thank you, brother, for everything you do, for your friendship, for your support, for private conversations we've had together. God bless you and your wife, man. I really love you guys and appreciate you guys. And I really mean that.
Love you, brother. Yeah, we're praying for you, and keep up the good work, and may God continue to bless the work of your hands and your ministry. And yeah, I'm excited for the future.
Me too. Yeah. Despite
God
the
bless. Thank you for having me on.
Of course.
Yeah.
If you guys have anything you need to shill, anything to promote, feel free. We still have over 100 people here, so anything you guys need to promote.
I mean, if you want to learn Latin in the next couple of weeks, I'll be starting that.
Well, except for that, don't promote that.
Kristen says that was Brando, not De Niro, that I did. But yeah, Brando.
Hey,
is
by the
more
way,
of
I have a question.
What's that?
Go ahead, Father Deacon.
I have a question before I leave. So,
is this a riddle?
It's about that time that I need. No, I need to. I need to write a paper, and I'm trying to think like, what's the next paper that I should write? The lockdowns are coming back down. You know, maybe it's time.
I got
to
one
revisit
for you.
Philosophies.
I got a legitimate paper that I think would be great. The epistemic foundation for Orthodox Christians of the Church, meaning how we get truth from the Church in regards to authority, how we understand life. Again, being the
that's a good one.
Bride of Christ. How does epistemology relate to the Church itself as it moves through history?
That's a good. Here's another one too that might be good too that I've thought about. Nobody's really written much about it, but the body-soul relations. What is the Orthodox position on?
Oh yeah, go into hylomorphism and provide a little bit more understanding of how we differentiate from Aristotle.
Yes, I thought about that's good. Nobody's really written any kind of works about you. I mean, you see these terms used, philosophical terms, in different ways by the fathers, but there's no real concise treatise. I would love to work with Dr. David Bradshaw. When we were in Greece in February or January, whenever it was, I actually said that. I'm like, maybe we should, because he's obviously an Aristotelian scholar, like far beyond me. And I was like, maybe we should write something on it. Nobody's done that. Like,
you should.
You know, what is
that?
Would
be really good.
But
that would be a lot of work.
Father Deacon, you know, there's also, I believe that the prevalent understanding of what a soul is more Platonic than it is Aristotelian. In the modern culture, you know, we sort of see the whole, oh, you're a soul with a body and things like that, which sort of ties into the whole Platonic idea, which isn't, you know, necessarily peculiar to Plato, but the whole thing that we're sort of trapped in this material thing, and that's where we get the whole Manichaean understanding, I believe at least, that flows into Protestantism and their sort of hatred of the material, the flesh, etc. So I believe there's also work to be done there, where the Platonic and Neoplatonic understandings of what the soul is, as opposed to the traditional Christian Orthodox understanding of what the soul is, and whether you go with you know, the configuration of body, soul, spirit, or the configuration of just body and soul, where sort of the spirit is enveloped in the soul aspect of it, because again we get the breaking between the body and the soul at death, which is an unnatural state of things. I think that's also another thing that could be explored Again, you decide on what you believe would be most beneficial to
I
a
mean,
faith.
both systems are deficient and have their own problems.
Yep.
So it could be like elements that in Platonic thought that like have an advantage over Aristotelian. Then there's advantages to the Aristotelian system, but like they're incomplete. They need to be kind of brought together. And part of the problem too is that the fathers, for example, with like spirit, they can use that in different sense. Sometimes spirit is associated with soul, but then if they say your soul and spirit, if it was identical, then it would be redundant to say twice. So, there's aspect of the spirit only being something that baptized Orthodox Christians have. So it's really interesting. That's itself as a problem. Is just these words take on different meanings,
multiple
different
meanings.
contexts.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just piling on ideas onto you, and you decide what.
Well, I agree with you, Posh, though, on the Platonic influence on the Gnostic or Manichaean relationship, the duality between soul and body, and how Aristotle, you're not going to have that same one. But as Father Deacon says, there's problems with everything. And I mean, highlighting philosophically for those interested how we come to know or understand the soul as Orthodox and how it relates to the formation of the body, but how we're not totally hylomorphic Aristotelians. I think that'd be incredibly useful. And
it's because if anything, people imagine the soul, the normies, if we want to be dismissive, imagine it as sort of a force ghost, right? It's sort of like you, but in a particular color and partially translucent and everything,
I'm out, y'all. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm out.
Yep.
Peace,
God
y'all.
bless
Love
you.
you.
Peace,
Congrats.
brother.
Peace.
God bless you.
Yeah. And when I meant the epistemology of the church, not in the sense of how we come to know the church in history, but how the church has epistemic authority. So if things like evolution, well, we believe in creationism. Why do we believe in creationism? And how the role the church has in regards to how we come to know the context of the world we live in, if that makes sense.
Would it also be an interesting one too, kind of relates to this, is the distinction, but both relation because they're connected but distinct, between epistemology and normativity. So like law, in the terms of authority, is both a distinct category from epistemology, but then it's related, and vice versa, right? So, and this is something Protestants really struggle with, and Roman Catholics too. They tend to focus simply on epistemological questions, and they skirt issues of normative authority. And then how that actually influences or affects how we know and understand things too, whether it's the canonization of scripture. That could be, nobody's really kind of written much on that. And that might be interesting and related to exactly what you were saying too. Like, when does the church, what does the authority look like, right? Because there's different levels of normative authority, right? And it's really interesting too to put that antithesis to the false systems. Ultimately, as Bishop Maxim had said, remember at the conference, we don't have a philosophy or dogma or anything like that. We have an ethos, right? That we have a life with Christ. Everything else that we have infallible things, but those are not the starting points. Those are not the first principles, right? Everything that's said to be infallible comes from a person. And it comes from a relationship and an ethos, right? And so the way that all this stuff ultimately is worked out is not systematically. It's not a scholastic papal model, but pastorally. So the truths, and that requires a lot of interesting parts and movement. Like it's not easy. It's a lot like virtue ethics. The people want to know what's the right answer to do in the trolley problem, right? And it's like, there is no algorithm. There's no system that explains that. It's the virtuous person who's
Right.
acquired the virtues that can explain that. And so, in a sense, what that means is that the one who is not, like as Pasha said, become like Christ is already cast out of the garden, not by
Yes.
judgment, but the
It's
sense that you can-
participative. It's participative as opposed to propositional.
Exactly. Yep.
and all of our epistemology and authority, right? And we have a lot of issues going on right here with the reception that must be understood to come out pastorally.
Father Deacon, can I ask you?
We don't have a papal mechanistic law.
Can I ask you? There has been a sort of a series, a multi-stream series of discussions between, I believe his name is John Vervaeke and
Bishop Maximus.
Bishop Maximus,
Mhm.
and discussing the very point of the distinction between the participative and the propositional.
I had Bishop Maximus on my channel to talk about that.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. But I believe Father Deacon might do, a sort of a review of their conversation, because
That would be interesting.
Yes, because I know you've talked to Bishop Maximus himself, but I believe that I remember Vervaeke sort of having these epiphanies as he was talking to the good bishop, because propositionality is sort of looped back into your own empiricism, or whichever sort of a baseline you have to make your to construct your epistemology. And we as Orthodox, this is the biggest gap we can't really breach, because it's, again, that big of a difference. But whenever anyone sort of says, what is the Orthodox position on X? That is, you're already outside of our methodology.
Yeah.
Yes, you're sort of trying to figure out, what am I supposed to believe? Right? That's not how we operate.
Right.
Because...
And Patrick knows my whole talk was first things first.
Yeah.
Seek first the kingdom of God was
You should do a stream on your paper topic.
Oh yeah, I should actually. That's a great. I didn't even think about that. And it was interesting. Different bishop, not Maximus, but our Serbian bishop here, Maxim.
Maxim.
Yeah. So he was our keynote speaker because it's his parish. He's now officially taken on the conference under his Amaphoron. And but he had asked, he's really interesting. He's a man of few words, but he asks, really important questions. What's your goal in this? What's the whole Orthodox Montanica and this conference about? And I didn't have an answer right away. And then I came to him at the end of the conference, and I'm like, there was a reason why I didn't have the answer. Because we're not top-down, systematic. You said yourself, your grace, it's a life. And so, do you remember the Aramaic word when Christ takes the deaf man, he gets a spittle and he puts into his ears and he says, epitah. Epitah means be open. In Aramaic. And this is, I think, what the whole conference was about, is that, and I'm always trying to do that, keep my eyes and ears open to the right things. And I'm listening. I don't have a plan. I don't have this is what the world does, right? It's a kind of a neo-Gnostic, right? Well, we'll create world salvation through this.
And charts and all sorts of graphs, and we're all into
Again,
them.
Bishop Maxim was correct. We don't have a dogma. We don't have an ethics. We don't have a philosophy. We have a life. And what I knew that intuitively, I bring all of us together. And we experience a fraternalism and community, a Trinitarian incarnationalism here.
Shout out to
God will show me what the vision is. the Holy Spirit will guide us. And it became very clear. So I don't need to have a plan in the beginning. I just know what our theology is incarnational and it's communal and Trinitarian. All I have to do is bring the right things together and then let the Holy Spirit lead. And then the vision of the kingdom, which is exactly it. You seek first the kingdom of God and the rest of this shall be added onto you, is that's exactly what became apparent. And it's the opposite of the world. And that's pastoral.
Because one of the basic things that orthodoxy maintains, it's not, again, unique to orthodoxy, but it is that the way you live forms you. This is very common in the ancient world, and it pertains in the ancient world to the gods you worship. For them, it wasn't like it is for us, the creator of the universe. It is to this particular God that you believe you can establish a relationship with, but also that God has certain, I don't know if proclivities is the right word, but attributes that you can sort of exploit, right? It's not the Justice League view of gods. It's not like they have these powers that they can use, right? Because that's not how they view their gods. They associated certain things with them, but it's not relegated to those particular properties. But at the same time, at a certain point, as Aristotelianism, found its way through Arabic, actually, into the West, things became more, how should I say, more formal, more direct in that sort of way. And it became more about propositions. It became more about... the paper is just getting started. But it became so much more about assenting to mental assent, let's call it. It became mental assent to propositional statements.
Because that post-Renaissance, I mean, it's all about rationalism. And so from Descartes forward, that was the core of man. So we were talking about the soul. Well, it becomes more about rationality. And so if that's the main emphasis of how we define a man, well, then it makes sense why it becomes like it's all this rational mental assent for how we commune with God. It makes sense. And we could already see the foundations of this in scholasticism. It's not as explicit as it gets to in the Enlightenment, but certainly it's already there.
And he was trained at a Jesuit school.
Right.
So it's not to cast aspersions against the Jesuits. They didn't need that. They're perfectly capable of creating a poor name for themselves. But again, it becomes exactly a set of beliefs, and I mean beliefs as mental assent.
Right.
Which is where the whole faith works that Protestants hold to be such I wouldn't say combat. They're battling each other, but they're not. When we talk about works and faith, we're talking about faithfulness. And then when St. Paul says you can't just work, as in you can't just do things as a set of actions, right? You can't just, I'm donating this money to this charity because that will please God. You can't do it. You have to have a certain mindset. The homilies of St. John Chrysostom talk about Cain and Abel, and why Cain was rejected.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He talks about how you have a disposition. And this is the whole thing. Because it's a way of life, not because Cain had a faulty philosophy, a faulty epistemology, faulty, understanding of ethics or anything. It's because you can't bribe God. He owns reality itself. So you can't really bribe him. So if you're trying to say, oh, I'm giving this and he should thank me for giving it, whereas Abel does not have the same mindset. So we're talking about the exact difference between what has been maintained in the East. It's not the Eastern Christianity, right? That's sort of a misnomer, because there is no Eastern Christianity. It's Christianity. And in the West, it's been,
heresy.
Yes, a heresy, and it's been molded by all sorts of influences, but you cannot turn it into a philosophical system, because it's not. And as Father Deacon said, you have Montanica, right? It's a thing you do, right? People there might have differences in opinions, but if you come there with a certain mindset, I'm trying to improve my spiritual life, I'm trying to do things, and you follow it's not independent of the hierarchy, the ecclesiastical hierarchy. You're trying to do things, you're trying to improve yourself. That is the important thing, which would apply even to people outside the church, but especially inside the church. People who are trying to grow closer to God, and I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm starting to feel like a preacher, and that makes me feel uncomfortable.
Well, that's a good point. We can wrap up.
Yes, but basically, just
I do too.
try to live a Christian life.
I've been sitting here for 5 hours. I gotta let the old snake loose. So God bless you guys. Father Deacon, thank you so much. Posh, we got to stream soon, man. I'll message you on Instagram.
Please do.
All right.
God bless. Blessed evening to everybody. Patrick, keep up the good work. Posh,
will do. Tell your wife I said hi too.
Thank you. Will do. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. With that being said, guys, I will be back in a few days. Not sure what the topic is or what day. So until then, as always, God bless.
God bless.